Good morning, good morning, good morning. It's Thursday. It's December 4th. I still can't believe it's December. And for this week only, this week only, our trial perfectly matches up with the days on the calendar. So it is day 4 of Massachusetts versus Brian Walshe. It is, well, I'm not quite sure what to expect because we were told at the end of the day, because the court has been checking in with the prosecution about what witnesses they're going to have on the stand and who to expect up next. And there were a number of law enforcement officers that they thought were going to take a bit of time, but they also indicated that perhaps the paramour of the victim, Anna Walshe, would be on the stand on Thursday. And if that happens, we're going to see those text messages we heard about at the end of the day yesterday. But there were also like a day of law enforcement that they thought might get onto the stand on Wednesday. And then I think that the life insurance salesman maybe took a little longer than they anticipated. So I'm not sure where we are tracking for today, but I'm interested to see. And yes, this case is still in the early stages, and we've already seen some really tough evidence. And the question that I keep bringing up and that the defense is going to keep bringing up is, but do we have premeditation? Do we have a first-degree murder? And again, we are still anticipating that the defendant will testify in this case, and that can throw everything out the window. So it's still early days in this case, but I think we're going to see more and more why defendant Walshe pled guilty to the disposing of the body and lying to law enforcement, because the evidence on those is fairly overwhelming, but the jury's not going to be given that question. So we're going to have to focus our question on what did he know before? What did he know that day, early morning? What was he thinking? What did he do? Or should I say, what, if anything, did he do? Because we've had a lot less of that this trial, and maybe you just needed one added in there. I know. All right. If you hear background noise, that's me, not you. I tried to avoid it today, but there's no avoiding it. So let's roll the intro to try to avoid the mower outside and go to court. Let's go. Hey there, I'm lawyer and legal analyst Emily D. Baker, and this is your go-to destination for live court coverage. I break down the law, the strategy, and the evidence in real time so you know what's happening. No law degree required. So join the law nerds in the chat. They're here for the facts, not and let's get to court. All right, let's go to court. We have lots of things today. I think I'm going to move my desk too. Let me know where you're coming in from, what you're drinking. Yes, I did manage to get a Starbucks after dropping my car, an adventure that took longer than I anticipated, but thanks everybody. I said if we covered this trial, there were going to be some days that had some hiccups. Today is one of those days, but we got it handled, law nerds, and I appreciate you. So who is mowing in December? We have, I think, 1 or 2 more before we are done for the winter.
You are unmuted.
That's already not loud enough. Let me gain up this volume. Because I can't hear fuck all. There we go. That was loud. All right. The attorneys are
Good morning, Your Honor. Greg Connor for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Your Honor. And yes, for the Commonwealth.
Yes.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tracy Cusick for the Commonwealth.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, everyone. Kelly Porges on behalf of Mr. Walshe.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Larry Tipton for Mr. Wolf.
Tipton, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Let me just get my computer up and running, and then
I like him more and more. And yes, we got a ponytail going today, Chad. The hair was curly.
I want
We had
to
to.
address with the counsel before the jury comes in. Just give me a minute.
I'm feeling it. I'm very curious to what she wants to address with counsel. I'm going to call Miss Yaz every single time. I like these attorneys a lot. So far, I'm really happy with the professionalism in the courtroom. We stand professionalism. I'm here for professionalism with some cheeky moments. I love it. I love it so much. A lot of you are asking if Tipton's a public defender. I believe so. However, even if he was private counsel, I believe he's appointed, and it can happen that you have private counsel that works for themselves that still get appointed. So I'm not quite sure, but he's appointed in this case. Either way, great. And I'll just take a moment to reiterate, since I get asked that a lot, like, are they a public defender? Public defenders are great lawyers. But like all professions, you are going to find lawyers that are maybe not your favorite in any area. public defenders are in court more than a lot of private counsel. And if private counsel has never worked as a public defender or as a prosecutor, they are in court more than anyone else. So when you need an attorney that knows what's going on in the court, you want someone who has been in court. So I know there's a lot of preconceived notions that, like, if attorneys are really great, they would go do something else, but public defense is often a calling. So it's not a I could go do something else or I couldn't go do something else. It's a this is where I want to be. So Tipton's great, absolutely great. And just I really like these attorneys a lot. I'm excited to see more good trial. Every time I go through a trial with y'all, I want to see great lawyering. And we've seen really good lawyering. Even though some of the arguments might be an eye roll for you, you got to respect the game, right? And Tipton's definitely
I guess I'm
here
here
to
from
play.
the parties first.
I respect
about
it a lot.
The issue that we discussed at the side of the bench.
Sidebar. The sidebar.
Attorney Porges referred to it as the 2010 or 1020 issue.
Oh, good. We're going to get back to
Commonwealth
this.
have anything you wish to say to the court about that issue?
Your Honor, only that looking at the memorandum the defense submitted, that also said 20 as a potential penalty would be the only thing the Commonwealth would add at this point.
You mean the prior sentencing memo?
Yes.
All right. Defense.
So, Your Honor, we were unclear at that time what exactly the colloquy was going to look like. And so I was giving the court the spread of the potential. The way it has worked out is different. As the court noted, there were not admissions to allegations with respect to misleading on that charge.
That's not necessary for the court to take the plea on that charge, right?
Correct, Your Honor.
They are, and I'm sorry that there's mowing outside, they are talking about what the potential sentence could be on the things that he pled to. And I wonder if they're trying to narrow down. So when she says the spread, she means the spread of potential sentencing that court can pick, because there's no deal here. It's a deal or no deal, no deal. The judge gets to pick, like the banker's in charge. And so the defense, I think, wants this issue, and this is my speculation, I think the defense wants this issue handled so that they can tailor what the defendant may say when he testifies, so that he doesn't end up testifying in a way that's going to make this potentially worse.
Right.
I'm just saying, answering the court's question is what the max is. I think it is a live issue that I'm still looking at, and I will have an answer for the court, but I don't think it's as simple as the Commonwealth is saying, well, they put it in their sentencing memo. That is the potential spread. As the court, as the factual basis stands now, there very well could be a legal precedent or case that hamstrings, for lack of a better term, the court to the 10.
So let me tell you what I'm doing on my end and where I think that brings me today, because I don't want you wasting your time. The statute, as you know, is written in a way that the very first time that this concept of imprisonment punishable, or a crime punishable by life imprisonment, it's not a statute where there's a section that, oh, if you lie in relation to a police officer, in relation to investigation that does not trigger a life felony, blah, blah, blah. And that's punishable by maximum 10 years. And then there's an alternate provision that says if you lie to a police officer in connection with a crime that's a life felony, it's 20 years. The first time that life felony is mentioned in that statute is in the very tail end of it, when it's setting forth the potential punishments for the conduct. And as a result of that, in order to take a plea on that charge, which I did, the defendant only has to admit that he lied in connection with an investigation. And so that's what he did. He lied in connection with an investigation. It seems to me the enhanced penalty, I'll call it enhanced, the higher maximum penalty of 20 years.
In California and in other jurisdictions, you'll often see 3. So you can see a case that has option 1, low, option 2, mid, option 3, high. She is saying there is an option or a spread between 10 and 20. So is the high end triggered here because the investigation was in connection with a life felony of first degree premeditated murder? Does that trigger the high end of the statute? And the court is like, he doesn't have to say he lied in connection with the investigation into a murder. Because if I was the defense, where would I split hairs on that? Law Nerds, where would you split hairs on that? Well, at the time he lied to police, it was in connection with a missing person investigation, not in connection with an investigation into a first degree murder. So if you're going to split hairs about it, you can see where there's room to legally make the argument that technically he was lying in connection with a missing person investigation. What's the flip side of that argument, class? I feel like one else. What's the flip side of that argument? Well, because he was lying is why they weren't investigating a murder. He was the one telling them it was a missing person because he was fucking lying to cover up a first degree murder. So you don't get the benefit of the lie when you're lying in violation of the law because you already know that she's dead. The only reason they're not investigating the fact that she's dead is because you lied. So that's the flip side of that argument. And I can see where the defense has room to argue. Now, will this potentially be negated by the jury finding? Perhaps. The jury convicts him of first degree murder, it's going to be a little easier maybe. If they don't convict him of first degree murder, could he still get the 20 for lying in connection with an investigation of a first degree murder? That is a very interesting question. So I understand why the court is just like, where are we at? Let's go.
Which is triggered when an individual misleads the police in connection with a crime that is punishable by life imprisonment, then becomes an issue for the court to decide. We could debate as to what standard. It almost feels like a subsequent offense type scenario, but it's not. That's not how it's set up.
Oh no, all I've done this morning is drop my car off and talk to Judge Abby and get a Starbucks. So no, I have no idea what's coming up next. It's just based on what the court said, the statute said, that's the logical next step. I've lawed for a long time, and there is a high pattern recognition in law, which I think is why there's so many of us that are neurospicy in law, because pattern recognition comforts us.
But it seems to me that the time at which I should determine that is when this jury has spoken about whether or not the defendant has been found guilty or not of any life felony, and not now. Because it could end up in a very perverse situation where I sentence him to an illegal sentence if the jury came back and found out and told me he's not guilty to a life felony.
I would say the investigation could still be into a first degree felony, even if the jury disagrees, but that really would be a sentence that would seem to contradict the law and contradict the intent of the law. So
I am going to put off the sentencing on the two charges until I hear from the jury on their verdict on the murder charge.
that makes the most sense.
So that I have the benefit of that jury verdict when I decide this issue. And I encourage the parties to continue to research whether or not the Commonwealth has an obligation to prove that he lied in connection with an investigation that was punishable by life imprisonment at a sentencing, and how they do that. Is it through an evidentiary hearing, and to what standard? Now, if the jury's verdict is one way, it would seem to me that the Commonwealth could met out that burden if they get a conviction. And if they don't, it seems to me that it becomes a bigger task for the Commonwealth if the burden of proving that part for the higher penalty is beyond a reasonable doubt.
And I don't think they have to prove that in the jury instructions
So that's
on
where
that
I stand
count.
with regard to that.
I think it's fair.
Yes.
Me?
Did you say something?
No, I was just whispering to Mr. Tipton.
Oh, maybe the whisper came out a little louder than you thought.
I didn't hear
Anyway,
it.
um,
I need to double check Massachusetts. I think that second degree is also a range to life, but there's the possibility of parole. I don't know if it's 10, 15, 20, 25. Manslaughter would be less, but first degree is life, period, no parole. So yes, second degree could still be a life crime,
I also want to,
but I want to double check.
I understand from the emails that came to me last night that the defense
what?
is no longer agreeing to all the William Fastow messages coming in. Is that right?
What?
Not trying to hedge, but the court indicated that you were inclined to perhaps keep some out. And so my intention is, if any, then all, but I think Mr. Walsh deserves the benefit of knowing what the court's ruling is before I have to negotiate with the Commonwealth. So
What'd your client say after court yesterday then? I know you're not going to tell us, but I'm just curious. Remember, at the end of court yesterday, they were talking about the William Fastow texts between Anna Walsh and William, who I have both called Matthew and Jeff, I think at some point. But William F., I will get it correct. The court said, I am going to let in these texts, but not all of the texts. And the defense said, if the court's going to let in some, let in all. Just let in all. Let in all the texts. Let in all of the context. Let it all in. And now the lawyer is saying, well, it seems that she's asking the court to specifically delineate exactly which text will be coming in before deciding which other text may be allowed in, which means everybody's got to do the work to parse the texts. And I imagine it's because the defendant was like, hey, what texts? This seems like maybe a client conversation after court occurred based on the emails.
I apologize for that, but I am asking for some guidance there.
All right.
Your Honor, my client is entitled to hear the court's ruling, which reads to me as, hey, Your Honor, my client doesn't believe what you're letting in. Can you please tell my client what you're letting in? Just you explain it to him. And then we'll tell him the strategy again. Help.
That's like a,
Help.
Well, actually, can we approach? That might be
well,
easier.
No.
so I'm not giving an advisory opinion. And so here's what I'm going to say to you with regard to that. I'm going to read something in the record because I want it to be clear under what authority I am allowing those text messages in so the record is complete. And this ruling relates to both the my thought process with regard to the William Fastow text messages to the extent that they reveal some state of mind evidence of Anna Walsh. And also, just so that I'm clear, these thoughts equally apply to the reason why on an earlier motion in limine with regard to the expected testimony of Alyssa Kirby, why I believe these state of mind statements are coming in. So just bear with me while I read this into the record.
Remember yesterday I said, ooh, the court's protecting the record in this ruling? Yeah, the court is continuing to do that. And the court said yesterday, these are the ones that I am going to allow in. These are the ones that come in. These are the ones that come in for state of mind. But the court said some of these other text messages are not relevant and might not come in another way. And the defense said, no, if a selection of texts are coming in, mention it all. And the defense is walking that back this morning, or the defense wants the court to make it very clear to client, defendant, what is coming in so that the defense attorneys can then say yes. And for context, it's better to have all of them in. Because the defense said yesterday, this is part of our strategy. And the court said, so you are telling me that you want all of the text in as part of your defense strategy, given that I am allowing some of them in.
And this is my oral order on the motion to admit the text messages between Anna Walsh and William Fastow. And again, same reasoning for what I expect at some point will become a similar issue with regard to a conversation Anna Walsh had with.
Look at that. The court's just ruling from the bench. Hey, everybody, let me just put my order into the record right now. No break, no sidebar, no written. Just let me do it now. Love it.
And again, same reasoning for what I expect at some point will become a similar issue with regard to a conversation Anna Walsh had with Alyssa Kirby, I think on the evening of 10/12/29/22. The Commonwealth filed a motion in limine to enter text messages between William Fastow and Anna Walsh as evidence of Anna's state of mind. Quote, an exception to the hearsay rule permits the admission of evidence of a murder victim's state of mind as proof of the defendant's motive to kill the victim, end quote. Commonwealth versus Castano, 478 Mass 75 at 85, 2017. Such evidence is admissible, quote, when and only when there also is evidence that the defendant was aware of that state of mind at the time of the crime and would be likely to respond to it. Period, end of quote. Commonwealth versus Qualls, 425 Mass 163, 167, 1997. There need not be direct evidence that the defendant learned of the victim's state of mind, so long as the jury reasonably could have inferred that he did learn of it. Citing again to Castano, 478 Mass at 85. In this case, there is evidence from which the jury reasonably could infer that the defendant saw the text messages exchanged between William Fastow and Anna Walsh. Specifically, during his interviews with the police on January 4th, 2023, Brian Walsh told detectives that sometimes Anna's iMessenger comes up on his phone and that he had seen messages people were leaving for Anna. That is at the 1/4/23 interview transcript at page 30. During his January 7th, 2023 interview, Brian Walsh told police that Anna took a bunch of photos on New Year's Eve and that she sent one to William Fastow around 10 o'clock. That can be found in the interview of 1/7/23 transcript at 86. And during his January 8th, 2023 interview, Brian Walsh told the detectives that they could get the exact time that his son went to bed on New Year's Eve based on the time Anna texted Fastow the photo. That may be found on the 1/3/23 interview transcript at page 7. From such evidence, which accurately noted the time Anna sent the photo to William Fastow, it is reasonable to infer that the defendant had seen her text message exchange. Contrary to the defendant's contention, the text messages at issue contain some evidence of Anna's state of mind at the time of the crime. In particular, she sends messages regarding her feelings of confusion in her married life, her intimate relationship with Fastow, and her desire to make future plans with Fastow. While there was some discussion of redacting portions of the messages that are not relevant to the state of mind evidence, and I will reserve ruling on those as I now know the parties' positions has changed. I will reserve ruling on those. I continue to believe that there are certain messages that are not relevant to Anna's state of mind. And if If the defendant objects during the proceeding of Mr. Fastow's testimony to those, I will rule on those real time, as we do in many cases.
Okay.
So that's that.
So no, that does
Madam
not
Court
mean
Reporter, we're starting at 1.
that does not mean all of them come in. It means that the particular ones she's ruled on come in, and she will rule on the other ones as it comes up. But that includes text messages indicating that Anna might have been making future plans with William Fastow. And remember, we don't know which male clothes are in the closet in DC. There are room for 3 kids. Do we know if Anna was planning? And I'm not asking for an answer, chat, because I think it's all speculation. And if not, we'll hear witnesses. But do we know if Anna was planning to go to DC with her 3 kids and let Brian sort out whatever his federal incarceration, rehomed to prison situation might be? We don't know yet. But if she's making plans, there were 3 kids' rooms in her place in DC that was in her name. The accounts were in her name. A lot of things seemed to be in her name only. So is it possible that that was her plan? Yes, it's possible. And from Brian Walshe saying her iMessenger was coming across my phone, I saw what people were saying. Could that have meant Facebook Messenger? Or could that have meant iMessage with the phone synced? And that's why that became such a contentious issue. What does it mean? And that's why the defense were trying to ask Emily, not Guano. Damn it, Garino. Emily Garino about, but Messenger means Facebook Messenger, not iMessages, right? There's no iMessenger. That means that has to mean Facebook message. That's why the defense was trying to narrow him into Messenger has to mean Facebook, not iMessage. This is part of the reasons. So, or part of the reason for that. And so let us continue with seeing when they get to court.
45 today. Exhibit 1.
Oh, are we starting at 145? Exhibit 145. I was confused.
Madam Court Reporter, we're starting at 1:45 today. Exhibit 145.
She's like, yes, let's. I'm going out for breakfast.
And what about ID number? I is the next one. Thank you.
I like that they check in. Jem in the chat said he couldn't go to DC. They were probably the boyfriend's clothes. I didn't think of that. Right? He couldn't travel to DC. So. All right. They were just talking about what exhibitees they're starting
All
with
right.
today.
Anything, the jury's ready to go. Is that right? And is there anything that the parties need to raise with the court?
Your Honor, if I could have 1 minute, we have done some redactions
Sorry.
of the Fastow messages that I think would take out some of the concerns that you had. We're having a printer issue this morning.
I don't think
so
the
we
court
couldn't
had
make
concerns.
a color copy of it. But if I could just get a black and white copy for the defense and for you, I think that might help the situation.
All right. As I said, I'm happy to rule on it real time.
I'll just have.
And I don't know how you're parsing through those messages and how you can present them as
Or
I rule on it. So
confer with the
maybe
defense at
are you
lunch.
saying it's going to be difficult for you to do that job if I'm ruling on them real time?
Miss
I
Gilman's
think
probably like,
so I think it might be a little bit simpler if we could look at the redactions ahead of time, and I could just have that.
Your Honor, Miss Gilman's really going to have kittens if we have to redact pages of text messages in real time, because it's really difficult to do that. They don't want to go to sidebar every single page.
I'll have the copies made right now. I can start with Mr. Fastow, and then we can have those brought up. And when we're ready to do that, we could go sidebar.
All right, it's my interest in getting the jury out here and getting the
And
day's work.
I'm ready to start.
All right. Anything from,
May Ms. Cusick be excused so she can take them right down.
sure.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And anything from the defense before we bring the jury in?
Bring the jury.
Defense, is there anything that you wish to bring
Bring
to the
the
court's
jury.
attention before the jury comes in? Bring them in.
Well, the defendant is just up on his feet before the jury comes in. He's like, I'm ready. I get to stand up. I'm standing up. I'm ready. So chat, remember yesterday when I made a little bit of a jokey joke about how the life insurance salesman got Brian Walsh's information, and then we tangented just a bit into targeted sales or personalized sales. I shared on Instagram yesterday that New York has actually become the first state to pass some sort of legislation dealing with personalized pricing on websites, that websites have to disclose when you are seeing a different price than someone else. Dr. B and I were talking about this quite a lot last night. He was like, wait, what? And a lot of you were like, oh no, Walmart and other retailers are starting to have clothes shipped without pricing on the clothes so they can dynamically sell to you, personalized or usurious. I mean, potato. And I was talking about the fact that data brokers can sell your information like was done here, so that the life insurance salesman is like, oh, hey, this looks like a person who might need life insurance. I can call them up. And I joked and said, yesterday's stream is not sponsored by Incogni. Guess what, guys? Today's stream is sponsored by Incogni. So we're going to take a quick second. Right? Thank you, Incogni, because some of these streams are definitely demonetized. So you sponsoring during trial really helps us keep trial going, because some of these streams are demonetized due to content, and that's fine with me because here we go. So today's stream is sponsored by Incogni. Hey, Leonard, quick question. How often do you find yourself thinking about identity theft? And did you see this latest massive data breach? Hyundai just suffered a data breach that impacted more than 2.7 million Hyundai, Kia, and Genesis customers. They have all of your information, your name, your address, your driver's license number, your social security, and more. And yes, Hyundai said it was an internal oversight, but it doesn't feel that way if you're the one whose information is on the internet. And that's where today's sponsor, Incogni, swoops in to help. If you have an Incogni plan, they would be constantly looking for your information to take it back off the internet. And if you heard about this breach and then needed custom removal options, Incogni has you covered there too. And Incogni is available risk-free for 30 days. That means you can try it, and if you discover it's not for you, you can get a full refund. If this is something that you have thought about, if it is something that stresses you out about modern life, Incogni makes it simple, and we have an amazing discount for you. Use code EmilyDBaker at incogni.com/EmilyDBaker to get an exclusive 60% off an annual plan. Yes, you heard me correctly, 60% off an annual Incogni plan. That is an exclusive offer for the Lawnards. So use code EmilyDBaker at incogni.com/EmilyDBaker. Now let's get back to it. And thank you to Incogni for being such an amazing sponsor. And yes, Chad, I heard you. As the jury's coming in, we fly. We fly, Lawnards, we fly. And now we go to court to try to catch... Oh, I missed our hear yees. And now we go to court to catch our hear yees.
Here, all representatives of the Honorable Justice Stanton from the Justice of the Level Superior Court. Ron and give your attendance and you shall be heard. Let's have a call to Massachusetts in this honorable court. Please be seated. Please turn up the cell phone.
Hear ye, hear ye. All right. And
Welcome back and good morning, jurors.
the judges to the side of the bench to ask them the same 4 questions
Jurors,
and
we'll
stare
start today with the questions. Jurors, were you able to comply
Face
with
to
my
face.
order that you not speak to anyone about this?
vis-a-vis. I'm going to speed her up because she...
Have you given up on answering to me? Let's try that again.
Have you given up on answering? She looks at the whole panel.
Were you able to comply with my order that you not speak to anyone about this case?
Yes.
See? She looks at
Were you
each
able
of
to comply
them.
with my order that you not go on any social media?
So jury in.
Take in any news media.
We are way behind real time today due to EDB errands, but
And were you able to avoid talking to anyone about this case? And you all still have open minds? With those 4 questions all answered in the affirmative, we're ready to
I do like the
start
clock.
today's work. And I thank you for your continued vigilance to those rules of service.
I really appreciate that she calls it today's work.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. The Commonwealth calls William Fastow.
Holy shit. Wait, he's the next witness? What? Oh, well, that's why they needed the ruling so quickly. He's the next witness? Oh boy. Miguelito, will you let the Law Nerd app know that Mr. Fastow is taking the stand? Damn. Oh, is that why chat was saying no spoilers when the judge was ruling? Chat, is that why you were saying no spoilers? That must have 10-4. I didn't see the spoilers because the mods were like, swoop. Okay, everybody, no spoilers. Thank you. Buckle up. Here we go. I mean, they said he was testifying Thursday. It's fucking Thursday. Okay. For everyone who did not spoil, thank you. For everyone who popped in now that I've started because you've watched this once
You
and
may
want to watch it
proceed.
again. Also, thank you. Did you see? Wait a second. Do we see the courtroom demeanor? Bro sat down and then leaned back to cross the leg. Are you just making yourself comfortable, or is he staring down the defendant? Are you walking into court staring down Brian Walshe? I am so curious. Watch him lean back to cross a leg. This is making himself
may
comfortable.
proceed.
He's like,
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
oh boy.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, my name is William Fastow, Fastow.
Thank you. And what do you do for a living, sir?
Oh, that courtroom
I'm a real
demeanor
estate broker
is a vibe.
And where do you do that?
in Washington, D.C.
And is that where you live as well?
It is
And how long have you been a real estate broker?
just about 20 years.
Always in the DC area?
No, actually up here in Boston for a few years, and then a hiatus, and then back in D.C.
And were you familiar with Anna Walshe and Brian Walshe?
Yes.
And how did you meet the Walshes?
Anna Walshe was referred to me by a mutual friend, Jem Mutlu. They were looking for a home in the D.C. area, and I assisted them in purchasing a townhome in Chevy Chase, D.C.
And did you know Anna or Brian Walshe before that?
I did not.
And where was that property located generally?
Chevy
It
Chase.
was on 43rd Street in Northwest D.C.
And you said it was a townhome?
That's correct.
Can you just describe that townhome?
So it was a semi-attached townhome. One side of it faced on 43rd Street. It had a staircase that led up to a parlor level. It was 4 floors and had a 2-car garage underneath.
And who bought the home?
Anna Walshe.
And was the deed in her name?
I believe so.
And when did Anna close on that property?
March of 2022.
I'm going to try not to make all the Legally
And
Blonde
did you
references.
meet Anna in person?
No,
Yes.
we went to a little restaurant
And
where
when
no
did
one would
you
notice
first-
us. I'm sorry. I'm done now. The combination of the voice of the prosecutor, Ms. Yaz, and the whole circumstance, I can't help it.
Meet Anna in person.
I think a couple months before that, she had come up to Washington once or twice to look at properties.
And did Brian
No, it
Walshe
was-
come with her?
He did not.
It was like $1 million plus.
Had you ever met
townhome.
Brian Walshe in person?
No, I have not.
Did you ever speak with Brian Walshe?
So you never met Brian Walshe, and here you are for the first time sitting face to face with this dude. That's surreal. Never met him because Brian Walshe couldn't leave Boston because of the federal art fraud Animal Crossing situation. He couldn't leave Boston. And dude is in court with Brian Walshe for the first time. For those of you just coming in or new to this case, this is Anna Walsh's real estate agent turned affair partner, Sancho boyfriend? I mean, boyfriend's not right because she was married, affair partner. Oh boy.
Yes, we had at least one, if not a few, teleconference calls to discuss the property.
So after you sold the townhome to Anna Walshe, did you have further contact with her?
I did.
And when
Yep.
was your initial contact with her after you sold her the home?
Not
Immediately.
contact.
And what was your initial relationship?
We quickly became close friends, then confidants, and before long, we started an intimate relationship.
And what do you mean by confidants?
We would share conversations about our lives, what we were going through, personal troubles, those sorts of things.
And you said that your relationship became more, that
Yes.
it became intimate.
It did.
And when did that happen?
Shortly after she moved to Massachusetts, within a few weeks.
Massachusetts?
Sorry, excuse me, Washington, D.C., from Massachusetts to Washington, D.C.
And what was your marital status at that time?
I was separated.
And do you have children, sir?
I do.
Tell me about the types of things that you and Anna did in the course of your relationship.
Not all of them.
We would go out to dinner, go to bars. She would accompany me to functions. I have a boat in Annapolis. She would come sailing with me.
Did you go to concerts? End up
We
on a
did a
Jumbotron?
couple of fitness dates together, see movies, those sorts of things.
You said movies?
Yes.
He said fitness
And you
dates.
said fitness dates. What do you mean by fitness dates?
I'm unfamiliar, sir.
Anna was very
Going to
active.
CrossFit together?
Physically.
Running, biking?
Being in shape was very important to her. I hosted a outdoor yoga event, and she had attended on multiple occasions.
When you say
I wasn't sure if he was euphemistically saying that in court or not. I was just curious if he really meant yoga or other things.
Anna was very active, what do you mean by that?
She was very focused on staying in shape,
Fitness.
sort of recovering from her multiple pregnancies, getting her figure back. She was really, trying to dial everything in and be as active as possible.
Did she exercise?
She did.
Did you see her exercise?
Yes.
What kind of exercise did she do?
She had a home.
While I would generally hate and abhor a focus on a woman's fitness, and the phrase getting your figure back really pisses me off on a lot of levels because your bones actually move when you have kids. But that aside, I would normally be incredibly critical. But if the defense is going to try to say that she spontaneously died in her sleep, speaking to the fact that she is healthy, she exercised, she had exercised easily, she was monitoring her health regularly. If something had been wrong, the type of person who would go to the doctor and not, sit on it and be like, this has been bugging me for 4 years, it's fine. It goes to the defense, and it needs to go to the defense. So the defense is saying she spontaneously died in her sleep, and conversations regarding her health and activity levels are going to matter. However, again, having an affair, don't have an affair, leave. But it does not change what the defendant may or may not have done, but it may be motive, right? So the conversation about her affair and her future plans and what the defendant might know might go into, did the defendant see all these text messages and just absolutely lose his mind and commit this murder? We'll see. But I bet we're going to hear about the text messages. So the health goes to the defense. The affair goes to murder. And that's why it is relevant and being discussed in court. We don't often hear this type of discussion around the victim, but it's appropriate in this case for that reason. So that's why we're here, chat, just to head off some of the questions about why does any of this matter? That's why. Also, now we're all just dead curious. We just want to know.
Gym that she worked out in. I believe there was a treadmill and some weights and a small weight bench there. And then the yoga classes we discussed. I also think she may have taken a couple Pilates or other yoga classes on her own.
So how often would you see Anna Walshe in the course of your relationship?
Typically 2 to 3 times a week.
And would you see each other on the weekends?
Yes, when she was in Washington.
And how often would you and Anna communicate once your relationship became intimate?
Pretty much daily.
And how would you and Anna communicate with each other?
Phone calls, text messages, and a private messenger through Instagram.
Right into the DMs,
Did
yeah?
she use a cell phone?
Yes.
And how many cell phones did you contact her on?
1.
Did you know her to use more than one cell phone?
I did not.
How about you? How many cell phones did you use?
Just 1.
And the cell phone,
Y'all, I am watching to see how often he looks over at the defendant sitting there looking at him, because I can imagine the way the defendant might be looking at him.
number that you used to communicate with Anna. Do you remember that number?
Not off the top of my head, but I know it was a 617 number.
If I said the number to you, would you recognize the number?
Yes.
Do you recognize 617-599-7966?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
Did Anna use social media?
She did.
How do you know that she used social media?
She was a
I
frequent
DM'd her on the gram.
Instagram poster.
And when you say frequent, what was her practice or custom with social media?
Typically, I'd say at least once or twice a week.
Any other
Laughs in internet. She was a frequent poster on Instagram, 1 to 2 times a week. Giggles in internet.
platforms that she used?
I think she had a Facebook account.
And did you comment on her posts?
I did.
And did you comment on her post using your name,
Yes, I did.
your full name?
Whatever. Yes, that my account's under.
Are those still there?
So the townhouse that you sold,
I'm
Anna,
listening, chat.
is that where she lived?
It is.
And did you go inside of that townhouse after she moved into it?
Just curious.
I had.
And did you ever stay overnight at that townhouse?
I did not.
Did she ever stay at your home in DC overnight?
She did.
So talking about her townhouse, you said it was 4 floors?
Yes.
And that's starting like the garage level.
I'm going to have to come back to this.
The garage was at street level, and then there was an elevated parlor, and then 2 bedroom levels above that.
And that parlor level is where the kitchen would?
I'm going to come back and look at the IG later because a lot of her more recent posts have a lot of conversation about this case. So the comments are postmortem, so it's going to get a little bit harder to find, but her Instagram is still up.
Have been?
Correct.
And what had she done about, was the home furnished?
Yes.
And how was
He
the,
had furnished it.
okay, and how was the home furnished?
She had settled in very quickly. It was important to her to nest as quickly as possible. So she had fully furnished it. She had built out the home gym, which I had mentioned earlier, furniture on the main level, the owner's bedroom, and 3 bedrooms upstairs that were for the children.
And what has she done to furnish the bedrooms for the children?
She had acquired beds, accessory furniture.
I mean, law enforcement did tell us that.
I think she had the rooms painted. She may have even gone as far as buying some individual items, clothes, toys, whatnot.
Did you ever meet Anna's 3 children?
I did not.
What did Anna tell you about where her children were?
Her children were living in Massachusetts.
What did Anna tell you about why her children were not with her?
She told me that her children were with their father, Brian Walshe, up in Massachusetts, and that they were there because his home confinement was predicated on him being the primary caregiver.
Oh. That's some new information. Can you picture Brian Walsh's lawyer? But Your Honor, you can't keep him in custody pending sentencing. He has to be home. He's the primary caregiver. I mean, they also had a nanny and his mom, but he's the primary caregiver. She's working in DC. He has to be the primary caregiver because it predicates him staying out of custody on house arrest. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, but she told him that, and why else would she tell him that? He's just a dad, y'all. You know, just a soccer dad.
When did Anna tell you that?
Fairly early on. She had attempted to apply for a insurance policy, blanket coverage policy for her house. And the company she had reached out to was unwilling to underwrite the policy.
Because of him?
And they had disclosed to her that it was because of Brian's history.
Fraud cases.
What did Anna tell you about how she felt about her children not being with her?
Insurance companies get a wee bit picky about the fraud. Yeah, they were real sensitive about fraud convictions.
In DC.
Initially, she felt that it was something necessary for her to get through, but as time came on, it became a significant issue for her. It deeply upset her, and
I stepped on the prosecutor's question.
What did Anna
So I'm gonna
tell
back
you
up.
about how she felt about her children not being with her in DC?
Initially, she felt that it was something necessary for her to get through, but as time came on, it became a significant issue for her. It deeply upset her, and in time, she was even despondent about it.
Jurors, I'm going to give you a mid-stream brief instruction. You're going to hear through this witness evidence of.
So the court's going to give a hearsay, et cetera, instruction. I love that Massachusetts does that. I really do. Pass the salt and pepper. Why does Emily say Animal Crossing situation in relation to the art fraud? Because it is a component of the game Animal Crossing where you have to buy art and pick the real ones from the fraudulent ones. And he was pled guilty to selling fake Warhols. So it's because it's a game component. So I love that the judge does that and reminds the jury, like, what you're hearing is not to prove the underlying thing is true. It's to prove what was said to him and for other purposes.
Anna Walsh's state of mind. And it is limited to the purpose of establishing her state of mind as may be relevant to the defendant's motives in this case. Evidence cannot be considered as proof of the criminal act that is charged in this case. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. What do you mean despondent?
She was deeply upset about it. She was troubled. I think she was concerned about her role.
As to, I think.
All right. Restate the question and I'll.
What do you mean by despondent? and he's trying to explain someone else's feelings. The objection is to speculation as trying to explain someone else's state of mind, but she was away from her kids more than she was with them. I can imagine that would be incredibly difficult with the amount that she's working. It's hard. I always feel bad when I'm traveling away from my kids for work and do everything I can to make sure work doesn't coincide with family events and say no to a lot of things so it doesn't, because I'm lucky to be able to have the choice to do that. Not everybody does. And I can imagine Anna's frustration as being the primary breadwinner, looking at a spouse that's potentially going to have almost $500,000 in restitution and potentially go to prison and try to work as much as she's working, and then be the primary caregiver and the solo parent if he's in prison. So his decisions would definitely, I mean, prior to this case, obviously, his decisions would definitely have been a huge stressor and impact on her, and probably a part of why she chose to maybe take the other job so she would have that autonomy and financial stability given him. And the kids, you know, Brian Walshe isn't going to or Anna Walshe isn't going to agree to put a 6-year-old, a 4-year-old, and a 2-year-old on a plane by themselves, and Brian can't bring the kids to DC. She has to go back and forth to see them. That's hard. I can understand understand her being despondent about that because, well, that's really hard.
I have the answer.
What do you mean despondent?
Anna felt deeply disappointed that she wasn't in a position to be the mother the children deserved.
Did she tell you she discussed the children not being with her, with Brian?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
It was a point of contention for them. Brian's attorney had...
May we approach sidebar?
Yes, you may.
I had to back that up. Spicy.
What did she tell you?
It was a point of contention for them. Brian's attorney had...
Oh, I got to back up to the question. I got to back up 2 more. It goes to Anna's state of mind, though.
The children deserved.
That's why the hearsay is coming in. It goes to state of mind.
Did she tell you she discussed the children not being with her, with Brian?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
It was a point of contention for them. Brian's attorney had...
May we approach sidebar?
Yes, you may.
Yeah, anytime you've got a witness saying, Brian said, his attorney said. So we're going to get into a lot of layers of hearsay. The hearsay is being allowed for the purpose of Anna Walsh's state of mind. Anna Walshe is deceased. She is not here to tell us what she was thinking and what was going on in her life. But the people that she spoke to can, it's an exception. So that's why we're here. Rebecca wants to know in the chat, said, OMG, Emily, I just subscribed to Incogni. Already almost 400 records have been captured. Right? Is what I use. You know, I only pick sponsors of stuff that I use and love. So that is one of them. I imagine the Brian's lawyer said, but then again, you have the attorney-client privilege between Brian and lawyer, and then you have the spousal privilege between Brian and Anna that Brian can assert. But then you've kind of violated the attorney-client privilege by telling Anna, and then Anna told her boyfriend, affair partner, Paramore, to keep it consistent with Corey Richins. So telling the spouse you've got spousal privilege, even if you violate the attorney-client privilege, an interesting question. But it goes to her state of mind, what Brian is telling her. It might not be true that his attorney told him that. It's a really interesting, question wrapped in privilege, wrapped in more privilege, wrapped in an enigma inside a riddle, and cash is where we're at. A long sidebar. I'm not surprised, but that's a long sidebar. That's an interesting evidentiary question. I'm curious to see what happens next. curious. Where do we go next? Who said it's a privileged
Did you
turducken?
keep your relationship with Anna secret?
And they're moving on. It's a privileged turducken. Thank you, Chris. Did you keep your affair secret? Well, we went out to dinner. We went to events. We went to work out. We were very public, just public in DC. So they moved on from that.
I did not know.
Did you tell people about your relationship with Anna?
Yes,
Did you socialize together with any of Anna's friends?
we did not.
Did you socialize with any of your friends?
We did.
Did Anna ever discuss with you telling Brian Walshe about her relationship with you?
Yes. Anna felt it was really important that when Brian was to find out about the relationship, that she would hear it from her. She had expressed great concern, and I think she felt it would be a strike against her integrity if he found out a different way.
Was she waiting for him to go to prison?
So
Was she waiting for him to go to prison?
at some point, did your relationship become more serious?
It did.
When would you say that your relationship became more serious?
In the early to mid-summer, around July.
And how would you describe it?
Anna had traveled to Massachusetts for Brian's sentencing, and the expectation was that she was going to be able to bring the children and him back to Washington, D.C. following a favorable sentencing for his art fraud issues. And that sentencing was delayed because of investigations of
Objection, Your Honor.
Yes, sustained.
At that point,
It's fair that it was sustained. Brian Walshe talked about it in his interview kind of vaguely, and I think they might have redacted some of that out. But Anna seems to have told him like she's telling him everything. Like all of her husband's tea. She is telling him everything. But the sentencing was delayed because there were more investigations into Brian Walshe federally for fraud shit, is my understanding.
were you seeing other people?
Prior to that, yes,
And at that point, did you stop seeing other people?
I did.
And did you begin spending holidays together?
Yes,
Oh,
And did you spend Thanksgiving together of 2022?
we did.
yeah.
And what plans did you and Anna have for Thanksgiving of 2022?
We had planned a trip to Dublin, Ireland together.
And when did you get to Dublin?
I believe we left on the 23rd or 24th of November.
Did you fly together to Dublin?
We did,
And how long were you in Dublin?
until the 27th.
And then where did Anna go after Dublin?
She flew to Serbia to see her mother via Paris.
I'm sorry, via Paris, you said?
Yes.
Charles de Gaulle Airport. We saw all the airport codes. I want to know if Walshe knew that she was vacationing in Dublin before she saw her mother, or if Walshe thought that she was just with her mother. Hanlaw said, was she separated from Brian? Not to any of our knowledge. It doesn't seem that Brian thought they were separated, and it doesn't seem that she told them they were separated. They were living separately due to her work, but it doesn't seem that in the relationship they had talked about being separated. It seemed that she was cheating, and Brian did not know that she was talking to Fastow beyond anything other than real estate. So.
And where did you go after Dublin?
Also, if Anna was separated, he would be allowed to testify that she told him that, if she told him that, and it hasn't come up yet.
I returned to Washington.
And did you and Anna have plans for Christmas Eve?
Yes.
And what did you do for Christmas Eve?
We drove out to Annapolis to have dinner with friends of mine.
Is this when she missed her flight home? She told Brian she was working late. She missed Christmas Eve and Christmas with her kids. Because then the flight Christmas morning got canceled and she didn't get home till like 8. Did she miss her flight because she was with you?
And where did you have dinner?
The Annapolis Yacht Club.
And where did you and Anna go after dinner in Annapolis?
She was supposed to go to the airport.
We went back to my home in Washington.
And did you spend the night there together?
We did.
And what did you do on Christmas morning?
It had snowed the night before, so Anna's flight had been delayed or canceled. She left because I was taking custody of my children either later that day or the next day in anticipation of taking a winter vacation with them.
That makes me so sad.
And do you...
And to be fair, I'm really not sad for Brian in this. I'm really sad that this was her last Christmas with the kids. She didn't know that. Of course she didn't. But that makes me really sad for the kids. Northwest said she had to work. The 24th flight was always on Christmas Day. Brian reported that that flight was the 24th. But when we looked at the airline records, they, I think, showed that she was booked for the 24th, but the flight the 25th got canceled. The flight on the 24th did not cancel because we looked at the airline records. Was that only yesterday? So, tough.
Do you know where Anna went on Christmas Day?
She eventually ended up driving back to Massachusetts.
And I'm sorry?
I didn't say anything.
Oh, sorry. So she went to Massachusetts to Cohasset?
Yes, I believe so.
And did you and Anna discuss how Brian Walshe reacted to Anna not being in Cohasset on Christmas Eve?
Not well.
And getting there later.
I'm going to have to review the flight information because I know they talked about what flight she was booked. Her flight canceled Christmas morning. That flight canceled. Brian told law enforcement that she was supposed to come home the 24th. That might not be true. It might be true that she was always scheduled to fly out on Christmas morning and that's the flight that canceled. I just don't quite remember how it came out in the airline records from yesterday. I'll go review it at the end of the day today. I made a note.
On Christmas Day.
She told me that they had an argument about it and there were some points of contention.
I bet. He talked about it with law enforcement too.
Did you and Anna discuss any stressors about that, or any stressors in her marriage to Brian?
The biggest stressor was his inability to resolve his criminal case. And
that's not what he says. But I imagine that that was a massive stressor.
The fact that because of that, she couldn't be with her children and bring them back to Washington, D.C. And the fact that it felt like it was holding up her life.
I bet it did.
Was there any
Truly.
discussion about credit cards?
Yes.
And what was that?
Anna was the primary breadwinner with her job in Washington. And one evening, she was looking through her credit card statement and had found numerous charges that Brian had made. And they had had a conversation about it that was heated. It was about some sports memorabilia that he had purchased for some sort of sports memorabilia business.
What?
When was the last time, I'm sorry, were you and Anna making plans to go on any other trips in 2023?
Yes. I was in Idaho with my children for New Year's, was flying back to Washington, D.C., and we had planned to celebrate New Year's together on the 4th.
And were you going to go?
The day he finally reported her missing? That day? The day he reported her missing, you were planning to celebrate New Year's together the day he was missing? Was that in your text messages? Did he know that you were planning to be together on the 4th? Is that why he called her work? Because you certainly would have noticed if she didn't show up on the 4th. So is that why he called her work in the morning and then was talking to law enforcement on the 4th? Because he didn't call on the 1st, and he didn't call on the 2nd, and he didn't call on the 3rd. He called on the 4th. Is that a weird coincidence? Or did he know? Because if he knew, the jury has, I think, fewer dots to connect.
To any other locations together, any vacation locations?
While we were communicating over New Year's, we had talked about doing a trip to New York City. Tishman Speyer, the company that Anna works for, has an ownership interest in Rockefeller Center. So she had mentioned wanting to go to New York, and we had discussed it. I think we may have even planned it at one point. But I was concerned coming back from Idaho that I would need to be back on the job, and I didn't want to commit to travel before coming back to the office.
So you said you went to Idaho. When was that?
I left early morning, December 27th.
And did you communicate with Anna while you were in Idaho?
I did.
And how did you communicate?
Through text message and through Instagram.
And how did you communicate through Instagram?
Through the private messenger feature.
And what is the private messenger feature?
DMs!
Within the application of Instagram.
They're DMs. You were DMing. Just,
you can send a private message to users.
In
chat, I'm putting up a poll because this case is stressful. I'm putting up a poll because I want to know how many of you do this too. I totally do this. I'm not judging one way or the other. Truly. I'm asking you in the poll, do you have conversations with the same person across multiple apps? I consider your phone text an app for this question. Are you texting and DMing and sending memes in multiple places? I'm asking. Here's the poll. All right, let's continue.
Did you voluntarily provide text messages from between you and Anna to the Commonwealth?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, may we be seen at sidebar?
You may.
Keep reading, Emily. This would have been the perfect time to put up the poll. I do it all the time, by the way. This is a daily thing. All right, we're gonna zoom a little bit. I appreciate the witness trying not to he is just staring at the ceiling and trying not to stare down the defendant. I appreciate it. I also appreciate that he is not just oozing hostility towards the defendant on the stand. It's his demeanor is appreciated. But he did roll up and sit down with his leg crossed going, "What's up now, homie?" There was definitely a moment of that. So the defense and prosecutors are at sidebar discussing what, if any, text messages between Fastow and Anna Walshe are going to be coming in. I like Miss Gilman's hair clip. I was just distracted by that. A long sidebar. All right. And I think the demeanor of, I wonder if I think the jury's going out for the morning break then. I think the demeanor is appropriate. He is not radiating hostility. He seems truly deeply sad. And I think that is appropriate.
Use facilities.
Derision, yes. Sadness.
All right, to the court, please. Jurors, close your notebook. Follow me.
Yeah, that makes sense. Jury out. This is a great point. Alley Cat in the chat said, funny. The Paramore was not speaking in past tense even now, yet her husband was right after she was missing. That's a very, very fair point. I'm curious if the court's going to do some of this in open court or if they're going to take a break.
I'll give you a few minutes to take a look at the proposed redactions, and when you're ready for me to come back out on the bench to address those, I'm happy to.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Well, we're at the morning break of day 4, and the victim's paramour lover has taken the stand, and we are just about to get to the text messages. And they went to sidebar, and then the court sent the jury out on morning break because there's still things being redacted. So we are still waiting for those text messages to see what they say. But one of the things that I found interesting from the early testimony of Mr. William Fastow was that he and Anna had decided they were going to celebrate New Year's on January 4th when they were both back in DC. Happens to be the same day that Brian Walshe, after numerous days of no communication with Anna, decided to call her work and see if she happened to be there. Is that date a coincidence? Or was Brian Walshe receiving her messages, and did he know that she was going to miss meeting up with William on the 4th because he had seen that in their communications? I'm very curious. But we got to get to these texts, and the court might have to rule on things before we get to them, so we need to go back to court. Let's zoom together. Let's all zoom. Zoom. And chat, just for you. Here we go. While we're zooming, it's the OnlyFans. Hey, maybe it's the OnlyFans paramour. You know? Maybe this is the OnlyFans paramour. This is OnlyFan 2.0 in the other courtroom. This OnlyFan has some windows that aren't all covered up by curtains because they're so freaking high up. The other OnlyFan, it's the OOF. Or it's the what, other people's fans? No, we can't OPP it. OOF. So, all right. It looks like the witness is coming back in. Did the court rule on anything? I don't think so. No, I don't think the court ruled on anything when they came in. They might have gone to sidebar again, but I did not see the court take the bench and rule on anything. So the witness is coming back in. Yeah, the OOF. The other OnlyFans.
Just hold up the jurors so the witness can get in the witness box so we're not having an intersection here.
Look at a big notebook, counsel. I like the wide leg pants, though. I'm enjoying counsel.
Thank you. All right, so the court, please. Jurors entering.
All right, jury's coming in. Claire, I've seen this note from a lot of you. A lot of you said YouTube Wrap did not account for all the live streams. I have sent out some questions to ask YouTube how that happened, because I've seen so many comments from y'all that YouTube Wrap did not account for live stream viewing. So I have questions. They always forget about us. So I'm going to go with better luck next year on that. It is the first year they're rolling out a Wrapped like that that's not just for music. Though on music, you might get the podcast accounted for. If you check your YouTube music, you might see it there. We'll see. And they redacted things over the break.
You may.
Mr. Fastow, do you recognize that document?
Yes, these are the text messages that I provided law enforcement.
A lot of paper.
Thank you. And who are these text messages with?
They're between Anna Walshe and myself.
I'd ask that this be the next exhibit.
Subject to the prior objections. Any new objections?
No, Your Honor.
The text message packet, how many pages is it?
Do you think the
I'll
jury
have
is
somebody
sitting
count
there just going, get
43
to the
pages.
texts?
43 pages of text messages
That's how I feel.
between Anna Walshe and William Fastow are now in evidence as Exhibit 145.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, if I might again approach the witness and stand there for one moment.
You may.
Get to the text.
Mr. Fastow, this is a printout that you gave, correct?
Yes.
And
Did you go to the
could
FBI
just
to get
tell
those
us,
texts?
Who's in the blue and who's in the gray?
Anna Walshe is in the gray. My messages are in the blue.
Thank you. And in the course of this, you and Anna text some pictures as well. Is that right?
That's correct.
And
I really hope counsel answers the question that he also has an iPhone and they were actually iMessaging one another. I hope that they have that conversation at some point.
going to page 40.
Yes.
What is that a picture of?
That's a toothbrush that Anna had given me that she had left at my house, and I had packed it to bring with me to Idaho.
And what does that toothbrush say on it?
It says Cohasset Dental.
Okay.
And sir, these text messages also discuss intimacy. Is that right?
Yes, I believe so.
And your trip to Dublin?
Yes.
And
Okay.
you also received a photograph, which is in that, well, you received several other photographs, which are in those text messages from Anna, and one of them is on.
Counsel sounds like she is very carefully tiptoeing around a difficult and fraught area, because you don't want to be crass and you do need to know the victim's state of mind, and it's difficult. So counsel is really tiptoeing around, and probably what was just recently redacted, to not step into any of that. But counsel is trying, but you can tell that she is tiptoeing with the pacing on this for sure. But yes, I am wondering if these texts will be more or less cringe than the texts in the Reed case. But then again, judge lest ye be judged, how cringy one's texts are. But it's probably a good reminder that you never know when your text might end up in court. And I don't think they ever found Anna's phone because they are recovering these texts from him. And if they just had a forensic extraction of her phone, they would just have that. So I don't know if they ever recovered her phone. That's not been made clear one way or the other. I could have just left this running. So, but yeah, the blue to gray text seemed to me that they should be iMessages because otherwise they would be green. But they need to
Apologize, Your Honor.
they need to clean that up, I think. I think they could have subpoenaed her iCloud. I don't know if they chose to. Katie,
One
thank
of
you so
them
much. I love hearing your
is
experience
with her son.
Incogni.
Is
That's
that right?
awesome.
One of the pictures?
Yes.
Yes.
I like to be
And
helpful.
she sent you that, and it says Anna and her son. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know if they
she's
did.
showing you something that he made her. Is that right?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
May I approach her?
You may.
Oh, Alexis, I'm sorry. Alexis said 200 of my emails were entered in court in a DV case against
And
my
is-
ex. It was humiliating,
is that
but I won.
photo?
It's hard.
Yes.
And is that the next she's trying to show you?
Yes.
I'd ask that this be the next exhibit.
I wonder if that's a
Objection, Your
new.
Honor.
It will be marked, the photo will be marked and admitted as Exhibit 146.
There's a necklace that's really prominent on her Instagram feed that
And Your Honor, this
becomes prominent.
blurred per the court's instructions.
So I'm wondering
Yes,
if
so
that
can I
was a newer
just see it
purchase.
quickly?
Because there are a number of posts
Right.
on her
So,
Instagram
can I see?
in early to mid-November with her wearing like a Tiffany smile necklace, and then it changes to like a fairly prominent Gucci necklace. So I'm wondering if, because that's prominent in her Instagram. Emily, why are you telling us? Chat, will you indulge me for 30 seconds? Indulge me for 30 seconds, because now the court, they want to approach to talk about the photo with the necklace. So indulge me for just a moment. And I'll just show you what I'm looking at real quick. So, because I was curious. So I just pulled it up. So indulge me for one moment. There are photos of her kids on her Instagram that is still public that I'm going to try to avoid a bit. But we are not going to be able to avoid them entirely. This photo is the one I was just talking about. It is a more Tiffany smile-shaped necklace from November 15th, 2022. And then after that photo, you have photos of her in Belgrade with a new necklace that's fairly prominent in the rest of the photos. So this is from November 28th, 2022 in Belgrade, Serbia. This is over Thanksgiving. So I don't know if that was a gift between them, but that is the necklace that becomes prominent on her Instagram. Also, I shared this in the Lawnard Lounge last night, but this watch is in the photos from yesterday that were recovered from that dumpster. So that is the photo that I saw in the news media yesterday, and then went to look at her Instagram because I saw that watch, Hermes watch, that we heard him talk about in law enforcement interviews, and that's the H on the face of the watch. So we saw that. I saw that when I was searching for something else regarding this case yesterday, and then shared it with the Lawnard Lounge, because then I was like, oh, that's the watch we just saw in the photos. And then when I say prominent, there are a few more photos of her with this necklace, fairly prominent in November. So I'm wondering if that necklace is what they are talking about. A number of you are asking about her ring. I do not know. The photos that are on Instagram. There are a number of them where that ring is fairly prominent, but that necklace is not on any of those photos until November. So until mid-November. So I wonder if that was a gift. She also made that photo, the one I just showed you, her profile picture with that necklace displayed really prominently. Easy to see, necklace, watch, ring, jewelry. If that's a gift from him, I imagine that that's maybe a problem. So I guess we'll see. I'm curious about the photo of the necklace.
Counsel at the side of the bench.
So I'm curious. So they're approaching.
Face. Walshe's face is blurred out. It wasn't that way in the original, but it's irrelevant to your decision making. So that's why I've instructed that it be blurred. All right, thank you. So that's why I've instructed that it be blurred. All right. Walshe's face is blurred out. It wasn't that way in the original, but it's irrelevant to your decision making. So that's why I've instructed that it be blurred. All right, thank you.
So they are blurring her.
That now be published for the jury.
You may publish it.
They are blurring, it sounds like, her face out of the photo. I guess we'll see what photo it is. This was from the text messages.
Thank you.
Was that a totally different necklace? Did we side quest improperly? We might have.
She also,
And they didn't even show it. Hold on. The camera didn't pan fast enough to see the photo. Emily, are you investigating? Yes. I can't tell from that. But the faces are blurred out of that photo, but it's a photo with her holding up a necklace. I don't know if that's the same one or not. So we'll see. I'll go hunt down that photo later. It'll be somewhere. Oh, that picture is definitely not.
she also
Brian.
sends you a photo on New Year's Eve as well.
She did.
I want to see that one.
You may.
I would like to see the photo of New Year's Eve for sure.
I ask if you recognize this photograph.
Yes.
And what is this a photograph of?
This is a picture of Anna, our mutual friend Jen Mutlu, and one of her children.
I ask that this be.
What of Jen's
next.
children or one of Anna's children?
Any objection?
None, Your Honor.
The photo of Anna Walsh, Jem Mutlu, and the minor child are now in evidence as Exhibit
Oh, Jem.
147.
No, because that was from New Year's Eve when Jem was at the house. Yes, I heard Jen, not Jem this time. And that's where I got confused.
Photograph is not redacted the child, so I'm not going to publish it at this time.
Okay.
All right, they're not publishing that photo because the children aren't redacted.
When did you plan to return from Idaho?
I was scheduled and I left on January 3rd.
And when did you return from Idaho?
I believe I came back very early the morning of January 4th. I think it was probably right around like midnight or 1 or 2 a.m.
And did you have plans to celebrate New Year's with Anna?
I
Yeah,
did.
he already said that.
And when did you make those plans?
We had a whole tangent.
When I was in Idaho and she was in Cohasset.
And what were your plans for? When were your plans for?
Our plans were to have dinner on January 4th to celebrate New Year's and discuss our 1, 3, 5, and 10-year plans.
There was an agenda for the meeting.
And what had you and Anna discussed about your future together?
We'd had a number of conversations about what a life together might look like, what merging two families would look like, how that might work.
Also, I have no problem with a 1, 3, and 5-year plan. I think it's fantastic. I just think you should leave your marriage before that. And that's my own. I know that that is more complicated than just saying that. This is a complicated situation. But they were absolutely talking about what their future plans were. And if he saw those texts, does it change things for you beyond beyond text of an intimate relationship, which may be different than someone with 1, 3, 5-year plan or 10-year plan? Just having an intimate affair with someone, different than I am going to go build a life with this person. And that might change the motive too. People overcome infidelity. But is it different if it becomes apparent to Brian Walshe that this goes beyond infidelity and she is planning to leave him and build a new life with someone else and blend their families? Does that maybe change things in the eyes of the jurors? Who knows? Does it change the financial motive? Maybe. We'll see.
But I had always said to Anna that she needed to figure out how she wanted things to be with Brian.
Yep.
And what she wanted to look like for her life.
Agree.
Before, we could make any sort of commitments or decisions.
Agree. Yeah,
And
agree.
did you have dinner reservations for January 4th?
I did.
Did you
Sorry,
have
that was-
dinner on January 4th?
I did not.
My
What
eyes
was the
up.
last contact that you had with Anna Walshe?
I received a text message from Anna. It was a Happy New Year's message right around the stroke of midnight on New Year's Eve, East Coast time.
Did you respond to her?
I believe I did.
And then did you send her anything?
The following day, I had sent her a photo of me showing one of my children how to ski. I had sent her, I think, a waving hand emoji. I think I'd sent a question mark query.
Right.
And then
You
a
haven't
couple of other
responded.
texts over the next day or two that went that were not responded to.
Yeah.
Did you try calling her?
I did.
When was that?
I believe I tried calling her on January 2nd, and it went straight to voicemail. I tried that
Did
a
that
couple
normally
times,
happen?
and then I called her from a landline, thinking that she may have
Did that normally happen? Did it normally go to voicemail or no?
blocked my cell phone.
Oh.
Did she-
That makes sense. And then I called from a landline thinking she might have blocked my cell phone. That makes sense. So I'm guessing it was unusual that it went straight to voicemail.
That a couple times, and then I called her from a landline, thinking that she may have blocked my cell phone.
Did she ever answer you?
She did not.
And
Were you
then what?
concerned?
I was.
Did you have any contact with Brian Walshe after you sold the townhouse to Anna?
I may have had a call or two with him discussing the townhouse. I don't really recall. It would have been dealing with property matters. And then he called me on January 4th.
And did you
Sorry,
answer
was
that
me.
call?
I did not.
What did you do?
I pushed the call to my voicemail.
Why'd you do that?
I was in an intimate relationship with his wife. I had not heard from her in several days. And frankly, I was concerned that maybe he had found out and was calling to confront me.
Did he leave you a voicemail?
Did they say what day this was? The 4th. I thought that's what they said. I can imagine from what he's thinking, she's not responding. She's not answering. Maybe she blocked my number. So he's thinking maybe shit hit the fan, not in this way, obviously, but maybe she blocked me. And then he's calling me. Given the fact that she wasn't answering, maybe she blocked him because he's like, oh, something's gone down. That's a real honest assumption. And here's what I appreciate about this witness. He's not trying to make it seem like more. I don't feel like he's giving us his testimony in hindsight of trying to make it seem like Brian Walshe did something. He is able to parse his feeling and tell us what he thought in the moment, not what he might think now, because I'm sure he thinks something differently now. And I appreciate that. It's very candid.
I did not.
What did you do?
I pushed the call to my voicemail.
Why'd you do that?
I was in an intimate relationship with his wife. I had not heard from her in several days. And frankly, I was concerned that maybe he had found out and was calling to confront me.
Did he leave you a voicemail?
No.
Did you call him back?
I did not, but he called me a few hours later again.
When was that?
A few hours after the initial call. So maybe mid-morning, noonish. I couldn't tell exactly.
And did you answer that second call?
No, I pushed that to voicemail as well.
Oh boy.
Did Brian Walshe leave you a voicemail?
The second time he did.
And did you provide that voicemail to law enforcement?
We have
Yes,
the
I did.
voicemail? Your Honor, I'd like to mark as evidence whatever's next in order, the voicemail.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the voicemail be the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
The voicemail message from Brian Walshe to William Fastow is now in evidence.
Chad, I need your help. Sorry, I know we all want to hear the voicemail. Chad, I need your help. If you don't think that this person is anything but her realtor, sold Anna the condo in March, why are you calling the realtor that sold the condo in March the day that you reported her missing to the police? Is the realtor, the day that you're freaking out that you can't find your spouse, is the realtor the person you call? I get calling work and bestie and sister and parent. But the realtor? Who he's never met and has talked to on the phone a handful of times? Why are you calling the realtor?
Exhibit 148.
Let's hear the voicemail. We might have to hear it twice.
I'd ask Ms. Gilman to play that now.
Emily, there wouldn't be so much anticipation if you didn't keep pausing. I know. And now I'm like, Miss Gilman, roll it. We want to hear it.
Good afternoon, William. It's Brian Walshe. I hope all is going well. I was just reaching out to basically everybody I could. Anna hasn't been in touch for a few days. I spoke to work today. She hasn't been in. They went to the house and she wasn't there, or it was like she's been there recently. So just wondering if you've spoken to her in the near, recently, like Sunday or the last 2 days. Just so let me know, or if you know anyone that might have had contact with her, calling everyone. So sorry to bother you. Sure, everything's fine. And you can reach me at 617-939-8646. Thanks.
I don't know what I expected, but I don't think it was that.
What did you do after receiving that voicemail, sir?
I don't know what I expected, but I don't know if it was that.
I immediately called Brian back.
Sorry to bother you.
And what happened when you called Brian back?
I told him that I was concerned. We had discussed that Anna had been missing since New Year's Day. And I was actually driving at the time that I made the call. I told him that I was nearby the house and that I could stop by the house and check to see if she was there, if that would be beneficial.
He said they'd already checked the house.
And what did you, did you do that?
I did.
Did he have a key?
And how did you get into the house?
Brian provided me the garage code. I opened the garage and entered the garage bay underneath the house.
And was there a car in the garage?
There was not.
Was there usually a car in the garage?
Anna usually parked in the garage, yes.
And did Anna have a car?
Yes.
Do you know what kind?
I believe it was a
VW?
Volkswagen Taos.
Did she have one car, two cars, if you know?
Was her car parked at the airport? Can someone close this loop? Not chat. I want them to do it in the trial. But where was the car? Remember, we heard from the coworker that went over earlier in the day and went into the garage with the garage code that Brian gave them, and the door between the garage and the home was locked and they couldn't get in. So I don't know if he has a key to get from the garage to the home or if that happened later.
Just one car that I know of.
Do you know, did you look inside the house?
I checked the door leading from the garage to the house. That door was locked, so I couldn't enter the house.
Did you notice any damage to the house?
I did not.
And what did you do after going to the house?
I called Brian, let him know that there was no sign that she was there, that her car wasn't there. It didn't look like anyone had been home. And then I actually came back later that evening and checked the garage again in the hopes that she might have shown up.
And did you see anything at that time?
No, it was the same.
It was unlocked when Cohasset police went there. I just don't know what happened in between that time because Cohasset police was there a few days later. So somebody went in the intervening time. I just don't know who. We haven't gotten to that order yet. So I just don't know. She drove to Mass, but we didn't
recognize that necklace.
We didn't hear, I'm interested about the necklace. We didn't hear that anyone in Mass talked anything about looking at her car either. So it's an open loop for me. I probably won't get over it until somebody answers it, honestly. I'm curious. I don't think it's significant. I'm just.
It is a Gucci pendant necklace that Anna wore frequently.
Thank you. I'd ask that this be the next exhibit.
Any objection?
Was that
None, Your
necklace
Honor.
recovered? That's the photo that we were just looking at from Instagram.
Marked and admitted as Exhibit 149.
Sorry, Your Honor.
That's the photo I shared yesterday. And they got the photo in evidence. The watch is also in that photo.
Do you recognize anything else in the photograph?
They want to know about the watch.
She's wearing a Cartier watch, which was her primary timepiece.
Wrong. That's an Hermes
And
watch. Wrong. That's wrong. That's not a Cartier watch at all.
I believe it's hard to tell with the resolution of the photo, but it looks like she is wearing her engagement ring.
Thank you very much.
Not a Cartier watch.
Your Honor, I'd ask that this be published to the jury. Again, this has been blurred at.
You may, and you can publish it electronically, and you can do it the old-fashioned way also.
I'd ask to do it the more modern way.
All right. Right ahead.
Thank you.
As you wish.
As you wish. Thank you, Your Honor. We are going to have to talk later about why the court might be blurring the victim's face. It is to not inflame sympathy of the jury. What they don't want the jury to do is be like, oh my God, this poor woman. However, it is not my favorite. And I can talk about that later. I think the jury should know that this is who the victim was. And I think sanitizing the victim out of their murder trial is a point of law that is consistently frustrating to me. Rexy Moto fair, gay men, no designers, straight men don't. If they work that into closing argument, it would be lovely. But I don't, I just,
Thank you.
it is part of fairness of trial. And it is something that I worked as a prosecutor. It's something I struggle with because it frustrates me really, really deeply. I understand.
You said that you had communicated with her after
But I hate it.
New Year's Eve. Did you only text her or did you also communicate through Instagram or other platforms?
I tried to call her through using the cell phone, the landline in Idaho. I sent her text messages.
Just to clarify, the photo is blurred for the jury. And when they get those photos, it will be blurred when it's given to them.
And I probably messaged her through Instagram, but I don't.
Sorry, I'm going to back this up and try to shake off my own frustration.
I tried to call her through using the cell phone, the landline in Idaho. I sent her text messages, and I probably messaged her through Instagram, but I don't recall.
No, I'm sorry. I'm specifically referring to when you texted her like Happy New Year at New Year's at midnight. Was that
Ask a better question, counsel.
on text message through Instagram or something else, if you remember?
It would have been text message or Instagram.
Okay. Thank you. And
Just look at the text
have
there.
you seen Anna Walsh since December 25th of 2022?
I have not.
Thank you, Mr. Fastow.
He looks genuinely upset.
Cross-exam.
You have the text messages in front of you. Just go to the text and ask him, is this the text message? They didn't ask him about the content of those texts. I imagine it will come up in cross. One thing we'll talk about before cross, some of the reason this is coming in is for state of mind. Some of the texts are coming in for timeline. I imagine that the cross, we'll see if it's spicy. The prosecutor was tiptoeing quite a lot. I think, or wish that they would have asked him about, do you have an iPhone? Were you iPhone to iPhone texting? Do you know what that's called? Do you know what it looks like if you're texting to a non-iPhone? I wish they would have asked. Maybe the defense will. And maybe it'll come up in redirect. But for the prosecution, it might also go to motive. And that's not to say that the actions of a victim negate what happens to them, but they have to explain motive and they have to explain why the defendant chose a homicide, and they don't have an autopsy or a cause of death. They have to try to explain the defendant's behavior. That does not excuse the defendant's behavior, but they have to try to explain the defendant's behavior. And so I wonder if we will actually see a gentler cross-examination to downplay this, to not have the jury think that this defendant was in a rage about an affair. Because they're arguing that she passed of natural causes in her sleep. They are not arguing heat of passion, sudden rage to try to negate the murder. So they're not trying to negate his behavior. They're trying to say He got rid of her, but he didn't kill her. So it'll be interesting to see which way they go with this cross-examination. So. Ashley, the texts were admitted. They just didn't read them. They were admitted. The jury will have them. They just weren't read into the record. They might be now.
You had mentioned that you met Anna Walshe, I guess, in the late winter, early spring of 2022?
Yes,
And you were introduced to her through a mutual friend, Jem Mutlu?
correct.
And Mr. Mutlu is also in the real estate?
I didn't connect that the first time. The mutual friend that was at their house on New Year's Eve is the one who introduced them. That's why she was sending the picture to him of the mutual friend that introduced them, who was at her house on New Year's Eve. I missed that before. My bad, chat. It took me, everyone pronounces Jem differently, and it took me a minute, but Jem Mutlu's the one that was at the house on New Year's with Brian and Anna. Okay. Oh, okay. Sorry, chat.
Business?
He is.
And at first you were introduced because
We'll see that them testify
Mrs.
too.
Walshe was looking for a property in the DC area to relocate her family.
Correct.
And you assisted her in, excuse me, finding the townhouse?
I did.
Okay. And when you were
Okay, chat, because a lot of you have asked, and there's a lot of you that have asked. All right, for everyone that asked, from what we know from this trial so far, Jem Mutlu previously employed Anna. She also works in the real estate realm. Previously employed Anna, is friends to Anna and Brian, was at the home with Anna and Brian on New Year's Eve going into New Year's Day and left after midnight. Don't sing. Left after midnight. You guys can sing. And she texted William a photo of her and Jem and one of her children on New Year's Eve when she was texting back and forth with him, which makes a lot more sense now because Jem was the mutual that introduced them. 10-10. I'm slower in this trial. I moved slowly in December. There hasn't been sun. But now okay. Now we're there. And I think it's Jem, GEM, the former employer. But they'll testify and then we'll know for sure.
looking or showing her that townhouse, at some point you FaceTime with Mr. Walshe, who was back in Boston, so he could see the property as well?
Yes.
And this was a property for the whole family?
Yes.
Okay. I think you said that quickly you guys became confidants?
Yes.
Okay. And when you say confidants, do you mean really good friends? Would you share secrets? Would you commiserate about being, hardworking? What do you mean by confidant?
We were both at very vulnerable times in our lives. I was dealing with a separation and what was soon to be a full-fledged divorce.
Okay.
And initially unbeknownst to me, but became quite obvious, is that she was dealing with a pretty substantial family legal trouble.
Okay. Let me start with, you had mentioned your separation. When you met Anna Walshe in that late winter, early spring, you were recently separated.
My wife and I had been estranged since late November to early December.
6 months.
I guess it would have been 2021.
So 6 months.
So just a few months.
Yeah.
Okay. And you had 2 young sons?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you had mentioned that Mrs. Walshe, Anna Walshe, had described an argument that she had with Brian Walshe about some charges on a credit card.
Yes.
So they had an argument about finances or money.
Yes.
Okay. During your marriage, did you ever have an argument or disagreement with your wife about finances or money?
Yes.
I mean, yes. People
You had
argue.
also mentioned that there was an argument I guess, on or around Christmas Day between Anna Walsh and Brian Walsh, right?
Yes.
Okay. And am I correct? Excuse me. Am I correct that this argument was because?
Look, I don't have a tremendous amount of empathy for Brian Walsh with a whole lot. I think that's been clear. But I can understand why Brian Walsh is like, yo, we have a 2-year-old, a 4-year-old, and a 6-year-old. It is New Year's Eve or Christmas Eve. Where are you? I 100% understand. That does not seem like an unreasonable thing to be frustrated with. Hey, where are you? Even if you're working a half day, get a laptop and get home. I understand that argument. I understand.
She was delayed in coming home?
Yes.
Christmas Day?
Yes.
Okay. And so it's Christmas Day. They have 3 sons and her flight gets canceled and she's late coming out, right?
Yes.
And so from what you talked to her about, that was upsetting to Mr. Walsh.
Yes.
I get that. That I get 100%.
The property that she purchased for the family, that was about $1.3 million?
Yes.
And was it paid for in cash? Was there a mortgage?
I believe there was a mortgage.
Okay. And it was a 4-floor townhouse?
Yes.
How many bedrooms?
4.
4. So 1 for each boy and then a master bedroom for Mr. Walsh and Anna Walsh?
Correct.
Okay. When you initially became friends with Anna Walsh, I think you said you would communicate with her through text message and Instagram?
Yes.
And Instagram, you said it's private. I think the kids say DM, you would DM each other?
Sure.
Okay.
Hello, fellow kids. I think the kids say DM. Polly said in the chat, heat of passion is also not an excuse. Heat of passion is a legal defense in mitigation. So it is a term of art that we can talk about later. It is not what the defense is arguing here, but it can mitigate out of a first degree to reduce the charge. So it is a legal term of art, not a colloquial justification, because we're still at the, don't murder. But there are things that take cases down a notch, and that can be one of them. So that's why we were talking about it.
So when you were communicating on Facebook, you weren't posting romantic, intimate messages on her public Facebook page?
I was not.
Okay. And I think you had told us that you would comment on her page, but would you comment like, love you, can't wait to see you soon? Or would it be something like, oh, fun night or great pic?
It was more the latter.
Okay. So they weren't flirtatious, open messages?
No.
Okay. And you had mentioned on her Instagram that I think, or maybe you didn't, she would post a lot.
Yes.
Okay. You were never in any of those photographs.
I believe that she referenced me in one of those photographs.
Like when she
had
closed on
attended
her
a yoga event that I had hosted.
Okay.
And she had posted a picture of herself at that event. And I believe that she had tagged me in that photo.
Well, you were the host, right?
Yes.
You set it up.
Yes.
So she went, it was like, hashtag thanks Will for yoga type thing.
Yes.
Okay. And your Instagram
not
page,
hashtag.
you weren't posting pictures of the two of you on that page.
I was not.
Okay.
No, obviously. I'm going to be
The
interested.
timeline of your relationship.
I'm going to be interested to see how much the defense tries to move the conversation to Facebook. Remember, the Facebook, whether it is Instagram or Facebook, is significant to the defense. And the defense is going to try to argue that this was being hidden and that Brian Walsh had no idea that this affair was happening.
With Anna, how quickly did it go from friends to more than friends?
Fairly quickly.
Bless you. So were you intimate with her after a week, after a month? When did you start becoming intimate?
To be honest, I don't remember the exact moment. But I know it was very shortly after her move to Washington, D.C.
Okay. You had mentioned, I think, that things had gotten more serious in July, so it had been going on for a few months at that point.
That's correct.
When did
So
she
from the
move
spring of
to
2022
DC?
through New Year's Eve of 2022, during your conversations or time with Anna Walsh, she never told you that Brian was suspicious of you.
I had asked Anna what Brian's reaction would be if she
My
ever found
question
out.
is not what you asked her. My question is, at no point did she ever come to you concerned and say, I think my husband knows I have an affair or he's suspicious of you?
We had one episode where Brian called me while we were out to dinner, and I showed the phone to Anna because it was unusual for Brian to call me. Anna then later called Brian, and Brian had claimed that one of their children had taken his phone and called me by accident. That would be the closest thing that had happened where we felt concerned that maybe Brian had found out.
So I guess I'm not asking if you felt concerned. I mean, you're having an illicit affair. You're always kind of concerned someone's going to find out, right?
I mean, that's kind of fair.
I mean,
Are you
I
going to answer?
My question to you is, did Anna ever text you or call you and say, look, I think Brian is suspicious that I'm having an affair?
Anna never texted or called me and said that she felt that Brian knew that we were having an affair.
You had mentioned that you had introduced or socialized with your friends and Anna Walsh.
Yes.
The friends that you had that you would socialize with Anna Walsh, they weren't connected to Brian in any way.
No. Except
I'm just checking. Oops, the kid called. We've seen Brian a couple times say, oh, my kid saw his mom leave, my kid this. But does it kind of give away that they're together if Anna calls and they're talking about why Brian called this dude? I don't know.
for Jem Mutlu.
Okay. And did Jem Mutlu ever come to DC?
He did not, but we had correspondence.
Okay. And
Did he know?
as far as you know, well, let me ask you this. You didn't tell Jem Mutlu about your relationship with Anna.
I don't recall.
You don't recall. Okay.
So maybe?
I never told Jem Mutlu about your relationship.
I'm sorry, is that a question?
It sure is.
Oh, shit.
I don't know what Anna told Jem Mutlu or what she didn't.
So Jem Mutlu was the reason you guys met, right?
Correct.
You guys, or you were good friends?
I would say that we were professional associates.
Okay.
Actually, let me couch that. I would say we were friends.
Okay.
Friendly colleagues? He's already said that he and Anna hung out with some of his friends. I mean, I imagine Jem's going to testify. Jem was there on New Year's Eve. So I imagine in prosecution,
Did you and Anna
gone in order pretty well. I imagine we'll see him maybe early next week.
ever socialize with Jem Mutlu together?
Not to my knowledge, no. Not that I recall.
So did you ever go to dinner with Jem and hold hands with Anna, flirt with her in front
No.
of Jem? No. So would it be fair to say that you were keeping this from a mutual friend of yours?
I don't know if I was keeping it from him. Jem Mutlu and I had numerous conversations during the time that I knew Anna. We've had conversations following Anna's disappearance. And frankly, it's a little difficult for me to tell you what Jem knew or when or what I told him.
'Cause it's
I mean, this is
speculative.
something that's played out over 3 years. So
Your answer is you don't know if you ever told Jem Mutlu about your romantic relationship
Correct.
with Anna Walsh.
I don't know if I told her before she disappeared.
Okay. So you talked to him after?
Yes,
And you told him after that you were in a romantic relationship
he certainly knew after that we were in a romantic relationship.
because you told him?
Yes, I believe so.
But you don't know if you told him when you and Anna were dating?
I cannot recall if I told him before or after.
Okay. You had mentioned on direct that you and Anna had conversations about your future.
Yes,
Well,
And going into
I guess when Mr. Mutlu testifies, we'll be asking that question.
the Christmas holidays, I know you were going to Idaho. Anna Walsh was planning to head back. At that point, there was never any specific plan for Anna to tell Brian about her relationship with you.
not that I'm aware.
Well, you've been asked questions and testified about this before, right?
That's correct.
Grand jury.
And when you testified, am I correct that either Mr. Connor or Ms. Yaz were asking you questions about the nature of your relationship with Mrs. Walsh?
Is this reference to the grand jury testimony?
In fact, let me probably ask you this. Have you had a chance before you flew up today to review your grand jury testimony?
I reviewed my grand jury testimony with the state via a call that was, I think, over a month or two ago.
Okay. So
Before trial was supposed to start in October, it got delayed. That timing tracks.
you were specifically asked in March of 2022 if there was any specific plan to tell Brian about your relationship with Anna, and you told the grand jury that day that there was not.
That is correct.
So there was no plan as Anna went home for Christmas to be with her family that she was going to come clean and tell Brian about you.
That's a good question.
As I said, there was no plan that I was aware of.
She never told you, hey, Will, I'm gonna go home. I'm gonna talk to Brian. I'm gonna blow up my marriage and come be with you. She never told you that.
That is correct.
She didn't tell you, I really want to tell him I just want to be with you before she went home for Christmas.
No, that's asked and answered.
Sustained.
That is correct.
The state did object. Same one I made.
You guys never communicated on
Also, when it's sustained, sir, you don't have to answer. He did it anyway, but he didn't have to.
Facebook Messenger, right?
We may have, I don't recall.
They used Instagram.
Well, did you have a Facebook page?
Yes,
And did Anna have a Facebook page?
yes.
And did you turn over any Facebook messages between yourself and Mrs. Walsh to the police?
I don't believe so.
I think you had told us that Anna would never want, or maybe I'm paraphrasing, but Anna would never want her husband, Brian, to find out about the two of you inadvertently, right?
Correct.
That I think you mentioned integrity was the word that she used, that if anyone was going to tell him, she wanted to be the person to do that.
Correct.
And at least in December, heading into Christmas, there was no plan to tell him.
Not that I was aware of.
You had mentioned that you guys would go to dinners together.
Yes,
Did you ever go to dinner with a woman by the name of Alyssa Kirby?
not that I recall.
And Alyssa Kirby is a good friend of Anna's that also lived in DC,
Yes,
and she would socialize with Alyssa Kirby.
yes,
I bet
You
we're gonna hear
also
from her,
mentioned that
too.
you go to bars together.
yes.
Would Alyssa Kirby ever join you and have a few drinks, the three of you?
Not that I recall.
I think you mentioned that you brought her to some work functions.
Yes,
Okay. And at those work functions, as far as you knew, there was no one who knew Brian Walsh at those work functions.
that's correct.
And again, not to belabor this, but I think you
But
went
you
on
are.
boating trips, you went to the movies. This was with either just Anna or with your friends.
Yes, the only exception to that was I did go to a work event that Anna's company held. It was a Tishman Speyer Architects Forum.
Okay, and this was in DC.
Yes,
And Tishman Speyer is one of the things they do. Is there a real estate management company? And I'm probably fumbling that.
I think that they're a real estate management and development and investment company.
Okay, and you're a realtor.
Yes,
Okay, so when you were there, were you kind of talking shop with other people there or colleagues there?
I was there in a professional capacity.
In a professional capacity? Yes?
Yes,
Okay, and again, as far as you knew, there was no one at this professional or this function you went to for professional reasons that Mr. Walsh would know?
Not that I'm familiar with, no.
And I'm assuming, because you mentioned you were there in a professional capacity, you guys aren't holding hands and kissing and flirting with each other in front of other people.
We are not, but I was her guest.
Excuse me?
I was.
All of this is going towards the defense trying to shut the doors on ways that Brian Walsh would have found out. The defense is going to argue that he had no idea about any of this. And when he left the voicemail, he was calling everyone he could possibly think of that might be in DC. And he had no idea of this affair. And that therefore is not a cause for him to be enraged. And therefore his story that she passed naturally and then he disposed of her is what they should believe. So the defense is trying to distance and shut every door on Brian Walsh knowing, which is why she was asking so many questions about, did Anna tell you she had any plan to tell Brian all of this? Because she doesn't want the jury to think, well, maybe she just got fed up and said, you know what, I'm going to be with him. And they don't want the jury to create scenarios. So they're trying to shut all those doors and focus in on Anna was trying to keep it from Brian. C, she was trying to make sure he didn't know. So that's what the defense is doing, trying to shut those doors of, did Brian find out about the affair? And is that part of the motive here? So that's why they are talking about it so much. And I think she's going to continue on. However, they were, it seems, pretty openly dating in DC and talking about plans to be together in the future and blend their families. And that Anna wanted to be the one that told him. So we will see. But it's, Prince says this sounds similar to the Durst defense. 100%. No, 100% is what they're going for. So that's why all of this is coming up, because the state of mind of Anna Walsh matters. What the defendant knew matters as it goes to his motive.
Her guest. I was invited by Anna Walsh.
No, I understand. But at this function that you described, you were there professionally as a real estate agent. You guys aren't playing kissy face and holding hands in front of people.
No.
I mean, I don't love the phrase.
You had
kissy
mentioned
face.
that Mrs. Walsh had talked
Counsel.
to you about Brian's federal case, right?
Yes.
And in the summer of 2022, the expectation and hope was that Mr. Walsh would not have to go to jail.
That was my understanding.
And the plan was for the entire family to relocate down to DC
Yes.
and live in that townhouse.
Yes.
And I think you had said that Mrs. Walsh was the breadwinner.
Yes.
And so her job was, you know, she had kind of the big job. So then that's where the family would go.
Yes.
I want to talk to you a little bit about her job and her hours. I think you had said you'd see her 2 to 3 times a week. Roughly, what were her hours Monday through Friday?
I don't honestly know. I assume they were 9 to 5, unless she had to work late for either an event they were hosting or management responsibilities with one of the properties that she was in charge of.
Okay, so it wouldn't be uncommon that she might have to work late or go to a function.
Yes.
Okay. And were there ever any times where she'd have to go in early for a meeting or something came up?
Probably.
Okay. And you mentioned, I guess, professional functions. How often would that happen?
I couldn't say.
Okay.
I'm not just object.
Well, I'll talk to
He
you
already
about that
said-
in a minute, but we're going to go to our morning break.
He already said he couldn't say.
All right, please.
And yes, the defense attorney's tone is going to indicate to the jury how they should feel about this witness. Also, if the defense has any indication of how Brian might testify, the defense is laying the groundwork, doing their job. So it's a little bit of a like, sure, boo-boo in the defense attorney's tone. I'm not surprised by that. It's to try to signal to the jury, come on, guys. He knew she was married. So that's part of this. They're going to the morning break. I'm curious to see if the defense will read into any of those text messages or if the jury's just going to get the packet of information when they go to deliberations and they're never going to get read into the record, which means we're never going to see them.
Witness may step down.
which is what it is.
The objection.
I think she's asking things that he said he doesn't know.
So she wants you to lay the foundation.
I didn't hear what she said,
She
sorry.
said he
Foundation.
didn't know. Everybody can be seated. We don't all have to all be
Didn't know.
standing. He didn't know.
Scotty doesn't know.
Oh, that's
So
fine.
she said,
No, not the right
just
one.
asking you to lay the foundation that he has a basis for knowing.
Okay.
Anybody need anything?
No, thank you.
All right.
All rise.
All right, the court is going to its morning break. And at the end of the direct examination of, no, my brain is running through all of the names and still stuck on Scotty doesn't know. At the end of the direct examination of William Fastow, we did not hear any of the text messages, but they are admitted into evidence. There was a packet of papers. Some texts are redacted, some aren't, that are going to be in evidence, but they have not come in yet. We'll see if they come in during cross-examination, but the connection that it took me till cross-examination to make, because it just took me till cross-examination to make, is that the mutual who introduced Anna to William in the capacity of William helping her buy a townhome in Washington, D.C., was Jem Mutlu, the friend and Anna Walsh's former boss that was at the house with Anna Walsh and Brian Walsh on New Year's Eve. That is who their mutual was. And Anna had sent William a photo of her and Mr. Mutlu and one of Anna's children on New Year's Eve. And that's in that packet of text that we didn't see. So it's interesting to hear the lines of questioning about whether that mutual friend knew. And I wonder when we hear from Mr. Mutlu, how much we will hear about whether he was more a friend to Anna, being her former boss and knew Brian, or whether he considered himself a close friend to both of them. I'm very interested now to hear that testimony. And I am sadly a little disappointed to not know what was in some of the texts. I do find it very interesting that there was one time that Brian Walsh called Mr. Fastow when he and Anna were at dinner together, and then said to Anna later that it was one of the kids who accidentally, they didn't say butt dial, accidentally called Mr. Fastow when he just happened to be at dinner with Anna Walsh. And remember, the jury is going to be allowed, if they find the evidence, to infer whether or not Brian Walsh knew based on the comment about seeing her iMessenger. But no one's clarified whether these texts are between two iPhones or not, and it's just bugging me. It's just bugging me. Anyway, we are at the morning break. I am going to try to zoom this morning break as best I can before I take a break. So they had already taken a brief break this morning. I'm surprised they took another morning break, but that was for them to redact the text that we are now seeing. So zooming on, let's go. A lot of you are asking about a private investigator. Brian said in his police interviews that his mother had hired a private investigator. It was insinuated that that private investigator was hired after January 1st in the context of that conversation. I have seen chatters saying that that was not the case, that it was not after Anna went missing. I don't know if that information will come in trial, so I'm not going to comment much more on it other than there was mention of it in the interviews from Brian, that the mom had a investigator or something like that. I don't know if we'll get more clarity on that. So I'm going to leave it until they tell us in trial.
Voice up for me, please, okay? Thank
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, witness back
You
on the
may
stand.
proceed.
Cross
Thank you, Judge.
resumes.
Good afternoon, or good morning again. Before the break, we were talking about whether or not there was any definitive plan for Anna to tell Brian about your relationship. I want to talk to you a little bit more about conversations that you did have with her in which she told you that if Brian was going to find out, she wanted it to be from her, right?
Yes.
And that it would really upset her if he found out any other way.
Yes.
To the point where it would devastate her if Brian ever found out that she was having an affair.
Yes.
And you had mentioned, I think on direct, that you had conversations about a future together,
Yes.
but you never had extensive, concrete conversations about being together and when that would happen.
Correct.
And at the time, at this time frame, that summer, fall, and winter of 2022, you were also in no position to openly start a new relationship with another person.
I mean, he was separated and getting divorced. So he
If you mean
did.
that I had not finalized my divorce, that is correct.
No, you were in a position that
She just straight said nope.
your older son would have been devastated if you started bringing another woman around.
Oh boy.
Yes, I did say that.
That must be in the
And
text.
if I'm correct, I believe on page 36 of Exhibit 145, which are text messages that you turned over. Oh, apologize. No, it is 36. And this is, the text message that you turned over, just to be clear, are from December 29th of 2022 through January 5th of 2023.
I assume that's correct.
Want me to approach so you can look at it?
Sure.
Sure.
You certainly may.
Oh,
Am I correct in
the
text
answers are
messages
getting
that you
snippier.
provided? It starts at December 29th of 2022.
Yes, that's what it says on the cover page here.
And on page 36, and I can approach again if you need it, you say, "He can't imagine me with someone else. Like all children of separated parents, he deeply wants us to reconcile. Introducing him to someone else would destroy that fantasy. It would crush him now." Right?
Yes.
And that was right around Christmas time and New Year's that you texted Anna Walsh that.
Yes.
So you had no intentions of having any immediate plans to openly start dating Anna Walsh with your two young boys.
Correct.
You were a concerned dad. You loved your son. You were protective of his feelings.
Yes.
I mean, I think they were pretty openly dating, but having someone around the kids is a whole different level. So
At the same time, you were having conversations just about her marriage and your
those two things are not
relationship.
the same.
You knew that it was always a possibility after having these conversations that Anna would stay with Brian, the father of her children.
Yes.
And while she would talk to you about arguments they had about finances or the stress of his federal case, she always spoke to you about him in a positive light.
Yes.
And you knew from her words, that she cared for him deeply.
Very much so.
And I believe during these times when you would talk about her relationship with Brian Walsh, she wanted everyone to see him in the light that she saw him.
Very much so.
Okay.
The text messages that you turned over to the police, is it fair to say that the police asked you questions about whether or not you had any information that Mr. Walsh had discovered your affair with his wife?
Yes, I'd say that's fair.
Okay. And you understood that anything that could help them in determining if Mr. Walsh had discovered your relationship, you would turn over or it would be helpful.
Yes.
And so I asked you about Facebook and you said you don't remember.
Yes.
That's correct.
That's what he said.
Well, so you don't remember if you would send any flirtatious, sexy, or intimate messages or posts on Facebook? Isn't that something you would remember?
No.
You're trying to keep it.
No, counsel. There's a difference between posting on Facebook, Facebook Messenger, Instagram Messenger, and Instagram comment on a post. Those are all different things. And he was very clear that he was not publicly posting sexy things. Do you have something to the contrary from his Facebook?
Would turn over or it would be helpful.
Yes.
And so I asked you about Facebook and you said you don't remember.
That's correct.
Well, so you don't remember if you would send any flirtatious, sexy, or intimate messages or posts on Facebook?
Those are two different
That's
things.
something you would remember if you're trying to keep it a secret?
I don't recall if I used Facebook Messenger as a means of communication with Anna Walshe. I would periodically delete messages. I don't recall if I had deleted messages from Facebook. I had certainly deleted messages from Instagram and text messages I had had over the term of our relationship.
Well, why are you deleting stuff?
Honestly, I said things to Anna that I might have found embarrassing that I just didn't want to look at, so I would delete the messages.
You weren't trying to hide it from anyone. It was just your own kind of squeamishness or embarrassedness from whatever you had sent.
Yeah.
Okay.
Counsel, have you watched reality TV in 2025? Or any of the trials that we cover? Because I can imagine somebody being like, yep, nope, not talking about oysters, delete. Like, I get it. Ma'am, cringe exists. So.
One moment, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Sir, have you heard of...
further. Thank you, sir.
Oh, sir, have you heard of Signal?
Redirect.
Nothing, thank you.
The witness may step down.
The judge sounded surprised. Oh, okay. Well, that was restrained questioning from all the attorneys. That seemed relatively quick. I'm surprised. Okay. Look, I've praised both sides in this
Commonwealth
case.
may call its next witness.
Commonwealth will call Christopher Murphy.
I have complimented both sides in this case for being organized and direct and to the point and succinct. And I think all counsel were in that. But they're not going to show the text. They just gave them to the jury. So the jury doesn't even have them. The jury now has to wait till deliberation to read the texts. They have them, but the jury is going to have to wait to read the text until they get to deliberation because that stack has been admitted into evidence. And the judge is just like, okay, all this fight over the texts. The texts have been redacted. The jury gets it, but they can't read it until they get to deliberation. Can you imagine the jury is just like, because that's how what? That's it? I want to know. So for everyone who's like, oh, it'll be a quick deliberation, do not forget they have a stack of texts they have not read. All right, next witness. I'm shocked.
Right this way, sir.
All right. Next witness, I'm going to end our poll. 69% of you, not 67, 69% of you, which used to be funny,
May I proceed, Your Honor?
have conversations across
Thank
multiple
you.
apps like me.
Sir, could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
30
Christopher Murphy, Murphy.
31% of you have less ADHD or less social media apps. All right,
What do you
Mr.
do
Murphy.
for work, sir?
Construction.
Where were you working in January of 2023?
I was working at a painting company. I'm sorry, I haven't been working there for 3 years, so
It's okay.
it's been a while.
All right. So you were working at a painting company.
Yes,
How long do you think you were at that painting company?
a year.
And in that time, what were your responsibilities at that company?
I was a salesperson.
Okay. In January of 2023, were you running any specials at that point in time?
Yes.
What was the specials?
We were offering 15% off any work that people needed to have done.
And so how are you contacting people at this point in time to offer the special?
We were calling all our past customers that we had, we used to work for. And we do like a cold call kind of thing. And I called,
You tickle the wires,
a bunch
as
of
it
people
were?
that day, and the defendant was one of them.
Well, let me get to that. So when you were calling people, do you remember what phone number you were calling from? Was it a work number?
It was a work phone, yes.
Tickling
And if I were to tell it to you, would it help? Actually, I'll ask you right now. Do you remember that work number right now?
No, I don't.
Because it's been 3 years. You have enough time to remember where you worked.
I don't remember my own number. But
All right. So at that point in time, was the number 774-534-2005 your work number?
Possible.
Okay, possible. So
No, I didn't speed up.
now,
This prosecutor talks.
You said that you were calling people
fairly quickly.
offering this special. And so at any point in time, did you have the opportunity to reach out to Mr. Brian Walsh?
Yes, I did.
Okay, can you explain to us how?
Well, we got a list of customers that we had, that were past customers, and each salesperson got a certain list. My area was in the Hingham area. So I just went down the list and called customers, and he was, one of the customers on the list.
What day did you make this call?
January.
Okay, early or late?
Yeah, early. Yeah.
Oof.
Okay.
I feel
And
that.
did you ever have the opportunity to connect with Mr. Walsh?
I did, yes.
And so what was the conversation you had with him?
Again, just talking about, work that possibly needed to be done, and he stated that he didn't need any work to be done.
Okay. And then did you ever have any subsequent communications with Mr. Walsh?
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Can you repeat?
Did you ever have the chance to talk or communicate with him again?
Once, I believe.
Okay. And how did that occur?
It was really quick.
No, how did it
Was
occur?
it a phone call or text
It was
message?
a phone call.
Text?
Okay. And who called who?
I called him first, and then I received a text later on. during
Man's
the
like,
day.
this was 3
Okay.
years ago. Dude, I don't
And
know.
you
It
said you
wasn't that
received a
significant.
text
Yeah.
to a cell phone?
Yes.
All right. And
Cold calling past customers. It's not that deep. For him.
Yes.
do you recognize these images, sir?
Yes, I do.
What are they, sir?
They were pictures sent to me describing a ceiling that needed to be repaired.
Okay. Now, the pictures that you're looking at here, sir,
For everyone who's asking, why is this witness here? Ding, 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 ding. Ceiling repair.
are they the pictures that were sent to you, or are they pictures of the phone with the pictures on them?
No, they're pictures of the phone, but they were sent to me, yes.
Certainly. And are they your phone?
Yes.
This Commonwealth would seek to have these marked as the next two exhibits.
Any objection?
None, Your Honor.
Pictures of the phone of the messages are now in evidence as exhibit 150, 151.
The court. Really? Somebody just took the camera and took a picture of the phone that had the message on it? Okay. It's probably for the date.
Thank you.
It's for the date of when Brian Walsh was asking for ceiling
You
repair.
may.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if we could have what's now been marked as Exhibit 150, which has a file name of Christopher Murphy, pick page 1. Sir, can you see this on the screen?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Helpful. But picture of the phone with the messages on it.
So whose phone is it we're looking at on the screen?
His
That is my
work phone.
Okay. And sir, we're looking at your phone.
Photos of the hole in the ceiling and the phone and what appears to be text messages.
What is the message that begins this thread? Could you read it out loud?
I'm sorry. Let me just change.
Glasses.
Oh.
Same, sir. Me. Hello, Brian
just
Walsh. New address from
his
last time.
address,
Okay. Does it say any names with
phone
it?
number.
Could you just read the message, sir?
It says, hello, Brian Walsh, S16 Chief Justice, Cushing Highway.
And does it have a phone number attached to it?
Yes, it does.
All right. And underneath that, sir, you said there's a picture?
Yes, there is.
All right. Ms. Gilman, can you scroll down again?
I'm
Thank
so
And
curious about the hole in the ceiling.
can we have?
You're the other fan.
151, which is Christopher Murphy fix page 2.
Wait, what? Did it say the date of when those were sent?
Sir, I'm going to direct your attention to the bottom of this thread. Ms. Gilman, if you could enhance this.
Oh, Friday, February
Sir.
6th, or Friday, January 6th. So the message was sent prior to that. Good morning. Let me know about the ceiling. Did it have it in the last one?
At the end of the thread, what is the message?
It says, good morning, let me know about the ceiling. Best, Brian.
And what's the date on the message?
January 6th.
So, sir, did you have any phone communications with Mr. Walsh besides the initial one in relation to this damage to the ceiling?
No.
Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay. No further questions.
Any cross-examination?
No questions. Thank you, sir.
The witness may step down. Thank you.
He was looking to have the ceiling repaired in the very beginning of January. After
Commonwealth may
initial
call its next
police
witness.
interviews, it seems.
Commonwealth would call Suzanne Garland.
Next witness. I think we're at witness number 16 now. Suzanne Garland.
Right this way. Just watch your step for me. Thank you.
The white balance
You
on
may
my phone
proceed.
keeps changing because it keeps focusing on my hat when I
Good
put my
morning.
head down to write.
Could you
Sorry, y'all.
please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Suzanne Garland, Garland.
And what is your occupation, ma'am?
I own a Bar Method studio. It's a bar workout in Hingham Center.
And how long have you owned the Bar Method in Hingham Center?
Since
The victim went to bar, I believe that day on New Year's Eve.
September of
And then got her nails
2021, I
done?
opened the studio.
And is that a franchise?
It is, yes.
And how many Bar Methods are in the United States?
I think at this point about 100.
And
okay.
where exactly is your studio?
It's right in Hingham Center,
Ma'am, shout it out.
sort of on South Street, 99 South Street, across from CVS.
Do you
And how
want to add
many
your social
employees do
handles
you have
too?
at your studio?
16.
And how many clients did you have in 2022 into 2023?
I would say about 160 active clients.
And at that time, did you keep and maintain records for your business?
Yes.
And what kind of records did you maintain?
We maintained membership agreements and class history, purchases, time and date of classes taken, the number of classes each client took
And how did you keep those records?
electronically.
This is going
And
to
why do
business
you keep
records
those
exception
records?
For
foundation.
regular course of business, but also to report to our franchise.
And do you have a
So-
corporate email?
Yes.
And what is that corporate email?
I have two, actually. One is hingham@barmethod.com, and the other is my personal business email, which is suzanne.garland@barmethod.com.
And you also keep payment information.
Yes.
And do you maintain all communications with clients in good faith?
Yes.
And do you keep your records in good faith as well?
Yes,
This is going to the
Did you know
foundation.
Anna Walsh?
I did.
And how did you know Anna Walsh?
I knew Anna for several years. Actually, prior to owning the Bar Method, it existed in Hingham Center. Another woman in town had owned it before, and I used to take classes there with Aunt Anna all the time. She and I would be there 4 times a week together taking classes. And then
4 times a week's
when
a
I
lot.
reopened the
A
studio
bar.
after COVID in 2021, she signed up right away. And again, she was coming 4 days a week up until the time that she was moving.
And what kind of membership did she initially have with
Bar
you?
is hard.
She purchased a Club Bar Unlimited membership, which allowed her to take as many classes as she wanted during the month for a fixed price.
And did you have a
The workout dates make way more sense. She's just like, nope. Keep it moving.
membership agreement with her?
I did, yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Ma'am, do you recognize this?
Yes, this is our month-to-month membership agreement that we keep
Julie,
with all
I love
clients on the
Pilates.
unlimited plan.
And
I
I'd asked
do.
you to look at the last page.
It's hard AF, but I love Pilates. Correct. I like reformer Pilates. Let's be accurate. But
This is her signature.
Is that the agreement with Anna Walsh?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd ask that this be the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Marked and admitted into evidence, the membership agreement of Anna Walsh
Spicy fruit.
for Bar Method
Not
is
since
in
I've
evidence
moved.
as 152.
But I found Pilates very helpful after my spinal fusion. We don't need to know to talk too much about how many surgeries Emily's had cut through her abs. It's been too many.
Our members asked about their health.
Yes.
That's why
And
this
do
is
they
here.
have to sign off for medical information?
They have to sign that they are fit to take classes.
Why is that?
For liability purposes for the studio.
Because the lawyers said so. This is hard. You don't need people
So in December
having
of
medical distress.
2022, how often would Anna Walsh attend Bar Method?
So she would be coming whenever she was in town. She was doing quite a bit of traveling back and forth to DC at that time. So I think she was there 3 or 4 times at least whenever she could come in, she wanted to be there.
So do you mean 3 or 4 times a week or something else?
I think December of 2022, she was there 3 or 4 times total, right?
Okay. And did she have a membership at that time?
She did not. She was paying drop-in classes.
Well, because she was,
And did you have,
she was living most of her time in DC. Now I'm just curious. Is there an Equinox in DC? Is there a Barry's? I'm curious about all the different, what else? But this is going to her being healthy. Because again, what we heard in opening from the defense, is spontaneous death. That does not mean that healthy individuals or seemingly healthy individuals don't have underlying conditions. But between all of the exercise stuff and the screenings for the insurance, it's going to start to close some of those doors in the jury's mind.
communication with her about the classes via email?
Yes, she had emailed me when she found out that she was getting the new job in DC. She emailed me that she needed to discontinue her month-to-month unlimited class membership and that she would, drop in when she was around.
That makes sense.
And then when she came back to DC in December of 2022, she emailed me, I believe it was December 30th, saying that she had purchased a drop-in class, but she would rather do a special we were offering, which allowed her to take an unlimited amount of classes over the next month because she was going to be in the area more.
And you said,
Interesting. So she was also planning, and it makes sense that all of the fitness places are going to have all of the New Year's specials. I kind of start my New Year's resolutions in September. Anybody with me? September ends up being my reset, but it makes sense that she was planning on being around more in September.
when she came back, she came to DC, but did you mean when she came to
I'm sorry,
Cohasset?
when she came to Hingham, yes.
Okay. And did you maintain the email communication that you had with her in your normal course of business?
I did, yes. I kept my email from her and I have it to this day.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
No, I did mean being around. She was going to be
I'm showing
around in
you
town more in
three
January. I
documents.
did mean that.
You recognize those documents?
Congratulations, Em.
Yes.
And what are
She's
those
going to be in
documents?
Massachusetts
These are email
more.
communications from Anna to me. The first one is letting me know that she had gotten the new job opportunity in DC and telling me how wonderful her experience at the Bar Method had been. However, the last 10 years, she's taken classes in DC and the Boston locations. She said, we have developed an incredible team culture and feeling of being cared for. She loves the energy of the studio. She asked if we were ever considering opening one in DC. That was the first email. The second email was the one that I mentioned on December 30th, asking if she qualified for the 30-day unlimited special we were offering for $79. If so, could she exchange this?
For all of you in the chat, 30-day unlimited classes for $79 is not just a deal. It is a deal for Bar Method. That is a deal. That's like all the classes for what? The cost of one? That is a great deal for Bar. I'm not surprised. She was like, sign me up. Even if I go to 2, that makes sense. That's a for real deal.
Single class that she booked for it, which is $29, and apply that towards the $79 special. And then I responded to her on January 1st because I was away on vacation at that time. And I said, technically, you don't qualify it since she had been in the studio recently, but I would honor it since her situation was so different than the norm.
That's
Your
great
Honor, I'd ask
business
that
right
those
there.
be the next 3.
Great
exhibits.
business.
No objection.
You know, you don't technically qualify.
It'll be marked in a minute.
Because it's going to be for new folks to get them in the door. You don't technically qualify, but we love you and we know what's going on. So, sure.
Into evidence. So the 3 different emails are one from, what are the dates of those emails?
The first would be from February 27th of 2022.
Okay, that's in as 154. Well,
Right.
Did I mess that up? 153? Okay,
I
so
like this, Judge O'Leary.
as it was coming out, I looked back up and saw there was no 153. So
Some of you are saying
153
it's that
is the email
expensive to
from
work out.
22722.
I mean, you can go walk for free. There's plenty of options, but no, when it comes into group fitness, the sky is the limit. And when you start getting into the different tiers of gyms, there are different levels of bougie with all things. There are different levels of bougie. So yes, it can be
154 is
much.
What date?
154 would be 12/30/2022.
Okay, and the third one?
The third one would be January 1st, 2022.
Shimmy noted.
All right,
I'm
those
also
3
had a
are
family
now
friend
in
who was
evidence,
healthy
153 to
and suddenly
155.
died of an aneurysm. I am not in any way saying it doesn't happen. It absolutely does. And it is tragic and scary. And there are plenty, and I'm sure many of you have had experiences with, unfortunately, coming across someone who is a loved one who's unconscious or non-responsive. The thing that's different in this case is that in almost every other life circumstance that I've seen, when it is unexpected and someone is non-responsive, people call 911. That's what's different here. And that's where they are going to focus on, is that normally if someone is healthy and out of the blue is non-responsive, the first thing you do is call 911. And that is not what he did here. He didn't call 911. He started Googling best way to dispose of a body and can you be charged for murder without a body and best way to deal with crime scene clothes. And I'm paraphrasing on this one, get rid of or wash. So that's where the difference is here. And most in those circumstances that can happen, I'm not saying they can't. It's his response to it that is the problem. Because if she was incredibly healthy and out of the blue, was non-responsive, and he had called EMS and she did pass, they would do an autopsy and explain it and say why it happened. And that's not what happened here. So that's the difference. And that's why the prosecution is focusing so much on her general health and wellness. Hopefully that helps. But yes, immediately started to refer to disposing of a body, not, spouse unconscious or something. How long before a body starts to smell is what he was Googling, not symptoms of stroke or heart attack. I hope that helps, but that's why they're focusing on it. So they are putting those into evidence.
And did you also keep the registration for December 31st of 2022?
Oh, it's that time,
The class
Bingolina.
registration log?
Yes, I apologize.
Yes, we do.
Thank you for correcting me. And that's maintained in the normal course of business?
Yes, we have records of every single class.
And I'd ask that this be the next exhibit.
Any objection?
And Your Honor.
For those of you new to this
The,
case,
class registration for the bar method is
the
in
remains
evidence as
were not
156.
located. So. Chad, I agree
Ma'am?
with you. I like her earrings too. The witness's earrings.
And seeing that document, ma'am, do you, does that show, what does that show?
This shows that Anna Walsh created a reservation for class on the morning of December 31st. She did that on December 30th at 11:18 p.m. And it shows that she was checked in for class on December 31st at 8:17 p.m.
And does that show that she attended that class?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any cross?
Just briefly.
Good morning.
We're on to cross.
The email that Mrs. Walsh had sent you asking to convert her drop-in to the unlimited monthly, that was on December 31st?
Was it December 30th or 31st?
December 30th or 31st?
Yes.
Okay. And the reason that she was asking to do that is because she expected to be in the South Shore area more the next month.
Yes.
Okay. You had mentioned that your studio requires a medical waiver.
When you sign the month-to-month agreement, you do acknowledge in there that you are healthy and that you have conferred with your doctor.
Okay. And she does that, or that person, for example, does that once when they first start coming to you as a client?
They sign that every time they sign a contract.
Okay. So when was the last time Anna Walsh had signed a contract with Bar Method?
I believe it was September of 2021. I don't think she was actually ever able to book that last contract she wanted to.
Okay.
That's a
So
good
the health waiver
question
that
for the
you're talking
defense.
about, the medical waiver was September of 2022, excuse me, September of
2021.
Yes.
It's a good question.
And the medical waiver that someone signs, do they have to provide any type of medical documentation to confirm they are in fact good health?
Just say it.
No, we don't require a letter from a physician.
So it's just self-reporting? Yes?
Yes.
Nothing further, Judge.
Any redirect?
No, thank you.
The witness may step down. Thank you.
Next witness.
Do you want this?
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Ashley Cimmino.
The Commonwealth is pretty smoothly moving and grooving through witnesses. This is witness number 17. I think the Commonwealth has chose like one binder for the entire trial because it is a massive binder. I appreciate the attorneys have really focused in on the main issues here. It's nice to see.
Right this way. Just watch your step forward.
Thank you.
Ashley, we like your jewelry, or at least I like your jewelry. I
Thank
guess
you.
I can't speak for chat yet, but I'm sure I'll see
morning.
the comments
Morning, how are you?
agreeing soon.
What is your name?
My name is Ashley Cimmino.
Can you just pull the microphone just a little bit closer? Thank you so much. And can you spell your last name for the record?
Yes, Cimmino, Cimmino.
And what is your occupation, ma'am?
I'm a special education teacher and a bar instructor.
Thank you for your work, Ashley. Special ed teachers are amazing. And yes, Chad, I agree. Beautiful witnesses. Apparently the bar method in Hingham, just where the models work out.
So how long have you been a special education teacher?
About 7 years.
And you said that you're also a bar instructor.
Yes, that's correct.
And where are you a bar instructor?
Currently at the bar method in Hingham.
And where else have you taught bar classes?
The bar method in Boston, both the Back Bay location and the financial district location.
I am
when they
suddenly
were
very self-conscious about my
So
posture.
how long
Hold
have you
on.
been an instructor for bar method?
So I started working there in about 2010.
I'm going to stop slouching.
And so it's been about 10 plus years since I started instructing.
And how do you become an instructor for bar method?
So we go through an intensive training. We sit with a trainer from headquarters. This person goes through an entire day
All
with
of us just sat
we
up
have
more.
to take an anatomy exam.
No technique.
And we go through at least 3 to 6 months of training after that, co-teaching with a veteran instructor. And following that, to maintain our certification, we have to take a annual exam.
Are we going to have to do
So do
posture
you need to be
checks
certified?
Yes.
with our hydration?
And you have to maintain that certification yearly?
Yes, every year we take an exam.
Were you familiar with Anna Walshe?
Yes, when I first met her, she was on a nip.
What?
And where
Oh.
did you first meet Anna Nip?
Sorry. I was like, she was where? She was on a what? No, her previous married name. 1010.
At the bar method in Boston.
And when was that? Do you remember?
It was probably around 2011. At that time, I was working at the front desk and she would frequent the lunchtime class.
And which bar method in Boston?
The Back Bay location. So that was on Clarendon Street.
And how often did you see her when you were at the bar method in the Back Bay location?
Almost every day.
Did you ever see Anna Nip outside of the bar method studio in Boston?
Occasionally, if we were bumping into each other on the street, but that would be it.
Well, did you ever see her at a different job that you might have had in Boston?
Yes, she had come to one of the Celtics games that I was working at.
What did you do for the Celtics?
I was a dancer.
And what was her demeanor when she came to bar method in?
I love that we're just ending up with pro athlete dancers. Like, well, no, I guess in the Adelson case, she didn't make the Dolphins cheerleader squad, but yes, tracks.
She was always so warm, seeing somebody every day.
Objection.
Overruled. We'll let the answer stand.
Thanks, Your Honor. Tell us about your interactions with her.
Move on.
While in Boston, did you ever meet Brian Walshe?
He did come into the bar method, yes.
And how many times did you meet him?
At least once or twice.
Now, directing your attention to Saturday, December 31st of 2022, were you working that day?
I was.
And where were you working?
At the bar method in Hingham.
And which class were you teaching?
I was teaching both classes. There's one around 8:15 and one around 9:15.
And who was in your 8:15 a.m. class?
Anna was.
And how long had you been an instructor at bar method in Hingham at that point?
That was my first day teaching at the bar method in Hingham.
And
good to see a familiar face then, I would imagine.
Notice, Anna Walshe?
So I wasn't familiar looking. We all get class lists
She didn't know
of
the
our
last
class
name.
prior.
That makes
so
sense.
One of the bar method qualities is that we are able to call our clients by name as we're teaching them. And
Like a seating
actually, it
chart?
was because of Anna in Boston that we always clarify with our clients, is it Anna or is it Anna? So I had asked our front desk staff that day, and she was like, I believe it's Anna. So when I started class, I just made a little note of it, but she wasn't there at the start of class.
When did she come in?
She came in about 10 minutes late.
And what did you do when she came in?
It was kind of like this, oh my God moment.
It's you!
Because
New
with
married
COVID,
name.
we had closed the Boston studios, and I had, had 3 children simultaneously at the time, so I took a little step back from teaching. And when those studios in Boston closed, I decided it was either going to Wellesley or Hingham, and I chose Hingham.
And what type of interactions did you have with her during the class?
During the class, I was instructing her. I was giving verbal adjustments, hand-on adjustments. But when she came in, we kind of had,
oh my God,
I can't believe that you're here.
And what type of exercise do you do?
I imagine there was clapping involved and happy feet. That is what I am envisioning, that it's just like, friend.
During a bar class, how does it work?
So a bar method class, you work all your muscles in your body. You work your muscles to exhaustion, and then you stretch them to become longer and leaner, but also stay healthy and safe with your body.
So can you explain how you do that?
Sure. So we start off with a warm up. You could do up to 60
know if we love
push-ups
all
in
of
class. We move into a portion of class where you're working your thigh muscles. You work a portion of your seat, you go into curl, and there's some stretching in between. And typically a class is 45 minutes to an hour, and you use light to heavy weights depending on the client's choice.
And do you remember how long that class was?
That was a 45-minute class.
Yes, chat. You get limber.
And how did Anna Walshe perform during that class?
Limber.
She was the powerhouse. Clients are given the option during my setup that they can do push-ups on their hands and knees, hands and feet, or up at the bar for a modification. And she was doing the push-ups on the balls of her feet, on her hands. She was completing the motions. She was someone that you wanted to take class with because she made you work harder.
Did you notice any injuries on her during your class on December 31st of 2022?
No, and she did not make me aware of any that would change any of the exercises that we were doing.
And after the class was over, what interactions did you have with Miss Walshe?
We chatted, and actually I remember having to tell her, I'm so sorry, I can't finish our conversation because the next class was starting. So there was at least 15 to 20 minutes between when her class ended and the next one started.
And what, if anything, did she say about coming to the gym in the future?
So she had been so excited to see me because she had told me that I was one of her favorite instructors, and she was so happy to see that I was in Hingham. She was planning on coming to a lot more, and she wanted to know my schedule.
And have you seen Anna Walshe since Saturday, December 31st, 2022? If I might just have one moment, Your Honor.
Oh, ma'am, I felt that. You can see her holding back emotion.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Cross.
You can tell when witnesses force emotion, but you can see her holding that back.
When was the last time you spoke to the prosecutors or police about your testimony today?
August, I believe.
Okay. You didn't speak to them today or yesterday?
No.
Okay. And you had mentioned that you are a special education teacher?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
And a mom of
then
triplets.
You also still teach bar?
Yes, that's correct.
And you're a mom?
I am.
Okay. Are you, and I'm not trying to be flip with you, but you're not a doctor?
No.
You're not a nurse?
I am not.
Did you perform any type of medical test on Anna Walshe on December 31st?
No, I do not.
Are you aware she had any pulmonary issues that were undiagnosed?
Not that I saw.
Are you a pulmonologist?
I am not.
Are you aware of any undiagnosed
Excuse me, counsel, bar's really fucking hard. So no, she was doing great.
cardiac issues that she may have had on December 31st?
No,
Are you aware of any neurological issues that she may have been suffering from on December 31st?
no.
And prior to December 31st, what was the last date that you saw Anna Walsh?
I couldn't tell you.
Over a year?
Probably.
Nothing further, Judge.
Any redirect?
No, thank you.
The witness may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
The reason that the defense is asking these questions is, again, goes all the way back to their opening statements.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth would call Janet Cotter.
However, the died in your sleep defense, knowing all these witnesses are on the list, is an interesting choice. But then again, that's not in evidence because it was opening statements. Opening statements are not evidence. So I guess we will see when we get to the defense's case in chief. All right, we're on witness number 18. Thank you, Miguelina, our amazing producer here, for keeping track. And remember, the witness we are on is in the pinned comment in the chat.
Okay.
If you ever need to double check.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Janet Cotter, Cotter.
Ma'am, what town do you live in?
I live in Hingham, Massachusetts.
In January of 2023, did you reach out to the Cohasset Police Department?
I did.
Why?
I had had an interaction with Anna Walsh at a nail salon and had subsequently read about, what had happened to her. And
So I'm going to interrupt you there. I'd like to ask you about that interaction.
certainly,
Okay. Now,
So because Anna went to bar and then went and got her nails done, and then they interacted, and she saw the news article about, it sounds like, her missing. The reason he cut it off is because the jurors were asked very specifically in voir dire if they knew anything about this case from the media. And so he doesn't want her to talk about what she read in the media. That's why he tried to politely cut her off from going down that road of questioning, which is appropriate. And I'm interested about their interaction at the nail salon that led her to call law enforcement and be like, wait, no, I was talking to her that day.
when did the interaction, first off, did you know Anna Walsh at all?
I did not.
Okay. When did this interaction with Anna Walsh occur?
On New Year's Eve in 2022
And where did it occur?
at a nail salon in Hingham called Walshe.
And now, how did you two interact at Glossy Nails?
We were just sitting side by side.
And did you have the opportunity to have any conversation with Anna Walsh?
I did.
Okay. First off, what was her demeanor when you were talking to her?
She was very friendly, very open and warm.
We love
And do you remember
salon
what she was
talk.
wearing?
I do. She was wearing yoga pants and a yoga top.
And what did she tell you about her work while the two of you were talking?
I believe she told me that she was employed in commercial real estate in Washington.
And where did she tell you that she resided?
She resided, I believe, in Washington part-time, but also lived in Cohasset.
What did she tell you about her family?
She told me she had 3 sons.
And did she say who was raising her 3 sons?
She indicated that her husband was helpful.
And what did she tell you about her plans for New Year's Eve?
She told me that she was entertaining. She was having somebody over for dinner. Yeah,
No, I apologize. I interrupted you. Did she say anything else?
she did not.
And what did she tell you about her plans for New Year's Day?
For New Year's Day, she told me that she was going to some kind of special dinner Yeah,
Oh?
I think it was in Marblehead.
Oh.
And she was very much looking forward to it. She was going with just her husband.
Oh.
How long did the two of you talk for?
Probably
first
no
we've heard
more
about
than
that.
15 minutes, 20 minutes.
And I'm not someone who gets their nails done. What were you guys doing at the nail salon?
Well,
Counsel, you should try it. It's a great experience.
we were getting a pedicure at the time, but we were there to get both.
They were in the massagey petty chairs, Counsel.
Did you see any injuries on her at this point in time?
I did not.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross.
No questions. Thank you, Ms. Cotter.
The witness may step down. Thank you.
Now I want to know more about the dinner in Marblehead. That was very helpful. Yeah, I would imagine it. I just saw her. She said she was going to a dinner with her
Commonwealth may
husband.
call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Julie Basler.
Yeah, pedicures are great. Love. Yeah, I want to know more about that dinner in Marblehead. I wonder if we'll hear about it now or if we'll hear about it later. And moving on to our next witness.
Right this way. Step funny.
Marblehead's in Massachusetts. For some of you in the chat were asking. Marblehead's in Mass. I know
You may
something. Look at
proceed.
that.
Thank you.
Look, there's times I have no idea where the locations are, but Marblehead. I had a friend in college that was from Marblehead, and I was like, that's a fantastic name. UMass Amherst, thanks.
You might want to move up just a little bit and move that microphone in.
Just grab the mic. Yep. Move the mic to you, not the other
Good
way
afternoon.
around.
Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Julie Basler, Basler.
Thank you. And what do you do for work, Miss Basler?
I am the executive director of the Learning Experience in Dedham. Work for a daycare.
Thank you. And how long have you worked in childcare in general?
Over 30 years.
And where did you work in January of 2023?
Kindercare in Norwell, Mass.
And was that also in December of 2022?
Yes, it was.
Well, actually, how long did you work in
Preschool, yes.
Kindercare in Norwell?
For 1 year.
Like daycare / preschool?
In that capacity as the director of the center, did you have the opportunity to know the Walshe family?
Yes.
And how did you know them?
They were a family that attended, the 3 boys attended Kindercare.
And when were the children enrolled?
I believe probably September, around September maybe. I might be wrong. September 2022.
And how many children were enrolled?
3.
And what were the ages of the children that were enrolled?
2, 4, 6, right?
The youngest was around 2, maybe about 15, 17 months. The middle child was 3, and the oldest, I believe, was 5.5, 6 at the time.
And did the oldest child stay at Kindercare, or did the oldest child move to the public schools?
He went to the public schools, yes.
So in December into January of 2023, how many children were in the school?
2.
And how many days of week at that point, and I'm talking about December of 2022 into January of 2023, how many days a week did the 2 children attend the center?
5 days a week.
And who dropped off the 2 Walshe children?
Brian Walshe and sometimes the grandmother would be with them.
And by the grandmother, do you know the name of the grandmother?
I unfortunately forgot.
And do you know whose mother?
Brian Walsh's mom.
And what time was the typical drop off for those children? What time did Brian Walshe typically drop them off?
I really can't remember. Maybe 8:39, maybe 9, closer to 9.
And what about pickup? Who would do the pickup?
Brian Walshe as well.
And do you see Brian Walsh in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you please point him out?
Yes.
And can you say an article of clothing?
That he's wearing. Just point to
A
him and
pink tie and white shirt.
Your Honor, might the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
And how often did you see Mr. Walsh's mother at the center?
Maybe once a week.
Is she sitting in court? Can you identify her too? Do you see her here?
And what time of day would that be?
Usually in the mornings, around 9, drop-off time.
And did you ever see Anna Walsh at the center?
I saw her a few times. Usually I would see her at pickup.
And what days would that be?
Usually a Friday.
And how many times do you think you saw Anna Walsh at pickup?
3 or 4.
How many classrooms are at Kindercare?
Maybe 9 or 10.
How many students?
I would say at that time, around 100.
Can you tell us the layout of the Kindercare in Norwell?
Why?
Sure. You walk in the front door and you need
why?
The key code to enter the building. And then there is a good sized lobby. And you go through another door with another keypad code to get into the building. But the director's office and the assistant director's office is, when you walk into the lobby, there is a door that opens. And if we were in the office, that door would generally be open to, greet parents and families. And you could also go through that office to the hallway. So depending on which door you went, you would walk into a long hallway. And if you went to the left, it would be the preschool ages. And if you go to the right, it would be infant and the toddler ages.
And when Mr. Walsh dropped off the children, how would he generally enter Kindercare?
Usually we would say hello, and most days he would come through the office, and the boys like to go through the office.
And what, if anything, did you do to help him to get into the center?
It's like the fifth one, but there it is.
Sometimes we would, we would just have them go through the office. That would be where the boys usually came through, and he usually came through the office area.
A lot of you are asking why this matters. Unfortunately, we won't get there until they're further on in the questioning. I wonder if the kids were going to Kindercare after January 1st, like on January 2nd, if it was a weekday. I wonder if the way that Brian Walsh entered and exited changed. And I'm curious to see if that's where we're going with it. Because if his ingress and egress changed, that might be interesting to note. So I'm wondering if that's where we're going. We'll see.
And what was he like in the mornings?
Very, would say hello and good morning and, trying to get the boys to their classrooms.
And did you have conversations with him?
Yes, we would talk. We would say hello, and we would ask each other how was your day? Just small talk. Like I said, part of my job was to build relationships with the families, get to know them, and check on the boys, ask how the boys morning was or how their night was, things like that.
At any point, did you and Mr. Walsh speak about the children leaving the center to move?
I think that we did once. I think we did once about possibly him taking them out. Yes.
To go where?
To go to Washington.
And did you ask him about that?
I did. Yes.
And what, if anything, did he say?
It just wasn't definite yet. It was in the works.
So the move was still in the works?
Did he tell you when he expected to move?
I don't remember.
And why was it important for you to know?
Enrollment?
If we have space available, we would love to fill those enrollments and, let families know that we have space available in those 2 classrooms.
Yeah.
So in January of 2023, how many days did you see Mr. Walsh drop off the children?
2 days.
Which days?
I want to say it was the 3rd and 4th.
January 3rd, that'd be a Tuesday, and January 4th, a Wednesday?
Yes.
And what was his demeanor when he dropped the children off on those days?
He came in with the boys and went through the other door, the other key code door, and they did not come in the office. I do remember saying hello to him, and I believe my assistant.
No, chat. I do not watch ahead. I just think like lawyer. And why would it matter that he normally walked in through the office? It only matters in this case why he normally walks through the office if after January 1st, he didn't. That's it. It's lawyer logicking. That's all. Because otherwise it doesn't matter. It's not relevant.
Director was also in the office. We both said, hi, Brian, good morning. You know, like I said, that was part of our routine to greet the families.
And what was his demeanor?
It was, in a rush, it's kind of like, come on, boys, let's go. I remember, when they went through.
Different demeanor.
And that was it. He dropped the children off of
Different
class.
Point of entry.
Definitely a little different than the usual conversations we would have in the morning.
I wonder why he was in a
Did you talk
rush.
about anything those days?
No.
One moment.
The change in pattern, change in behavior matters.
Thank you.
Any cross?
Thank you. Good afternoon.
And we're on cross?
Good afternoon. Hi.
I want to talk to you a little bit about Kindercare.
Sure.
Is this one of the more high-end, fancy-schmancy daycares?
I think it's in the middle right now. I think
More high-end fancy schmancy daycares. So some of you are asking, what dates were those again? January 3rd and 4th that Brian Walsh dropped the kids off at Kindercare, came in a different door, wasn't as chatty, friendly, more in a rush, change of demeanor.
I think it was back then as well.
Okay. And when you said enrollment, is there usually a wait list?
There is.
There is.
Yes.
I would have guessed.
I think you had mentioned that the two boys were coming 5 days a week,
Yes.
and they enrolled in June of 2022?
I honestly don't remember the exact date they enrolled. I apologize.
No, not at all. You testified before with the prosecutors about this case?
Chat is asking, why would the defense attorney focus on it being fancy schmancy? Remember, the defense is focusing on the fact that they are financially doing really well. There's not a financial motive here. They're doing rich people shit. And this daycare is also rich people shit. But we also already know that his mom was paying their $5,000 in rent. But also, we know that mom paid the $5,000 in rent up front for 6 months. So mom was covering that. So I don't know if that goes to Brian Walsh's finances, but mom had the money to do that.
Yes.
And you were asked questions about when the boys enrolled?
Yes. And like I said, I don't remember right now.
You don't have to remember.
Okay.
Looking at a copy of your transcript, refresh your memory as to when the boys enrolled.
Yeah, that would be great.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
I also think it's fair if she didn't look at the enrollment records recently, you wouldn't remember.
So I think it's.
Okay.
You used to not need them.
Because how would
Okay.
But I
you?
think it's either that page or that. Just take a look and let me know if it refreshes your memory. as to when the
Counsel,
boys-
I don't have my glasses with me. Just, we're all doing our best. Let me know what day.
The end of June.
End of June.
Yes.
Okay. Of 2022.
Yes.
Okay, and so from June of 2022 until the end of December of 2022, the two boys were coming 5 days a week.
Yes.
And you had said that Mr. Walsh would do drop off every morning.
Yes.
And I think sometimes you said his mom would be with him.
Yes.
And then he would also do pickup.
Yes.
And in those 6 or 7 months, you had said that you had met or seen Anna Walsh, I think 3 or 4 times.
Yes.
And those pickups, were those on Thursday or Friday night?
Usually Fridays or
Yeah, I would also think it was June 2021, not 2022. I am also confused. I don't think it matters that much because this was going from we were going from 2022 to 2023. So June 2022 makes sense leading up to the new year 2022 to 2023. So yes, 2022.
I might
get
have seen her
confused.
once on a Thursday night.
Okay. And you had mentioned, or let me ask it a little
Buzzy,
bit better.
I will talk about
Yes,
this.
was asking you about
I love
Mr.
my
Walsh's
super note.
demeanor those 2 days in January when he dropped the boys off. And you had said that it was different,
Yes,
that he didn't say anything to you or have a conversation.
yes,
You said it was different than the other mornings when you speak with him.
yes,
So the other mornings when he would drop off his 2 boys, he was friendly.
yes,
He would say good morning. He didn't seem rushed.
yes.
Did you know his wife was missing? But then again, Brian said he wasn't freaking out until the 4th. He said he wasn't worried about it. He didn't call law enforcement. He was downplaying that. So why would his demeanor be off on the 3rd?
Would he chat with you about how you're doing?
Yes.
How's work? Oh, yes?
Yes,
Okay. This was different.
yes.
Okay. When someone brings their kids to daycare, do they have to bring a lunch for them?
No,
Do you provide lunch and snacks?
yes,
Do they have to provide diapers, formula?
Yes.
Yes.
yes,
Do they have to provide a change of clothes?
yes,
So each day, whoever is dropping off the child, parent, friend, auntie, they have to bring a little bag for each kid.
yes,
And it's something that presumably the parent would pack each night or each morning.
yes,
Okay. And when Mr. Walsh would bring his 2 little sons, he would have 2 little bags that would be packed for both of them.
yes.
And again, change of clothes, diapers, anything else that they bring?
If they had like a favorite stuffed animal, maybe,
Okay.
things like that.
Okay. And am I correct that when kids are at daycare, sometimes they'll make little art projects or drawings about their parents or about
Yes.
their life? Yes. And then those would be given to the parents when they come pick them up.
Yes,
And in those 6 or 7 months, was there ever a parent-teacher conference or a school night or anything?
yeah, we would have some school nights, like babysitting nights,
A what night?
like a babysitting night, like it's parent night out.
They are the best nights ever. I loved the daycare where our boys were. I have fondness. I still have mutuals from those days. Watching now my oldest be a senior, this is making me all emo. I loved those nights of like parent drop-offs. The kids had the most fun with their friends, watching movies and hanging out and having popcorn. I loved them so much. Just such good memories. I can't believe I have a senior in high school. This is making me very emo.
Okay.
The
I
parents
don't
night out were
remember if the
best.
boys ever attended that.
Okay.
Ah,
Would there
they were
be
so great.
Options for parents to communicate with the teachers or staff at Kindercare about how their kid's doing if there's any issues?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ever have conversations with Mr. Walsh about how his boys were?
I believe once.
Okay. And it was good.
the
Everything was
kids
great. The
loved
boys are
those
cute,
nights.
fine. There were no issues.
Yeah, they was just, we talk daily, ask questions, things like that.
When you say you talk daily, you mean with the little kids?
Yes, and with the parents.
Okay. And that is something that was common with Mr. Walsh, that when he would come in or pick the kids up 5 days a week, that he was friendly, right?
Yes.
He was engaging.
Yes.
He was invested in his sons' lives,
Yes.
and he would talk to you about their progress.
Yes.
Nothing further, Judge.
Any reader?
Do you see what the defense did there? I'm trying to rein back in the emo. Queen of Ravens, it is a great idea. And our daycare with the kids would also do them kind of around holidays. And they would always have one that we would use to go Christmas shopping. There was a parent night out, and they had one that was nearer to Halloween that we would use to prep for Halloween and stuff. They were so fantastic. But do you see what the defense did there? The defense kind of swooped it back around to bring in a little bit of, he was an engaged father. He was a good father. A little bit more about Brian Walsh's character, just kind of sideswiping it in there because they interacted with him regularly. And they did it at the end in case it got objected to repeatedly. They could just bounce and move on.
Correct?
No, thank you.
Witness may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next witness.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Commonwealth would call Sandra Waldroup.
Okay.
What was
this way?
I couldn't hear any of that.
Just watch your step.
Sounded like housekeeping.
A little bit further in.
All right, next witness.
And I sit down?
Yep, you're all set.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name for us, please?
Sandra Hempel-Waldroup. Last name is Hempel, Hempel, Waldroup, Waldroup.
Where do you work,
Sandra,
ma'am?
I want to hear everything
I
you
work
have
at
to
the
say.
Clermont in Abington, an apartment complex.
Where is the Clermont located in Abington?
At 500 North Quincy Street in Abington, Massachusetts.
And what do you do for the Clermont?
I'm the general manager.
And how many units are at the Clermont?
91.
What are the responsibilities of the general manager?
Well, my responsibilities, I'm also head of maintenance, so I do everything. And there's nothing that I...
Ma'am, I 100% believe it. She's like, I do everything. Oh, don't I believe that you do? Yep.
do not do. I do everything.
And how long have you held that position at the Clermont?
Since
Sandra, you
2018.
are a delight.
What does the Clermont have for surveillance videos on the outside?
Could you rephrase?
Sure.
Does
do you
the
have any
Clermont have
surveillance
surveillance videos?
cameras at the Clermont apartment complex?
Yes.
Okay. And how many cameras do you have for the outside of your apartment complex?
Oh, for the outside.
Yes.
Give me 1 second.
Sure.
Oh, ma'am, you're a delight. Thank you. Just thank you. Just
Three,
thank
four.
you.
4 on the outside. I believe 3 in the back parking lot and 1 at the front.
Now, how many dumpsters are there at the Clermont?
Oh, dear.
A total of 3 dumpsters. 2 gated areas, 2 dumpsters in one, and 1 dumpster on the top hill.
On the top of the hill. And the Clermont, is it near any other apartment complexes?
Yes, it's so right behind us, our back parking lot, there is the Chestnut Glen. Years ago, it used to be the same owner. It used to be connected.
In Chestnut Glen, is that an apartment complex or is it assisted living or like what is Chestnut Glen?
It is a home for the elderly and disabled.
Okay. And now,
Counsel, you've got to talk faster. This woman has 15 jobs and is holding everything together. Let her get back to work. I am concerned about where this is going. I am delighted by this witness. I have a feeling I know exactly where this is going with the dumpsters, unfortunately.
I had asked you about their surveillance videos. In January of 2023, did you have the opportunity to produce any surveillance videos to law enforcement as a result of this case? You did. Okay. And have you had a chance to review those videos on a thumb drive?
I didn't review it I saw it on the screen, actually, yes.
Okay. And let me ask you this about your videos. Are they kept in the normal course of business?
Yes.
Are they kept in good faith?
Yes.
And I take it your cameras, they're always recording?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm going to show you this drive and ask if you recognize it.
So that's the foundation for the regular course of business records to lay the foundation to get the video in. We know from pretrial that Brian Walshe visited numerous dumpsters. So I think that's the direction this is going in. So he's going to show her the thumb drive and be like, is this what you provided to us?
Yes,
And how do you recognize it?
because I initialed it and signed it. This is what I watched on the screen. This is the thumb drive. Yes, sorry
All
about
right,
that.
so what you watched on the screens were your videos.
Sir, because she's a better investigator than at least 90% of the MSP troopers that we've seen in trial. That's how she knows it's her. She's like, I signed it, I dated it, I reviewed it, that's mine. That's why. Because that's why.
Yes, that is correct.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this drive marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor, with the videos from the Clermont.
Look, Clark Kent, you're going to have to talk faster. She knows your questions before you finish asking them.
Objection. It's marked and admitted into evidence as are we at 157? Thank you very much.
Your Honor, may I publish?
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, could we have what's now been marked as Exhibit 157?
Miss Gilman's like, I know exactly
Could
what's
we
coming
go
up because
to,
you guys are very
the
organized and
video
I appreciate
channel
it.
14? And if you could bring us to 3 minutes and say 15 seconds. Pause, if I may.
Very organized, counsel.
Ms. Waldroup, what area are we looking at?
Well, damn, that's some crisp camera. I mean, wow. The date on this camera is January 3rd, 2023. Time is 16:33:18. So that's going to really give us a bit of a timeline of when Brian Walshe was visiting different dumpsters, isn't it?
Of the Clermont.
This is the front entrance, the right when you come in. So, yeah.
Okay. And how many entrances are there to the apartment complex?
6.
6. Okay. Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. Thank you.
All of you are like, where is the snow? No snow. Oh, yeah. I don't doubt Sandra would never have an inverted camera on her property. She would be like, not on my
Ms. Gilman,
watch.
could you pause?
Oh, that's a Volvo.
All right. Now, Ms. Waldroup, I have some questions about your videos in and of themselves.
Yes.
The date on the video, what is the date in the top left-hand corner?
January 3rd, 2023.
And the time, what does it denote the time?
It's 4:33 p.m.
Now, in January 2023, were there any issues as far as the time on your videos being different from the real time?
I would never.
Yes, I believe at the time it was, I don't know for sure, but I believe it was about 20 minutes difference. And sometimes it does that. It jumps and then I don't notice it till I actually have to pull up video for some reason. And then I'm like, okay, then I see it in real time.
Literally wibbly wobbly, timey wimey. That doesn't surprise me at all. We talked about time variances so much in other cases, but almost a lot of the cases I worked, there were some variances on surveillance cameras. So I'm not surprised, but the date is more important than if it's 1633 or 1643 or 1623 to me.
Time that it's wrong.
Okay, so there are times when the time on your video is not the correct time.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, as a result of working at the Clermont, are you familiar with the vehicles of your residents?
Yes.
And how many of your residents had Volvos XC90s at the time?
None to my knowledge.
Really?
Miss Gilman, if you could press play, please.
Okay.
Pause. Ms. Waldroup, did you recognize this
Volvo
vehicle as
XC90.
being one of your residents?
No.
And if you press play, Miss Gilman.
I love this witness. This is just pure luck on the part of the prosecution.
Same video,
that
Ms.
she's
Gilman,
amazing.
could you bring us to 13 minutes and 59 seconds?
Also, it doesn't matter if the time's right. The distance between, like if 20 minutes lapses, is I think more important than if that 20 minutes is give or take whatever time of night it is. Because I bet the Volvo's going to drive right back by. And yes, Chad, it appears that it was not snowing and there was not a lot of snow on the ground. Oh, look. Sure looks like a Volvo based on those taillights and body shape. Looked like a darker one, though. That looks like a lighter Volvo. Oh, wait, no. The other one. Wait. Was the other one a Ford Focus? Hold on. I think it actually might have been. The back tail lights. The first car might have been a Ford. Much darker in color. I had to back up just to it fix my curiosity. Oh, no, more sedan-y. That's why I backed it up. There's the Volvo. The taillights that go up the back.
Ms. Gilman, I'm going to ask now if you could bring us to the next video.
What time? Wait, no, what time was that? Damn it, counsel. Okay, Volvo comes back into view at 16:44. So the timestamps are between.
Ms. Gilman, I'm going to ask now if you could bring us to the next video.
No, my page
from
jumped.
Clermont, which I believe is titled Clermont. Thank you.
About 20 minutes.
Ms. Waldroup,
no,
before you
less.
even, if you could just
16:33:18 to 16:44.
pause it at this point in time. Ms. Waldroup, where are we looking at the Clermont apartment complexes in this second video?
So this is the, right when you come to the back, this is actually at the bottom of the hill or of the backside where the two dumpsters are located in that fenced area right there.
In that fenced area. And you said they're gated. Is there a lock to them or anything like that?
No.
And what access do you give the general public to your dumpsters? It's people who don't live there. Can they use them?
No, they're not supposed to. No. And there's signs that,
I mean, they're not supposed to, but it's not locked.
Yeah, it's private property and they are on the surveillance. I mean, it's on surveillance. So they're not meant to use our dumpsters. No.
Could you press play this, Gilman?
Well, that's clear. Look at that. I'm just in awe. I'm going to make myself a little smaller so this video is easier to see. I backed it up. For those of you that are listening in the background, come on back and take a look at how clear this is of the Volvo. And the dumpsters are right here. Volvo's pulling near where the dumpsters are and then goes out of frame. Yes, I also noticed, chat, that the taillight is expressly not cracked. There is a person walking away from the dumpster. So it goes from 16:35:08. I imagine it's motion activated. So we go from 16:35:08 to headlights driving by at 16:36:31. And then you see a person leaving the dumpsters at right after 16:36. Walking back and away. Back towards the direction the Volvo had gone, but you see the door for the dumpsters is open. And then at 16:38:26. Oh God, walking back towards the dumpsters with a bag. Door is still open to where the dumpsters are. We're now at 16:38:53. Somebody is still in the area of the dumpsters. We haven't seen them leave yet. And I'm just narrating for those of you listening in the background. You're welcome. I know you're doing other stuff. 16:39:08. And somebody dressed all in black walking back out of the dumpsters. And then right after the Volvo backs out, looks like it's turning around and leaving the camera. We're at 16:39:45. Wow. That's surreal.
And finally,
That's
how many
surreal.
ways are there in and out of the property?
One. There is really one. So there used to be, there's a smaller little, almost like a narrow walkway now that people used to use. Sometimes weren't supposed to, because you can't actually have a vehicle. It's not the width of a vehicle. So technically, could you take another way? Yes, but there's only one driveway. Yes, one entrance, front entrance. Sorry about that.
I think that my earlier question was probably an art. When I asked you how many ways are there into the property, you said 6. You talking about
Oh, entrances. I thought you meant entrance as in.
Oh, ma'am, it's not you. He asked entrances to the property. He did not specify vehicle entrances. He said entrances to the property. She was talking, I think, about foot traffic. He was talking about vehicles. Fair.
The doors. We have 6. I am so.
No, ma'am, don't you apologize. That was his question.
I'm so sorry. We have one way to get into the complex, one driveway to get in, 6 exits or entrance doors, and there is a little pathway coming from Chestnut. Yes, but it's not a driveway. It's not, but if somebody, I've seen it before when there was a road blocked and then people would just, but it's not meant to be used. So my apologies.
No, you don't have to apologize. I didn't ask the right question.
Yep.
You fixed it, so thank you. My question was, how many ways are there into the property, I guess, from the street?
One.
Okay.
Good job, counsel.
This path area that sometimes people should use, they could use.
Rarely now. I haven't seen it actually in years, but there was a time, and then, yeah, it stopped.
And that pathway would lead to Chestnut Glen.
Yes, and into their parking lot.
Got it.
Yes.
And as far as how to get in and out of the buildings, there's 6.
Correct.
Nothing further. Thank you very much.
I like this witness so much.
Ross?
I like this witness a lot. That video is so fucking chilling that this witness being a delight is really appreciated, and just good luck.
A few questions.
Headhunters are going to be immediately trying to find her. We're going to be like, ma'am, hi, how are you?
Good afternoon.
Glad I get to ask you a couple of questions.
Sure.
Those dumpsters you just told us about that we saw in the video.
Yeah.
Is there any signage on the dumpsters saying when they're going to be picked up?
No.
Good
Do you have a
question.
website for the Clermont?
Yes.
Does that have any notice on when the dumpsters are going to be picked up?
No.
Good question.
May I ask one to redirect?
You may.
When was the dumpster picked up? After January 3rd?
What day of the week was that? When it was a Tuesday? I'm sorry.
Sure, I have a calendar right here on my desk. If January 3rd was a Tuesday, when would the dumpster have been picked up?
Wednesday. It gets picked up Mondays, Wednesdays, Thursday. Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays.
Thank
3
you.
times a week.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Good questions from the defense.
Hey, recross. You may step down.
Thank you.
The defense asked if the sign or the website, if anything said when the dumpster would be picked up. The defense is trying to, I think, anticipate and close the door on the argument that Brian Walshe picked this dumpster because it would be emptied the next day. Remember, Brian Walshe is lying to law enforcement on the 4th that his wife is missing. This is the 3rd. The dumpster was emptied on the 4th. They didn't start looking for dumpsters until after that. So the dumpsters being emptied Monday, Wednesday, Friday, the defense is trying to say, well, he didn't know that. And the prosecution is trying to say, or might argue, but the reason we don't know what was in that dumpster is because it was emptied the next day. So this is not the one that they recovered. This is a different dumpster. There are going to be multiple dumpsters, I anticipate.
The Commonwealth would call Connor Keefe.
And back to MSP and into the phones. So Connor Keefe, we are a little bit familiar with from the Karen Reed case. So the dumpsters were empty on the 4th. Before law enforcement knew that this was a homicide case or that she was missing. Or as they were finding out it was missing. All right, witness number 21. The Commonwealth is just moving it. Thank you, sir. They're like, I like to move it. They have really zoomed.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before I talk, I'm just going to put some of this stuff over here on this chair.
Sure, counsel.
I can see where that is going. Now, sir, can I ask your name and could you please spell your last name?
Yes, it is Connor Keefe, last name Keefe.
And sir, where do you work?
I am a trooper for the Massachusetts State Police.
How long have you been a trooper with the Massachusetts State Police?
8 years.
And do you work within a certain unit of the State Police?
Yes, I do.
What unit do you work for?
I work for the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office.
And what do you do there, sir?
I am a homicide investigator,
Duck and
digital
cover.
forensic examiner, and a cell phone record analyst.
Now, how long have you had that position working with the DA's office?
4 years, approximately 4.
And do you have any certifications as far as being a digital forensic examiner?
Yes.
Can you tell us what those certifications are?
Yes, I have certification from Cellbrite, which is a digital forensics company. Cellbrite certified.
I'm going to try to keep an open mind. We have not seen Connor Keefe testify a lot. He is still at Norfolk DA's. I'm going to try. I'm going to try to keep an open mind. I'm also going to speed up his background training and experience. Classes, certifications, 1.25.
Operator, Cellbrite certified physical analyst, Cellbrite advanced smartphone analyst, and the Cellbrite Apple forensic fundamentals.
And just what is Cellbrite?
It's a digital forensics hardware and software company.
And how did you get the how do you get the certifications in those Cellbrite topics?
Usually a in-person class test at the end.
Did you pass the test?
Yes.
Now, have you received other trainings concerning digital forensics?
Yes.
From who?
Magnet, Gray Key.
And who administers these trainings?
The companies themselves.
And have you received trainings from any other law enforcement agencies?
Yes.
Which ones?
I've taken cell phone record analysis classes from the FBI and LexisNexis, which is another cell phone record analysis.
Now, in addition, could you just tell us your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree from Providence College.
And have you served in the military?
Yes.
Can you tell us where you served?
I was an officer in the Rhode Island Army National Guard for 8 years. Got out as a captain.
And sir, have you ever testified before giving your opinion about digital forensics or cell phone record analysis?
Yes.
Now,
notice they are qualifying him as an expert in a bit of a different way. Also, the reason I am trying to keep an open mind is because we have not seen him testify a lot. He is one of MSP's digital forensic experts. They are qualifying him as an expert. But I will just note, the way all of you are feeling is completely valid. And it is the problem when you have scandals like Trooper Proctor that the jurors are feeling the same way you do, or could be feeling the same way you do. That there are going to be, I am sure, MSP troopers that are not a problem. The problem is they are going to have to go so far above and beyond to prove that because of what the public has now seen. And that is something that the prosecution has to work to overcome with their witnesses. And their witnesses have to be above and beyond reproach. A little different than when you're looking at like Cohasset. We didn't immediately side-eye Cohasset when they sat down. We were like, oh, tell us what you did. I've got questions. MSP is going to get an immediate side-eye, right? So I'm trying to keep an open mind, but this is going to be something that the DAs in Norfolk are going to have to deal with every jury that touches MSP, or every jury trial that touches MSP, for quite a while. They are going to have to deal with it. And unfortunately, MSP is most involved in murder cases. So it's going to be really hard for them.
On Thursday of January 5th, 2023, did you have the opportunity to become involved in an investigation into the disappearance of Anna Walshe?
Yes, I did.
Where did you go on the 5th?
All right, now that we are done with training and experience, I'm going to put this back to normal speed. That was actually quicker than we've seen it in any of the other trials, so I appreciate that.
I went to Cohasset Police Department.
And why did you go to the Cohasset Police Department?
I was asked to analyze a Verizon cell phone records associated with Anna Walshe.
And are you familiar with the concept of pinging a phone?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that is?
Usually it's through an emergency ping by law enforcement, usually missing person.
They got that pretty fast.
Someone's in danger. The law enforcement has the ability to ask the provider to ping a phone, which gives an estimated location of that device in order to hopefully locate the person.
And so when you went to Cohasset Police Department on January 5th, did you have the opportunity to review any data corresponding to that type of pinging activity?
Yes, the data we received then was called RTT data from Verizon. It is round trip time. And in that report, Verizon is able to provide an estimated distance that a device is
from
a cell site, a cell tower.
And so I take it the data you were reviewing had been provided by Verizon.
That is correct.
So at this point in time, I would seek to admit the data from Verizon for
the
3
cell
different phone numbers.
Ping.
One being 617-599-766. The second being 617-895-8082. And then the third being
confirmation email.
617-939-8648. Verizon data. What's any objection?
Any objection to those?
No objection.
Counsel, on the first one, I'm sorry, I'm keeping track of the numbers. What's the first? It's 76.
It would be 7966.
That's where I missed
That
it.
hurts.
7966. All right. So now in evidence as Exhibit 158 are the Verizon records of 617-599-7966. And then 159 is the phone number ending in 8082. And 160 is the phone number ending in 8648.
Yes, Your Honor.
They're in evidence.
All right, we're going to see the cell phone pings. Dr. B gets to go to the bookstore with G.
Ms. Gilman, could we have the RTT file for
In case you're curious.
617-599-7966?
The RTT is the ping. We would have heard quite a lot about this, and I think the Koberger case, if it hadn't pled. The bookstore is the best.
So, Trooper, looking at the file entitled RTT Details 599-7966, is there a date range in that file name?
Yes, there is.
What is the date range?
It's January 1st, 2023 to January 5th, 2023.
And these are some of the records you had the opportunity to review for the ping data. Is that correct?
The estimated distance data, the real-time tool data from Verizon, yes.
Thank you for correcting me.
Yes.
So This is a bunch of numbers. What are we looking at?
I can explain.
I'd love for you to do
Okay.
that.
Bet?
Yes, please.
Can I touch this, or is it you'll go through the columns, or
I'll tell you what. I'll ask you about the columns.
Okay.
What's record source mean?
record source is the technology used for this event on the network.
Oh, no,
so for
more
this,
records that we
12
can't
is
see.
Samsung and 1 is Nokia. So the technology on the tower that completed this event.
All right. And when you say event, does that mean it's a phone call?
No.
What's an event as far as data goes?
So for these records, it's a signaling event from the cell site, the tower, to the
Chad, I'll
device
be right
and back.
I'm going to
Verizon's
raise
able
the
to
desk.
estimate
My dog's bugging me.
a
I'm gonna go off camera for a
distance that the
second to grab
device
my
is from the cell site.
format.
And what is start time and end time?
That is the beginning of the event, the signaling event.
And then I take it end time's the end of the event.
Yes, sir.
All right. Subscriber MSISDN. What's that?
That is the phone number associated with these records.
And what is an IMEI?
That is the International Mobile Equipment Identifier. It's the unique identifier of the device itself.
And so then a device will have its own identifier in addition to a phone number.
That's correct.
What is an IMSI?
That's the International Mobile Subscriber Identity, and that is essentially Verizon's number for this account or device. So it's for the subscriber on that device.
What's manufacturing, or I'm going to MFG model? What's that?
The manufacturer model, so Apple iPhone 12 Pro Max.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll over. Sir, are there any columns that are blank here?
Yes.
What are those?
Those are the Ericsson, so that there was no Ericsson technology used in these records.
So then that's why they're blank.
Yes, sir.
All right, if we could scroll over to say column L. Thank you. What is market 4G, then column M, ENB? What are those two?
Those all pertain to the cell site. So it's essentially the cell site number and the sector in which the event occurred.
And so which one's which? There's a cell site and there's a sector. So maybe I'll take it one at a time.
Okay.
What's market 4G? Why is there a 57 there?
57 indicates the market in which the event happened. So think of it as an area code like Boston 617. So Verizon knows to route this transaction to the right area. And then E node B, column M is 52. That is the cell site number. So that's the cell site number in which the transaction occurred.
So there's a cell site, like a tower, within a sector or within a market.
That's correct.
Okay. And so I don't want to use the word sector because that's the next column. What's sector?
Sector is on a cell site. It's typically three-sided. They have antennas on three sides. So sector 4G, sector 3 was the transaction started on sector 3, and then carrier 4G is so the transaction ended on.
Yes, Chad, if you have things that you need to do, now's the time. Yes, I will take notes. Yes, I will summarize this in the case briefs that will be out on the Emily Show podcast audio and video feed on the Emily Show YouTube channel. And yes, if cross-examination gets spicy, I will let you know in the Lawnerd app. They are going to ping the phones. I am curious to see if a phone is on or off. And don't worry, I will summarize for anything that we need. So if you need to bounce, don't feel bad. I'll let you know. But if you're curious, stick around about the cell phone data. But I get it. This is going to be
So the data, the event
Slower.
occurred on one and then moved to another.
That's correct.
All right. Now, if you went down on carrier 4G, column O, there's a 7. What's the significance of a 7 in that column?
So for Verizon, they start with their antennas, their sectors start with 2, 3, 4, and then most providers, the antennas are stacked on top of each other. So it should be the second row in numbers.
Now, there's a bunch of another empty columns there. What are those?
I just want
There
to be
was
able to
no
see
5G
the
technology
notes.
used in these records.
And then first distance MI, last distance MI. What's that?
So that's the first estimated distance that was provided, and then the end of the event was the last distance.
And what happens when there's an NA there?
That means
Not
Verizon was
applicable.
able to provide an estimated distance of the device for that date and time during
Okay.
that transaction.
So,
Not available?
Does that correspond to the technology in the first column?
Yes, sir.
And why is that? Like, what technology had the data and which one didn't?
Yes, after analyzing the records, all the data with a 1, which is Nokia, they were unable to provide any estimated distance of the device. The one with 12 was Samsung technology, and they were able to provide estimated distances for that.
And so Samsung and Nokia both had antennas on this tower.
Yes.
And then what is VoLTE?
It's real hard
That is voice over LTE.
to
That
discern
would indicate if
information
it was
you
a call or not,
see.
like a voice call.
All right. And then could we keep on going all the way to the end? All right, if we could stop. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. So I take it there's no Ericsson's issues on why, because there's no Ericsson technology.
Correct.
And then there's a series of entries or columns from Z to AC, PCMD, and then that information. What is that?
Column Z is the per call measurement data. And the 2 indicates that it was not an emergency call. A 0 would be invalid, 1 would be an emergency call. This is just how Verizon marks their data for these records.
And then what is procedure duration?
That is, again, per call measurement data. That's how long the transaction in milliseconds was for this signaling event.
To ping.
So milliseconds. That's not seconds, it's milliseconds.
Correct.
All right.
Is that
And
faster?
then, I take it
I appreciate counsel for
date,
trying.
month, day, and year. Those are pretty much standard.
Yes, sir.
January 1st, 2023.
Yes.
Now, Ms. Gilman, can we go down the bottom of this and then go back over to the left?
I will say, Amanda, mother of cats, who said in the chat, I used to work for AT&T, so I used to cover and explain this stuff all the time. Come on, trooper. I will say that I
now, sir,
really preferred to bring in people from the cell phone companies because they were so practiced at doing this. They could explain it so well because it was just the regular part of their work. And so I preferred, but I was also in LA. It was fairly easy to do. I very much preferred bringing in someone from AT&T or Verizon to explain. They did such a good job with it. But I hope the prosecutor at the end summarizes with so what does all that mean to you? And who these phones belong to?
there's a series of columns now at the bottom of this spreadsheet. What is it that we're looking at down here?
This is the tower list for the transactions that occurred in this data. So these are the tower lists, and all this data occurred within this tower. So the tower list is located at the bottom.
And then there's longitude and latitude. What do you do with it? What is that?
That's the GPS or the lat long of the cell site location. Could be a building, could be, in this case, it's a water tower.
Council, do you have a
scrolling
map
over
or a
street
picture?
address, city? I take it that's pretty standard, self-explanatory.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So now, Ms. Gilman, if you could go back all the way over
I forgot to
to the
feed my
left.
Snorlax, so I need to do that too.
Thank you very much.
And that's all.
Looking at these records, sir, were you able to come to a conclusion as to the last time
Thank you for rounding it back, Council. We appreciate you. Can you tell us this specific thing? Thank you, Council. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Looking at these records, sir, were you able to come to a conclusion as to the last time Verizon was able to estimate a distance of where the handset was when it interacted with the network?
Yes.
Okay. How are you able to do that? Or I should say, when is that, according to these records? That's a better question.
That would be line 828. It would be January 2nd, 2023 at 3:14 a.m.
And how do you know it interacted with the network at that time on line 828?
If you could scroll.
For the handset they are talking about, and I hope they'll connect whose handset it was. For the handset they are talking about, the last time it interacted with Verizon's network was January 2nd, 2023 at 3:14 a.m., We also know that there was a lot of noodly Googling around this time on January 2nd, just from previous testimony. There was a lot in that range.
Over, please. The technology is 12, so that means it's a Samsung event. And then if you could keep going over, please. If you could just highlight 828 if you don't mind, just so I could see the column. Thank you.
Okay, so 828, we see 0.024. What's that?
That is the estimated distance that Verizon believes the device is from the cell site located on Reservoir Road in Cohasset, Massachusetts.
And so is that measured in feet, inches, or?
Given everything we know about this case, Reservoir Road sounds ominous to me.
What?
Miles.
So approximately quarter mile.
Yes,
right?
sir.
Okay. Now, how do you know what direction it is from the tower in Reservoir Road? According to these records.
The direction.
So is it, are you talking that it's a circle or what?
So it would be the azimuth in which the antenna is facing.
Oh, okay. And so.
Counsel, was it the word azimuth that did it for you? Oh, okay. We'll take the chuckles where we get them. It's the sector azimuth.
Help me out with that because I don't know what azimuth is.
You
what
do
is
too.
The azimuth of where the antenna is facing. What does that mean?
You absolutely
so the
know.
Provider puts these antennas on the cell site in certain directions, 360 degrees. Usually it's 120 per azimuth in which they're placed on the tower.
And so
like
as far as the direction of
wedge
where
directional,
the phone was from the antenna, can you tell us based on these records what the general direction of the phone was when it interacted with the network on January 2nd at 3:14 a.m.?
It was from the cell site, the tower, it was southwest in the area of 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway.
Oh,
so it was in the area of 5.
The tower was on Reservoir Road, and the tower azimuth pinged the phone in the direction of the home.
16 Chief Justice Cushing Highway.
Yes, sir.
All right.
He definitely didn't explain what the azimuth was, but it's the wedge pi directionality of the sector side of the phone. It's not a great explanation. We'll get a better one for word of the day and put it in the notes. Okay.
Now, Ms. Gilman, on this file, there is a second folder. Could we go to that second folder?
So the phone was in the direction of the house, which makes sense because somebody was Googling at that time too.
Yep. Are you familiar with subscriber data, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What is subscriber data in relation to Verizon?
This is from Verizon. These are Verizon's business records associated with an account.
Looking at the spreadsheet
Those were
that
stipulated
is on the
too
screen,
already.
subscriber MTN 61759.
Why can't we see the spreadsheet? They've showed us all of the other evidence. I don't know why they're not showing the digital evidence.
7966. Is this the subscriber data from Verizon?
Yes, sir.
All right. What is the first column search value?
That is the phone number of these records associated with these records.
Okay. And what is the search start date and end date?
That is the report date that these were run.
Okay.
So January 7, 2023.
And then column D has MTN. What is MTN?
That is mobile terminating number. That's the same as the search value. That's Verizon's, the number associated with these records.
And Ms. Gilman, could you just expand column D for us? Thank you. All right. And then account number, what's that?
That is Verizon's internal account, an account number for this this line.
We just want to be able to see it.
We get to last name, first name, business, address. What's that?
Yay.
That is the account holder of this number.
Okay. And Ms. Gilman, could you scroll across to the right?
It would be helpful if
All
we
right.
could see it, but they'll have to say it into the record anyway.
Now we have a column P and Q. What are we looking at here, sir?
Or they won't.
That is the subscriber under this account for this phone number.
Okay, so there's an account holder and then there's a subscriber.
Yes, sir.
And so the
A
account
subscriber
holder, I
to the
think they
line.
pay it?
Yes.
Okay, they're responsible for it.
Yes.
Okay. And what is the name for columns P and Q?
Walshe Anna.
Council, is that a good place to stop for lunch?
It's always a good place to stop for lunch, Your Honor.
All right, please. Close your doors, follow me.
Oh boy. Isn't it though? Correct. Correct, counsel. Correct. The judge is like, before we slog through the rest of these subscriber records, snackies. Time for snackies. Let's see if they put anything on the record. They may not. And then I'll probably take about 10 minutes and grab
Thank you, Your Honor.
Also some food.
Anybody need anything? Have a nice lunch.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I need a very spicy Dr. Pepper. Your Honor, I need a really properly bubbly Dr. Pepper, and I don't think I have any in my house. That's going to have to wait. It's going to have to wait until later. Well, the court is at lunch. The prosecution continues to move through this case with focus, organization, and quite a bit of speed, and it's really nice to see. So we are now on witness 21, Massachusetts State Trooper Connor Keefe, who is the tech expert that is going to be dealing with the cell phone data and the cell phone ping data. We are just getting into the first cell phone handset that he evaluated. We haven't yet gotten to the subscriber information that corresponds with that handset, but they were talking about when that handset last interacted with Verizon's network. It was in the direction of the home on Chief Justice Cushing Highway, and that last interacted with the network on January 3rd, just after 3 o'clock in the morning. So we will be hearing a lot more tech data and what phones pinged and what didn't. And remember, this is data that they are getting from Verizon records, not from the handsets of the phones. So they were getting this information when Anna Walshe was reported missing. We've also gone through some really chilling video of a very tall figure dressed in dark clothing, driving a Volvo to a dumpster and taking a bag into that dumpster. So the tech data and slogging through the tech data will be a change of pace, possibly for the rest of the day. So it is time to go to lunch. I am going to take 10. I'm going to run to the restroom, grab some snackies, and I suggest you do the same. Take a little stretch break. I'm going to put on the music so you can move and groove, or go move your laundry, or take whatever you need to out to prepare for dinner this evening, depending on when you're watching this and where you live. Replay crew, also good time to remind you to hydrate, even if you're listening at like 5. It's good to see all of you law nerds. Let's take a lunch break. Mods, don't forget to take a break for yourselves as well. Chat, I will see you in just a few. And yes, we will ping the Law Nerd app, free on iOS and Android, to keep you in the loop at lawnerdapp.com. And for those of you that are like, I literally can't listen to this man, don't worry, we'll summarize it in the case brief for you that'll be out tomorrow morning before court. You're not going to miss anything. We're going to see which phones were on and which phones were off. That's what we're going to learn this afternoon. And if we learn anything surprising, we'll highlight it. Don't worry. So we've got you. It's okay to get stuff that you need to do done. All right, let's take lunch. I'm shooting for 10 minutes. I have time blindness, so I'm setting an alarm. I'll see you in a few. I tried to time that well, and I got it kind of right. Hi, everybody. Did you have a good court lunch? Court took lunch, we took lunch, and we are back. We are heading back to court, well, with a bunch of cell phone testimony. And yes, if the view looks different, I didn't realize the light was out on my lamp. If the view looks different, it's because we are standing this afternoon. Stand desk is one of the best things I have done for my streaming setup. It has been so fantastic. So we needed to stand. I'm definitely going to be wiggling. So apologies if it's distracting, but I know a lot of you just listen to the background. It's going to be fine. It's all going to be fine. So let's
Bring the jury.
and get back to court, everybody. We have lots of Zoom room this afternoon, but with the tech data, it might be hard to speed it up too much. We'll see. If they had the visuals on the screen, I would 1.25 in a heartbeat. Without the visuals on the screen, it's stuff I want to follow, but it's also a little bit difficult. It's a little bit difficult when they're just on line 7. What does it say? Everyone in the courtroom can see it, and that's really what matters. If everyone in the courtroom can see it. Oh, Emily, you've got the sound muted. Well done. Good.
7, 8.
Streaming is dynamic.
0. This meeting ID does not exist. Please re-enter your meeting ID.
That's not you. It's however they decided that they need to call in to do a second audio. I don't even know, but here we are with some kind of WebEx code.
Enter the meeting passcode followed by pound.
Please
Be muted throughout.
push pound now. Thanks. All right. I have no idea. The jury's coming in. They're standing. All right. So there we go.
79. Can we go back to that RTT file for the phone number ending in 7966?
All right, good. Phone number 7966 is where we're at. That's helpful to know.
And can you scroll all the way down to the bottom, Ms. Gilman?
I still have to find where to put the chair when the
Trooper,
standing is happening.
I believe we left off with RTT that the last time Verizon was able to give you a location, an estimated
It seems obvious to us because we skipped the lunch break, but to reorient the jury is really helpful.
location of the handset was around 3:14 a.m. on January 2nd. My question to you is, according to these records, and if you could go all the way down to the bottom, Ms. Gilman.
So they're going to give the opinion
when
again.
You analyze them. Were there any other times after that there was any interaction between Verizon and the handset?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that based on the records?
Yes. Again, it's estimated distance of the device, not location, estimated distance of the device.
Thank you for correcting me.
Sorry, Judge. I just need to ask you to speak.
Yes.
He said
And the
speak
witness,
up.
Make sure you lean into the microphone and speak up.
Yes, Your Honor.
Project.
And so
Maybe
you
bring
corrected
the
me.
microphone to your mouth.
Verizon gave you the estimated distance of the device from the tower.
That's correct.
Okay. So my question to you is, after that time of
1:23
3:14 a.m. on January 2nd, 2023, according to the records, were you able to identify any other incidences where the phone or the handset had any interactions with the Verizon network?
Yes.
Okay.
When?
Looking at these records, can you tell us when you were able to determine that and what happened?
So line 831,
Yes?
that would be January 2nd, 2023 at 4:13 a.m.
Okay.
The technology was Nokia. That's the start and time of the duration. And then if you could go scroll all the way to the
So an hour later,
please.
on January
The
2nd.
Stop. Sorry.
In the name
Columns
of
V
love.
and W, there is NA, which means they were not able to provide an estimated distance of the device. So there was a signaling event between the tower and the device, but they were unable to provide an estimated distance of the device.
Were there any other interactions from Verizon at this?
Were there any other events where you could determine a distance? Yes. What event? This. What distance? Couldn't, undetermined.
After that event?
Yes.
What was the final interaction that you were able to determine from the Verizon network? Or not interaction, the final activity of the Verizon network according to these records?
Yes. If you could slide back over to the left, please. It's line 832, January 4th, 2023 at 4:14 a.m.
Yes, sir. What happened at that time, according to the data?
At
There was a
4:14 a.m.?
signaling event, but signaling event from the network, Verizon, to the device, but they were unable to complete that transaction. So if you could scroll all the way to the PCMD procedure, keep going, please. Right there, column AA, alpha, alpha, the procedure time, there is no time. So the network was unable to connect with the device at that time.
Okay, so am I missaying this? The network sent out a signal, but the device never connected with it at that point?
Essentially, yes.
Okay. Now,
So that was a
Ms. Gilman,
failed
if you could
ping.
close out of that for us, thank you very much. So that's January 5th. But what time were you working on this at Cohasset PD?
It was later at night.
All right.
Were you working at 4:14 a.m. or is this when is this just when the pings were sent? Do they normally send them in the evening?
So what do you do on the 6th on this case?
The 6th, I am at the command post in Cohasset, Massachusetts, and I receive 3 devices from Lieutenant John Fanning.
Where was the command post in Cohasset?
Sir, you are on the stand. Can you, whatever that was, just never again. Never again. To summarize, the phone ping was only successful on, I'm so distracted. The phone ping was only successful on January 2nd, 2023 at 3:14 a.m. And that estimated distance was in the direction of the home. The other attempted phone pings were unable to determine a distance or a location. All right. Are we ready to move on? I'm sure ready to move on. So now they are moving on to him getting the devices when he was at the command center at Cohasset Police. All right.
The Stop and Shop Plaza.
Okay.
Kind of.
Because of course
center
it
of
is.
town there. Not center of town, but.
Forgive me, I'm not in the military. I wasn't in the police. What's a command post?
Usually.
So y'all did a handoff of the phones in the Stop and Shop? Sure.
Like a uniform command where agencies collaborate, locate, there's communications established, different units to collaborate and come up with a plan and action.
To stop.
Were there any vehicles or anything like that?
Collaborate and
Yes.
listen?
What?
There was
Normally a
different
command
police vehicles,
vehicle.
I believe maybe some four-wheelers, stuff like that, from what I recall.
Okay.
Poor Stop and Shop.
It's January 6th. You're at the command post and you received what for devices?
3 electronic devices.
And who gave them to you?
Lieutenant
Fanning.
John Fanning.
And what devices did you receive?
I received an iPhone 13 mini, an iPad 6, and an iPad 6 mini.
And what did you do with these devices?
I transported them back to the Digital Forensics Lab at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office in Canton, Massachusetts.
And so about what time did you get back to the lab?
Around 9:30 p.m.
So
And
two
so what did you do with these devices around
iPads and an
9:30 p.m.?
iPhone.
I began the extraction process on the iPhone 13 mini.
Walk us through, what's the extraction process consist of?
So using, in this
Gray
case, I used Gray Key, which is a forensic hardware and software company. You will take the device, you plug it into the hardware on a forensic computer running forensic software, and then the data will be extracted from the device.
How long does this take?
It can take hours, up to hours.
And so did you do all 3 devices at once?
If they have the
I did not.
passcode.
Why not?
They only have one gray key.
It got towards later in the evening, and I finished the devices the next day.
And so do you have 3 RAID key machines or can you put all one onto one machine?
You know they
No,
don't.
it's one at a time.
Okay, so one's going to download, then you can get the next one.
Yes, sir.
And this information, once you download it, where does it go?
It goes to the forensic server at the office.
Okay, and does anyone have access to the server?
Just the people assigned to the forensic lab.
How many people were assigned to the forensic lab in January 2023?
At that time, I believe it was 3.
And so you said that you came back on the 7th to work on this?
Yes.
About what time did you finish downloading the devices?
Before lunchtime on the 7th,
And what was done with the devices?
they were returned back to the owner,
And who was your understanding the owner was?
Brian Walsh.
Now, once you've downloaded this information, can you just read it and go to town, do what you need to do?
No, sir.
What do you do?
Oh, boy.
The data is in a raw form, and then we use a program, Celebrite, which is another forensic software that we take the raw data. It is ingested into Celebrite. Celebrite creates a readable,
User
interactive
interface
image of the data. It breaks it down to calls, contacts, pictures, videos, text messages, web history, stuff like that.
And so when did you finish getting the data into a readable format?
The late afternoon on the 7th.
And so on the 7th, what did you do as far as analyzing data from the iPhone 13 mini?
I began analyzing data from December 25th, 2022 through the date of I received them January 6th.
And was that now, did you ever have a second opportunity to download this data from the iPhone 13 mini?
Yes.
When did you do that?
Trooper Nick Areno did that, I believe, in the January 9th.
Okay. And so on January 9th, in addition to the iPhone 13 mini,
which kind of conflicts with Garino, because I think what Garino said, oh no, maybe not, because Garino said he only did one extraction, but he ran it through 2 reader programs. So that actually might not conflict. At first I was like, wait, what? But Garino said he downloaded the iPad once and then ran it through 2 different versions of Celebrite. But it makes sense if Keefe downloaded the first one that Garino would have only done the one. And that was the one after the search warrant. So they had a consent. Hey, I turned this over to you. You can look at it. They had a consent one. And then they had a search warrant one.
did you have the opportunity to analyze data from any other iPhones?
Yes, I did.
What was the second iPhone you had the opportunity to analyze data from?
That was an iPhone SE.
And now, as far as looking at this data on January 9th, did anyone help you look at this data?
Trooper Nick Areno was there.
Did he help you?
Now, are you familiar with the term native location data as it applies to iPhones?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what it is?
Yes, so native location in Apple iOS operating systems. Native location is made up of location services on the Apple device, and location services are made up of GPS satellite, Bluetooth beacons, wireless connections, and cell tower information.
And so native location data, how is that different than the Verizon data you just talked about?
So this is data taken directly from the device, and the other data is from a cell phone provider.
Okay. And so which one is more specific as far as a location?
The native location data.
And so when you were talking about the handset being in the area of 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway, based on the Verizon records, what are you able to determine based on the native location data of the location of a handset?
It is more accurate to a specific location.
And at this point in time, Your Honor, I would seek to enter in the electronic files of the location data of the iPhone 13.
Okay. All I want to do is zoom a zoom. All I want to do is zoom a zoom. Thank you for entering in the location
Now in
data.
evidence as 161.
All right.
Did I mess it up?
I believe that our last exhibit was 158, Your Honor.
You didn't mess it up, Your Honor. You're perfect.
No, we had the Verizon records, which were
158, 159.
He messed it up.
159 and 160 were the Verizon
And he
records.
knows he did because you watched him just go, that's right. I didn't put it in my notes.
Oh, I see. We had one drive that had 3 sets of records on it, and it got one tag. That's why.
Counsel's
All right,
animated.
well, just listen up when I'm announcing them. So let me clarify the record and make sure that I'm getting it right this time.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So there were 3 sets of records. They were the Verizon for those 3 different phones ending 7966, 8082, and 8648. And I had previously announced on the record that they were 159, 158, 159, and 160.
She did.
And now I'm being told that they're on one thumb drive. And all of those 3 records for those 3 Verizon or those 3 phone numbers that have Verizon records are now in evidence as Exhibit 158.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay.
He should have corrected her the first time. But it's
That will mean
fair.
that this records
They just have to fix it.
location data for the iPhone 13 mini.
The court reporter
and the
just smiled at
iPhone
him.
SE is now in evidence as Exhibit 159.
I appreciate that they're on separate drives.
Thank you, Your Honor. My apologies.
Uh-huh. I do like the demeanor of this DA. Also, they've been so well organized
Ms.
in
Gilman.
trial. They've had so few moments of like, oh, wait, what? It's been really nice.
Could we have what's now been marked as Exhibit 159? And could you go to the file for the location data for the 13 mini?
Oh, judges are so busy in trial. Betty Ann said judges can't daydream at all. Got to pay attention the whole time. Judges have they have to be on the top of their game because they do not know what's coming. And you have to process the question enough that if an objection comes after the question, you have to be able to rule on it based on your remembering of the question, what the objection is, the arguments of the objection, and oftentimes that's contextualized by the questions that came before. So you paying attention in trial is an incredibly active, like, am I going to need to make a call on this type of listening, in addition to keeping notes of everything that's admitted into evidence, exactly what it is. And you've heard this judge once or twice pause and say, okay, define for me exactly what this is a little bit more, because they need very detailed notes as they're going through witnesses. Also, they will be asked to make rulings later that will refer back to witness testimony days before. They need to be able to go back to their notes and be able to take notes simultaneously with listening if they ever need to make a ruling, and then be able to refer back to their own notes when they're asked about something down the road to say, oh no, this witness said this and this witness said that. It requires quite a lot of active. Now some judges do it better than others. But yes, quite a lot of work when the attorneys are in trial. So thank you for asking the question. Allowed me to just share a little bit of information that
So,
is not
Trooper,
always
directing your
discussed.
attention to the screen. We're looking at an Excel spreadsheet from 159 titled iPhone 13 native location data. Can you tell us what we're looking at here as far as, I'll ask you, the first column has a number associated. What does that column represent?
That indicates the number of records line by line in this file.
And
when it says type, what's that supposed to indicate to you?
Type of data in the file, location data.
And then the next two are blank. And what are we looking at as far as this series of records? Location, date, time, destination, and description.
These are native location data that I exported from the iPhone 13 mini.
Okay.
And that is date, time, and then the latitude, longitude.
So when you get this information of the latitude and longitude, what do you do with it? Well, you've got this spreadsheet. What do you do with it?
I take the data that has been exported
Into
an
another
Excel
program.
form, and then I ingest it into a program called LexisNexis Tracks which creates a KML file, keyhole markup language file. It's a Google Earth file. And then that brings up Google Earth. I ingest that file into Google Earth, and it presents a readable interactive map of the data.
So this gets into another program, and that becomes a readable map of data.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when it says item number, how many points of data did you have between the iPhone SE and the 13 mini?
Upwards of 40, 50,000 points.
And so how is it that the phone has all these different locations in it? Why has it got this 40, 50,000?
Because your phone knows everything. Your phone knows everything. 50,000 data points.
Between these two phones.
Any apps that you have location services on, anytime you use Apple Maps, Google Maps, stuff like that, your phone's consistently collecting this location information.
Now, in addition to getting this location data, did you also get the subscriber information for these two phones?
So many apps ask for location data. We don't. But so many apps ask for location data. And you're like, why do you need that? You don't need that. Stop it.
Yes, sir.
All right. So, Ms. Gilman, I'm going to ask you to go back, close out of this, go back to Exhibit 158 and go to the file for the phone number ending in 8082.
Yeah, we didn't go through any of the subscriber data.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman.
Okay.
And so, Trooper, looking at subscriber MTN 617-895-8028. My bad. I said 802.
You did. You said 8082.
It should be 8028. Looking at
fucking
this,
up my notes there, counsel.
What is the name of the account holder?
Diana Walsh.
And what is the address for the account holder?
330 Paradise Road, Unit 1320, Swampscott, Massachusetts.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll over to the end.
Who's the subscriber? That's the defendant's
Stop
mother.
right there. Effective MTN effective date. What does that mean?
That means when this number became active on the Verizon network.
All right.
And that would be December 22nd, 2022.
And so is this number 80?
What did you say? This number became active December 22nd, 2022?
028, the iPhone 13 mini, or is it the SE?
The iPhone SE.
Okay, 8028 is the SE. Now, Ms. Gilman, could we have
That's helpful to
the
connect.
file
Who's the subscriber?
for 8648? Subscriber information from Exhibit 158.
All right, 8648 is the next one.
Trooper. Looking at this subscriber MTN 617-939-8646.
I thought you just said 8648.
Someday I'll learn how to read. 8646.
Fucking hell, counsel.
Can I see counsel at the side of the bench?
You're fucking up the court's notes too, counsel. She's probably going to ask him to stop with the side comments as well. What numbers are we dealing with? Don't screw up the court's notes. I think the court's going to be like, can we streamline this? Can we just? It's hard. Going through this type of data is hard. Having time to create summary exhibits is really helpful. It is difficult to do. It is a lot of lines of text to look at,
You may
but
continue.
Thank you. So,
they need to have the phone numbers right because it's so confusing.
Ms. Gilman, actually, stop right there. Sir, what is the name of the
Thank you
account
very
holder
much.
on
I
this
need somebody
account?
That is Diana Walsh.
Okay. And what is the address for the account holder?
330 Paradise Road, Unit 1320, Swampscott, Massachusetts.
Okay. Ms. Gilman, can you scroll to the end of this row of information? Okay. What is the effective date for this phone number?
December 12th, 2018.
And this phone number corresponds to what phone that you analyzed?
The iPhone 13 mini.
Okay. Now, sir, did you have the opportunity, Ms. Gilman, if you could close that, thank you. Now, with this information,
who are the subscribers to those numbers on
did
the
you have the
mom's
opportunity
family plan
to see where the iPhone 13 mini traveled on January 5th, 2023?
Yes.
Okay. What did you discover in your initial examination of the location data of the iPhone 13 mini as far as where it traveled?
January 5th, 2023, the iPhone 13 mini was about approximately 8 a.m. The device was in the area of 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway. And then at approximately 9:30 a.m., the device is in the area of 330 Paradise Road, Swampcott, Massachusetts.
So the mom's apartment.
And are you aware of any of Mr. Walsh's relatives that live in and around 330 Paradise Road?
Yeah, his mom.
Yes.
Who?
His mother, Diana Walsh.
Now,
as
where does that
illuminated
device
by her cell phone records
travel in that area on January 5th,
Why are we on the
2023 of 330 Paradise Road?
It is stationary in the southeast corner of the apartment complex where there is a large trash compactor.
Oh, that's why.
Can you tell from the data you saw whether or not the iPhone 13 mini went into the buildings of 330 Paradise Road that morning?
I do not believe so.
Now,
you don't believe that you can tell that information, or you don't believe that it went into the building? Do you see the ambiguity with the question? And the answer, from the data, can you tell if the phone went into the building? I don't think so. So you can't tell if it did or it didn't.
did you ever have the ability to compare this data from January 5th, 2023 of the iPhone 13's native location data to its native location data, say, of December 27th, 2022?
Yes.
And when you look at the native location data from December 27th, 2022, can you determine whether or not the phone goes inside 330 Paradise Road?
Can't determine if it physically goes inside the building, but is in a different area, in the general area of the building, as opposed to the southeast corner.
Now, as far as the location that you're determining of the phone, based on the data
So on the 27th, the phone is in the general area of the building, and on the 5th, it's in the general area of the back corner near where the trash compactor and the dumpster are. The trash compactor and the dumpster from the mom's apartment complex are where the boots, the jacket, the watch, and everything we saw yesterday, that's where those were recovered from. But the other dumpster that we saw earlier today is from January 3rd. That dumpster was emptied January 4th. These things were, it seems, one could presume that this is the dumpster that was used January 5th, and that's why things were able to be recovered from it, and maybe not from some of the others, because the timing is different.
January 5th. What day are you examining this data?
On the 7th.
That you see this?
Right?
Could you repeat the question?
Yeah,
Sorry.
it's not really a well-worded question, so good for you. So what day were you looking at this phone's data?
That would be that weekend, January 8th, 9th.
Okay.
So later.
2023.
And so when you saw that it was in and around a dumpster on 330 Paradise Road, did you alert anyone?
Yes, sir.
Who'd you alert?
I alerted my immediate supervisors.
Who were?
Right. And
didn't ask that question, did he?
Have you had the opportunity, utilizing this native location data from the two phones, to create a PowerPoint presentation
Oh, thank God.
of points that you've discovered these two phones went to?
I don't know if we're
Yes,
going to
I
get to
have. Yes,
see
I
it,
did.
And,
but I'm glad he did it.
At this point, Your Honor, I would seek to enter the PowerPoint presentation as the next exhibit.
A summary exhibit.
Is there an objection to that?
You
So
can
the
use-
PowerPoint presentation is now in evidence as Exhibit 160.
The difference between a summary exhibit and a demonstrative is that the exhibit can go into evidence for the jury. A demonstrative does not go back into evidence for the jury. It's marked as for demonstration only, not as evidence. So a summary table, a summary PowerPoint, a summary exhibit is based off of the things that are already in evidence, but summarizes them in a format that is helpful to the jury, and that can become its own exhibit vis-a-vis demonstratives that are not exhibits. Hopefully that makes sense since we're full law school yesterday and today. Hopefully we'll get to see the PowerPoint. That would be lovely. I would love that so much. But the phone in the area of the dumpster and the recent memory of what was found in that dumpster yesterday says a lot about what was going on at the dumpster, but we already know that he's admitted to disposing of her. So I guess it's not really surprising.
So at this point, I would seek to publish the PowerPoint presentation, Your Honor.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Gilman, could we have the PowerPoint presentation for iPhone SE and iPhone 13?
I wonder if there's a court order regarding the raw data or the data from the phones, because they're moving right over to the exhibit, but the pool camera is not covering those cell phone exhibits. So I wonder if there is a ruling court that is causing that.
And can we go to the first slide?
Can we have a dark background
Okay.
instead of a white background in the
Trooper.
future? Just
Is this the
picking us,
PowerPoint
my end.
presentation you created?
Yes, sir.
All right. So what number?
It's a little bit hard to see. I'm just pausing real quick in case you're listening in the background and want to come take a peek before you bounce back to the things that you are doing. But there are small numbers on this map. I think I'm probably covering up wherever number 1 may be, but I see a 2, 5, 3, 4. I imagine those are in order with the highway numbers on like a road plus topographical map from where people were going or where this device was going, the 8082 device on January 1st, 2023.
Number or in what device are you looking at native location data and mapping in this slide?
This slide refers to the iPhone SE, the phone device ending in 8082.
And
Can I see counsel at the side of the bench?
I wonder if the court wants the full phone number redacted, though it's been said in court quite a lot. I don't know if these numbers, I hope these numbers have not been rehomed to other subscribers because that would just suck for them. Oh, hold on. There is still confusion about 8028 and 8082. It's inverted again. On the thing, it says 8082. The number has to be correct. On the PowerPoint, it's flipped. The flipping of the 8028 and the 8082. Counsel, which one is it? And who put it in the PowerPoint? No wonder counsel's confused. If it's in the PowerPoint wrong.
the accurate number.
Chat clocked it immediately. Oh my God. The number is fucking inverted. It's so frustrating and confusing.
All right. So which one's the accurate number?
The accurate number is from the Verizon records ending in 8028.
Okay. And so in the PowerPoint presentation.
Why is it wrong? Why is it wrong in the PowerPoint then? Why is it wrong in the PowerPoint? Why?
You made an error as far as transcribing those two numbers.
Yes.
Okay.
No wonder counsel's so confused. It's not a big deal, Connor Keefe. It's just, it's just a murder case with no body, where what the defendant is doing is all that the jury's going to have to go off of. Also, the prosecution should have caught that prior to trial. This is why multiple people have to double check. You cannot get this wrong. So, I did fraud cases. All of them missed it. They are not focused on the numbers. They're just not. But it's frustrating because it has to happen. It has to happen right.
So, Ms. Gilman, if we could close out of that, and for the record, on your PowerPoint presentation, the last two numbers are wrong.
Correct.
Okay. So if we can go back to that slide that we had. Now, looking at this, on January 1st, 2023, that's the date you've put these points in.
Correct.
What is the significance of the red dots?
That signifies this was the data from the iPhone SE.
Okay. So let's go to the next slide. Now, again,
it's true. It's an actual Scrivener's error.
The number in the corner, the last two numbers have been transcribed, correct?
Correct.
Or transposed.
Yes, sir.
I think part of the reason it bothers me so much, truly, because I am just bothered. I think part of the reason it bothers me so much is because of just my own life and work experience and the extensive hours and stress and work that I put in as a very neurodivergent prosecutor who did a lot of paper cases. And so I just think that the effort can be made. And it frustrates me when it's not, because these cases deserve better. But yes, this is an actual Scrivener's error. But again, you have to do the work to double check your work.
Sorry. So it should be 8028.
That is correct.
All right. Now,
so frustrating.
What is the significance of the red dot 2?
That was the line of data from the Excel. That's what the 2 represents. And this is the data from the iPhone SE.
Okay.
Scrivener's error means transcription error or
what is the date and time corresponding to that line of data?
January 1st, 2023 at approximately 5:07 p.m.
So a transcription error.
Where is the device located according to the native location data at 5:07 p.m. on January 1st?
In the southeast, at the landing at Vinnon Square Apartments at 330 Paradise Road, Swampscott, Massachusetts.
Okay. Could we have the next slide, please? This next slide, again, the numbers should read 8028.
Correct.
Okay. And what is the significance?
The judge clocked it immediately. The prosecutor should also be a little mortified that they didn't catch it. Truly. And that's why I kept saying, am I reading it right? I think that there are multiple places where that's probably messed up. I can't read which store this is, but we are looking at January 1st, 2023 at 5:41 p.m. And then we're going to get to where this location is. And I'm sure in closing argument, A, this will be fixed, and B, they will be talking about where he was going. I think this is the Lowe's, right?
Significance, or what is the date and time you have with the red? What is the significance of the red dot 3?
That represents the native location data from the iPhone SE.
Okay. And what is the date and time of the native location data that corresponds to the location of that line of code?
January 1st, 2023 at approximately 5:41 p.m.
And where is the phone located?
In the area of Lowe's Home Improvement in Danvers, Massachusetts.
Okay. Could we have the next slide, please?
And we know what he bought at Lowe's.
Looking at this slide, again, this should be.
It'd be really great if they already had the Lowe's video and they could just juxtapose it. If there's video of him, stores like Lowe's tend to have great video. So that would be cool. We'll see if we see it later.
8028, correct?
Correct.
Okay. What is the significance of the red dot for?
Again, that's the native location data from the iPhone SE.
And what is the date and time corresponding to the data for line number 4?
January 1st, 2023 at approximately 6:24 p.m.
And where is the phone located at 6:24 p.m. on January 1st?
In the parking lot of CVS Santander Bank in Danvers, Massachusetts.
Okay, could I have the next slide, Ms. Gilman? Now, this next slide, again, the numbers should be 8028, correct?
Correct.
All right. What is the significance of the red dot 5?
The native location data from the iPhone SE.
And what is the date and
Stop
time
and Shop.
corresponding to the number 5?
This represents January 1st, 2023 at approximately 6:53 p.m.
And where is the phone located?
In the Stop and Shop Plaza in Swampscott, Massachusetts.
Could we have the next slide, please, Ms. Gilman? And again, 8028 is what it should read, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. What is the significance of the red 8?
The native location data from the iPhone SE.
And is that dot's telling you where the phone would be, right?
Yes.
Okay. What is the date and time of the where that phone is at 0.8?
January 1st, 2023 at 8:08 p.m.
And where is it located?
In the Stop and Shop Plaza in Cohasset, Massachusetts.
Could we have the next slide, please? Now, same question. This should be 8028?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what is the significance of red dot 10?
Represents the location of the native location of the iPhone SE.
At least
And
there's
so
a
that's where the phone would
presentation,
be
Emily.
located.
Be glad
Yes.
with that.
And what is the date and time of where the iPhone SE
Back at home.
is according to point 10?
On January 1st, 2023 at 8:31 p.m. It
Okay.
is located in the area of 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway, Cohasset, Massachusetts.
I will also point out that the defense seems to have very graciously just rolled with it because they have the native records. They know the native records are right. And they were just like, this is not the thing that we are going to fight on today. The court caught it immediately, but it was gracious of the defense to be like, yes, these are the records. It is what it is. Because the defense, again, has keenly stayed focused on, okay, but what happened before January 1st? What happened before noon on January 1st? What happened then? And they've stayed really focused on that.
Going to the next slide. And again, same
is
question.
January 2nd.
8028 is what it should read in the corner?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what is the significance of the number 12 with a red dot underneath it?
Represents the native location of the iPhone SE.
And what
Where
is
is that?
the date and time corresponding to point 12?
January 2nd, 2023 at 9:30 a.m., approximately 9:30 a.m.
And where is
Home Goods.
the phone located according to point 12?
In the Home Goods TJ Maxx parking lot in Norwell, Massachusetts.
Then going to the next slide. And so now, what is the phone number here?
Oh, you got to get some donkeys.
Now the phone number, this is the native location data for
Oh,
the
different
iPhone
phone.
13 mini.
Well, that gets confusing. Okay. We have switched phones to the iPhone mini. Last four, 8646. Okay. This is January 2nd, 2023 at 4:15 p.m. It looks like that says Duncan, but maybe I'm wrong.
Phone number 617-939-8646.
I mean, I imagine there's
Is
more
that
in
the
there.
same number that corresponds to the Verizon records?
Oh,
Yes,
Home
sir.
Depot?
Okay.
Is that Home Depot?
Now, what is the significance of the blue dot with the 1716?
Again, To distinguish between the
Wait.
iPhone SE and the iPhone 13. this
Y'all got
data from
donkeys in the
iPhone
Home
13
Depot?
mini is blue, highlighted in blue. And 1716 is the line of data from the thousands of data points from the Excel sheet.
So before this point, there would be 1,715 points of data before this.
Yes, I would, yes.
Okay. And so what is the date and time that corresponds to the 1716?
That is January 2nd, 2023 at approximately 4:15 p.m.
And where is the phone located according to this line of data, 1716?
In the entrance parking lot of Home Depot, located in Rockland, Massachusetts.
Going to the next slide. What is the significance of the blue dot with the 1801?
It is the native location of the iPhone 13 mini.
And what was the date and time that corresponds to the native location 1801?
January 2nd, 2023 at approximately 5:14 p.m.
And what phone number is this for?
The number ending in 8646.
And where is it
iPhone mini.
located?
The Derby Street shops by the Shake Shack in Hingham, Massachusetts.
If we could go to the next slide. What phone number corresponds to this slide?
The phone number ending in 8646.
And this corresponds to which phone?
The iPhone 13 mini.
And what is the significance of 1872?
That represents the native location data for this point.
And what is the date and time that corresponds to 1872?
January 2nd, 2023 at approximately 6 p.m.
And where is it located?
The Stop and Shop Plaza in Cohasset, Massachusetts.
Could we have the next slide, please? Looking at this slide.
That's where they set up that command center.
What phone number is this for?
The phone number ending in 8646.
So phones got
And
switched, right?
What is the date? What is the significance of 1895 with a blue dot?
It represents the native location of the iPhone 13 mini.
And what is the date and time that corresponds to that
There's a
data?
lot of movement.
January 2nd, 2023 at approximately 6:13 p.m.
And where is it located?
The Walgreens Shaw's Plaza in Cohasset, Massachusetts.
Could we have the next slide, please? Now, sir, what is the significance of the blue dot 3776?
So we've changed
This
dates.
represents the native location data from the iPhone 13 mini.
And you say iPhone 13 mini is the number ends in 8646?
Yes, sir.
And what is the date and time that corresponds to this data?
January 3rd, 2023 at approximately 4:30 p.m.
And where is this?
Is this near a dumpster?
Phone located?
The device is in the area of the Clermont Apartments in Chestnut Glen in Abington, Massachusetts.
Can we have the next slide, please?
Yep.
What phone number corresponds to this slide?
The phone number ending in 8646.
The prosecution's strategy of showing the video of that apartment complex with Sandra right before this was a really good order of witnesses. Really good order of witnesses. Because you look at that photo and you're like, wait a second. Wait a second. A very good order of witnesses.
And that corresponds to which phone?
The iPhone 13 mini.
And what is the significance of the blue dot with the 3840?
That is the native location data.
And what is the date and time?
January 3rd, 2023 at approximately 4:48 p.m.
And where is the phone located?
The Point Apartments in Abington, Massachusetts.
Could we have the next slide, please? Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Looking
Different
at this slide,
apartments.
what phone number does this correspond to?
The phone number ending in 8646.
And what is the significance of the blue dot with the 3926?
The native location for the iPhone 13 mini.
And what is the date and time that corresponds to this?
January 3rd, 2023 at approximately 5:14 p.m.
Chatham West
And
Apartments.
where is it located according to the native location data?
The Chatham West Apartments
Chatham.
in Brockton, Massachusetts.
Could we have the next slide, please? Looking.
I don't know if all of those locations would have resonated with the jury the same way if they hadn't shown the video from Sandra's apartments first. Showing that video first and then showing two other apartment complexes same day, close in time, where 4:30, 4:48, 5:14. It definitely tells a story, doesn't it?
Looking at the next slide,
Next
what phone
day.
number does this correspond to?
The phone number ending in 8646.
And what is the device that corresponds to?
The iPhone 13 mini.
And what is the significance of the blue dot with the 5228?
That is the native location of the
Now the
iPhone
fourth.
13 mini.
And what is the date and time that corresponds to that point of data?
January 4th, 2023 at approximately 9:44 a.m.
And where is the phone located?
The Home Goods TJ Maxx Plaza in Norwell, Massachusetts.
Back to Home Goods.
Looking at the next slide, please. What phone number does this correspond to?
The iPhone 13 mini ending in 8646.
And what is the significance of the blue dot with the 6461?
The native location data.
And what is the date and time that corresponds to?
January 4th, 2023 at approximately 12:47 p.m.
And where is it located?
The Shaw's Walgreens Plaza in Cohasset, Massachusetts.
And could we have the next slide?
Back to Walgreens.
Looking at this slide, which phone number does it correspond to?
The iPhone 13 mini ending in 8646.
And what is the significance of
4:25
of the blue
PM.
dot with the 8194?
The native location.
And what is the date and time that it corresponds to?
January 4th, 2023 at approximately 4:25 p.m.
And where is it located, sir?
Back at Lowe's.
The Lowe's Home Improvement in Weymouth, Massachusetts.
Different Lowe's.
And could we have the next slide? Looking at this
I can't imagine if they had done this without a PowerPoint. I'm so glad that they did.
slide, which phone number does this correspond to?
The iPhone 13 mini ending in 8646.
We've now changed dates. We're on January 5th, starting at 9:30 a.m., still with the iPhone mini.
And what is the significance of the blue dot with the 15333?
That is the native location data.
And what is the date and time that corresponds to?
January 5th, 2023 at approximately 9:30 a.m.
And where is the phone located?
The apartment.
The southeast corner next to a large trash compactor.
Mm-hmm.
Of what?
Of what
area?
apartments?
Sorry, the Vinnon Square Apartments. The landing at Vinnon Square Apartments at 330 Paradise Road, Swampscott, Massachusetts.
His mom's
Now-
apartment building.
If we could close out of that. Sir, what do you do?
That's buffering on my end, not your end.
We use cell site location information.
The feed jumped just a little bit.
We
Wow.
use cell site location information. So from the provider, again, we use LPRs and surveillance video.
Okay. LPRs? What are those?
License plate readers.
Okay. Now, in addition to getting native location data, did you have the opportunity to review the search history from the iPhone 13 mini?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you create a report of the search history of the iPhone 13 mini?
Yes.
When I say search history, what is the search engine the iPhone 13 mini was using?
The Safari web browser.
I'm sorry, I should have said that. What browser is it using?
Safari.
Okay. So if I'm wrong, correct me.
Yes, sir.
All right. So it's using the Safari web browser to go onto the internet.
Yes.
And so how is this different than, say, the internet history if this is just the search history?
So this would just be the search terms related to.
Oh, I muted myself. I think that your mic, Emily. I think this will be really helpful because when they were going over this with Guarino, first of all, it got confusing. And second of all, there were some differences with Guarino from what the search terms were versus sites that he visited. And I think it got really confusing what a user was typing into search versus what websites were being clicked through. So if they are just going through the search body or the search, Julie B in the chat asked a question that I thought was great and my brain conflated the two. If they are just going through the search, again, I think that will be helpful.
To Safari.
Also, Julie B11 in the chat said the disposal of the body is premeditated. I think the defense might have a shot at saying the unaliving or the murder wasn't intentional or the death wasn't intentional. They might. And I think we have a significant weight of evidence about what happened after the early morning hours of January 1st. The difficulty for the prosecution is going to continue to be what happened before that. Now, if he testifies it was natural causes, it's his behavior afterwards does not follow. So that's going to be difficult. And some of those searches are difficult. But yes, the weight of the evidence is afterwards. The jury is allowed to make reasonable inferences. This is a circumstantial case. But yes, it's fair to say, okay, I would like to know more about what happened before 3 a.m. January 1st. I think that's fair. So we are 4 days into the prosecution's case, but you can see clearly why he might have pled to these two things that are really easy yeses for the jury and just ask the jury to focus on the thing that might not be as easy of a yes. Because once you get to the other two easy yeses, it's like, okay, but this. Asking them to only wrestle with the harder question is a solid strategy. So continue on. It's a great question.
So the term entered on Safari, whereas the web history would include pages visited.
His house arrest monitor did not have GPS. It was just for when he left the house. So it was just, he was allowed to leave the house at certain times and he had to tell them where he was going. But yeah, it alerted them when he left the house. He could say, I was dropping off my kids. It didn't seem like they really were clocking how long he was in and out of the house, right? So.
The amounts visited, it would have more details.
So we're getting into search history.
With the web history, did you also create a select report for the web history of the iPhone 13 mini for December 31st at approximately 9:30 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you a binder and ask you to recognize the documents inside of it.
I'm going to put this to 1.25 if we're just going through foundational stuff. When we start to get to content.
Sure.
The camera's like, no, we'll bring you back. We'll bring you back. I'm still going to 1.25. Pool camera operator.
What is that document?
This is the Safari search history of the iPhone 13 mini.
You created that?
Yes.
Using what program, sir?
Celebrate.
Okay. Could you turn to the next chapter as well?
And the reason you can't hear the prosecutor is because he's at the witness stand with his back to the microphone.
And that second chapter in the book, what is that?
That is the web history.
The web history. Now, the search history, what dates did that correspond to? You want to turn to the front. Okay.
Sure. That is December 25th, 2022 through January 4th, 2023.
Okay. In the web history, what time frame does that cover?
That was just December 31st, 2022.
Around 9:30 a.m.
Chad is making an excellent point. Also in fraud cases, I think they are much more worried about a defendant being gone from the home for more than 24 hours. They are not worried about a defendant that is allowed to leave the home for checking on his mother and checking on his children for being gone in chunks of like 2 or 3 hours at a time. They're concerned about flight. So over 24, 48 hours, that's what they're most concerned about with that house arrest. So they're not as concerned with shorter chunks. And we are definitely seeing the movement around in groups of time. And it seems to me, and I would need to go through the data again, but it seems to me at an initial glance, they are grouped around dropping off the kids and picking up the kids. Like they're grouped in that range of time. So.
Yes.
Okay. So when you create these reports, you can choose the times and filter them out that way.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would seek to have this binder as the next exhibit, which contains the search history for the Apple iPhone 13 mini from December 25th, 2022 to January 4th, 2023, and Safari web history, Apple iPhone 13 mini, December 31st, 2022, 8:28 a.m. to 8:31 a.m.
Okay. Can I see at the side of the bench?
Yes.
And to sidebar, to get to the web history, I'm going to zoom past that sidebar as best we can. And chat, it's okay if you're like, I'm not convinced yet. We are still quite early on in the prosecutor's case. And so, yes, it is fine to be like, I still have questions. Yes.
And the Safari web history for the iPhone.
I know the court's reading this in. Yes, there are still questions.
All right, so the Safari search history and the Safari web history for the iPhone 13 mini for the times indicated by counsel is now in evidence as Exhibit 161.
All right. I can picture the court saying, excuse me.
Your Honor, may I publish the
Exactly
Safari
what number
search
does this
history?
go to?
Yes, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Gilman, could we have the Safari search history for the iPhone 13 mini?
I'm waiting for the camera to swoop to show us the search history. That would be great.
So, Trooper, can you see this?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to ask you some questions about the
Yay!
columns at the top.
Huzzah!
Okay. So, what is the number column?
The number of data.
We are still at 1.25. I'm going to leave it here, especially since we have visual exhibitees, because they are speaking fairly consistently mindful of the court reporter.
Sequentially in this file.
Okay. What's timestamp?
Date, time the search occurred.
Okay. What is source?
Source is the database in which the data was extracted from.
So on this first line of code where it says Safari, are there other databases that this draws from?
Yes.
What is the other database that this draws from?
The Knowledge C database.
And so what is the difference between the two databases?
Knowledge C is a larger database within the iOS operating system.
Who else? Who else is who else has a little bit of oh God, not another Celebrate. These are from December 25th, 2022, starting at 1:02:54 a.m. on the Safari history.
Takes app data, app usage, phone information, internet history. So it's a larger database. Safari is just the Safari database.
Now, if there is a search in the Safari database, and then there's a search in the Knowledge C database, are they two different searches?
No.
It's the same search located in two different places within the phone.
That's correct.
Okay. So the data will repeat within this report.
That is correct, sir.
Okay. What is value?
That was better
Value was
explained.
the search term entered.
That was better
What
explained.
is parameters?
No,
So
go
for
back.
these blank columns, not all reports, Celebrate is not able to extract or parse out the data for specific apps. So in this case, Celebrate.
Jennifer, this is fair. Jennifer said who still uses Safari. I think a lot of iPhone users, especially because it's native, open up Safari and use Safari to literally pull up anything and everything they're thinking about, including websites that they already know. They're not going to they're not typing in a website. They're typing in, no, Hockamock Sports is the first fucking thing that came to mind. No, Emily. They're typing in, tickets for Evanescence 2026. They're not typing in Ticketmaster. So I think a lot of iPhone users, when they are using their phone, just pop open Safari. So that does not strike me as odd at all. Now on
to parse out any information pertaining to these columns.
On the computer, I might say.
And so when we see account service identifier parameters, and there's nothing there, Celebrate couldn't read the data or couldn't produce it.
Correct.
Okay. What does it mean if origin is unknown?
The source origin of the search was unknown.
Okay. So I'd like to direct your attention to item number 16 on page 2.
I'm not side-eyeing the Safari. Whatever's easier.
And time.
Whatever's easier for you to use is what you should use.
Of item number 16.
The date is December 25th, 2022 at 11:52 a.m.
And what is the value?
Check a flight JetBlue.
And so value what does that mean as far as,
Sorry, I was thinking about browsers. Going back to date and time, this is check a flight JetBlue, which for Christmas morning would make sense if Brian, because they're also trying to show that it's Brian Walsh that's doing these things on the device. What do we know from his police interviews? We know that he was frustrated that Anna wasn't home Christmas Eve, and then it's a concern that her flight might be canceled in the morning. So also using the searches to show that.
22 at 11:52 a.m.
and what is the value?
Check a flight JetBlue.
And so value, what does that mean as far as, just so we're clear, what is value? How is value created on the phone?
The user
Search
types
term
it.
entered by the user of the device.
Okay, so it's not being generated by the phone. It's not being generated automatically by the phone. The user is inputting the value.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Could we go down to item 21?
Her
What
flight
is the
was
date and time
canceled
of item 21?
on Christmas morning.
December 25th, 2022 at 12:09 p.m.
And what is the value inputted into the phone?
William Fastow, DC Real Estate.
And could we scroll down to item 27?
That bit of information hits a little bit different after this morning's testimony, doesn't it, Chad? We had heard he had Googled William Fastow. We knew that he Googled William Fastow. But does it sit a little different after we heard that William Fastow and Anna Walsh had Christmas Eve dinner together and then she spent the night at his place? And Christmas morning, after Anna's at William Fastow's place on Christmas Eve, on Christmas morning, he's Googling how to check a flight JetBlue and William Fastow. That hits way different for me. I also want to know if Fastow's cell phone number was on his like business website or whatever. Because real estate, that wouldn't be surprising to me. So that hits a little different later in the day.
What is the date and time of item 27 on page 3?
December 25th, 2022 at 12:09 p.m.
And what is the value input into the phone?
William Fastow, DC Real Estate.
I did
Scrolling
that.
down on page 3 to item 35.
I backed that up a little.
What is the date and time on item 35?
December 25th, 2022 at 12:22 p.m.
And what is the
I'm going to be stuck on this William Fastow search for a minute because searching him to call him on the 4th is definitely a different situation for me than Christmas morning.
value
Interesting.
input into the phone?
Anna Walsh, Tishman, Spire.
Can we scroll down to item 43 onto page 4? What is the date and time stamp for item 43?
December 25th, 2022, 12:28 p.m.
What is the value input into the phone?
Christmas Day plane crash.
Oh,
Can we
shit.
scroll down to item 50? What is the date and time stamp for item 50?
Had
on
he
page
not heard
4?
from her by noon?
December 25th, 2022 at 12:31 p.m.
And what is the value that is input?
Jeff Chad Tishman Spire.
Can we scroll down to item 53?
Had he not heard from her?
What is the date and time stamp of item 53?
Isn't Jeff the security guy?
December 25th, 2022, 12:45 p.m.
And what is the value that is input?
Anna Walsh found dead.
Can we
What?
scroll down to item 57 on page 5? What is the date and time stamp of
I'm going to need the phone records. I'm going to... What? I'm going to need the phone records. I'm going to need the phone records. I'm going to need the phone records. Is he trying to call her? Are they not in contact? What is he thinking when he is making these searches? I wonder if, I mean, her flight was early in the morning. That flight got canceled. I wonder if there was just no communication and he didn't know where she was. I'm curious. Interesting. But the name plus found dead is a really interesting search term. Okay. Chad is asking about why Google Fastow. To call him? To see if they were together? I don't know.
Of item 57.
December 25th, 2022 at 12:46 p.m.
And what is the value that is input?
Jeff Chod.
Now, Ms. Gilman, can we go to page 14 and look at item 193?
Can we just see them ourselves, please? Camera, can we just
Sir, what is the
back
date and
over there?
timestamp of item 193?
December 25th, 2022 at 8:28 p.m.
And what is the value that is input?
Autobahn.
And can we now go to page 22?
And she should have been home around
316.
8 o'clock p.m. on Christmas.
What is the date and timestamp of item 316?
December 27th, 2022.
And what is the value that's put in?
It was at 6:57 a.m. and the
Thank
value was
you.
all my X's.
Live in
Now,
Texas. What is live
the
in
next-
Texas? What is live in Texas? I know that one.
One down. Is it fair to say that's all my exes live in Texas?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with that being a song?
Yes, I believe so.
Oh,
Can we now go to-
my exes live in Texas. Sing it with me, chat.
Page 54 and go to item 804.
I didn't think we were actually going to get to all my exes live in Texas, but I kind of love that we did. From It's Raining Men to all my exes live in Texas, we just need to put together a trial playlist.
What is the date and timestamp of 804?
December 29th, 2022 at 9:13 p.m.
And what is the value put into the phone?
Mazda Building, Washington.
And scrolling down to 813.
So a misspelling of the Mazda building.
What is the date and time for item 813?
December 29th, 2022 at 9:15 p.m.
And what is the value that is input into the phone?
Mazda Building, Washington, D.C.
Scrolling down to 820. What is the timestamp for 820?
9.
I'm just going to note that this is significantly less searching leading up to the first than it is later. There are significantly more searches after the new year. I saw a couple of you in the chat asking about the Mazda building. It was one of the buildings she was in charge of and near where she lived.
15 p.m.
And what day?
Sorry, December 29th, 2022,
And
9:15 p.m.
And what is the value input?
Crossing Building, Washington, D.C.
That was another one of
And
her buildings.
Can we go to page 85 and line 1271?
We're still on 1229, or we were.
Sir, what is the date and time on item 1271?
That is January 2nd, 2023 at 6:42 p.m.
And what is...
All right, so now we've crossed over to January 2nd. I imagine we're going to get into a lot more searches on the phone. So I'm going to go down to regular speed. So I'm slowing us back down. Remember, these are the phone searches, not the laptop searches.
Is the value that is input?
I'm good.
Going down to the bottom of page 85 and looking at item
That was a womp womp.
1274, what is the timestamp for that?
It is January 3rd, 2023 at 11:25 a.m.
And what is the value that is input into the phone?
Washington, D.C. Police.
Could we go to page 9? Thank you. And going
My head went to
to
I'm Blue, by the way, for a song.
page 90, line can we scroll down to
Not I'm good.
1343? Thank you. What is the timestamp for that?
That is January 3rd, 2023 at 7:23 p.m.
And what is the value put into it?
How to file a missing persons report.
Can we go down to page 91, item 359?
Remember,
13.
he calls her work the morning of the 4th. It's interesting that he's searching how to file a missing person report on the 3rd. The searches get darker, and I hope that at closing, the prosecution does a timeline, though the jury doesn't have to really discern this. But it'll be interesting to see if they juxtapose where he's driving and what he's searching during these periods of time and overlay them together.
Item number is 1359. And I'm sorry, I meant to say 1358. Could you go up one?
That's what the court asked.
1358. What is the timestamp for 1358?
January 3rd, 2023 at 7:27 p.m.
And what is the value?
Washington, D.C. Police Department.
And can we go to page 92 and look at item 1368? What is the timestamp for 1368?
January 4th, 2023 at 10:11 a.m.
So we've gone to the next
morning. What is
morning.
the value that was input at that time?
The crossing wash.
That's one of her buildings.
Could we go down to item 1389?
Did he think that if he did all these on the phone and did the other ones on the computer and got rid of them, that they would only see the ones on the phone? I have questions about whether he was trying to seed the phone and keep the searches on the laptop separate, thinking he would be able to get rid of the laptop.
What is the
Very
timestamp for
curious.
1389?
January 4th, 2023, 10:14 a.m.
And what is the value that was put in?
Mazda Building, Washington, D.C.
And could we now...
Because we can't see the searches, I don't know if he can't pronounce Mazda or if it's a misspelling in the search and it was really searched M-A-Z-A and not Mazda. I don't know. I can't tell you.
Go to...
It's bugging me too.
Item 1402, scrolling down the page. We're now on page 94. What is the timestamp for item 1402?
January 4th, 2023, 10:15 a.m.
And what is the value that is input?
Jeff Chad Tishman.
Can we go to...
Which is who I think he calls first.
1414 on page 95. What is the timestamp for 1415? I'm sorry,
Is it the Mazda building?
1414?
It is. I thought
January
it was Mazda.
4th, 2023,
Thank you, Chad.
10:56 a.m.
And what is the value that is put in there?
Will
very
Fastow.
helpful.
And then underneath that, is there a difference?
He's searching for Fastow again. Thanks, Chad. I was confused. I appreciate it.
Value that is put in there?
Will Fastow.
And then underneath that, is there a different spelling of fast?
So 10:56 a.m. He's searching Will Fastow again.
Fastow for item 1415.
Yes.
And then scrolling down to item 1438 on page 96. On page
We are sped up, by the way.
96, what is the timestamp for item 1438?
January 4th, 2023 at 1:24 p.m.
And then underneath that is item 1439. What is the timestamp for that?
Sorry. January 4th, 2023 at 1:26 p.m.
And this looks different than the other values. What is this?
I wish I could see
This
it.
was a search from Apple Maps.
Apple
Sorry.
apps. Yep.
So when you see that bolded result, is that saying it's from Apple Maps?
Yes, you can see the source file, Apple Maps.
So that's different than Knowledge C, and that's different than Safari.
Yes.
Okay. And then the last one is the one directly underneath it, 1440. What is the timestamp for that?
January 4th, 2023, 2:49 p.m.
And what is the value that is put in there?
I'm good.
Now, if we could close out of this and go to the second chapter in that binder, web history.
Okay. Where are we going?
On this, sir.
Yeah, this is going to be the rest of the day today for sure.
The columns that look different, I want to ask you, what is URL?
Uniform Resource Locator. It's the website, essentially the website visited.
Okay. And what is the URL in item number 1?
casinos.bally's.com/Lincoln.
And what is the last visited time and date?
December 31st, 2022 at 9:28 a.m.
And going to visits and usage pattern, those are columns that are empty, like our last sheet. Was that Celebrite didn't have any data, couldn't give you any data on that?
Yes.
And then for source info, it says Knowledge C. And the one directly underneath it says Safari. Is this also pulling from different databases?
Oh,
Yes,
I
it
did
is,
go back
sir.
to normal.
Okay.
That's on me,
So,
chat.
As
I forgot I had gone back to normal speed, and I'm like, this is painfully slow.
far as the searches, or
My apologies. It does get mind-numbing late in the day.
I'm sorry, as far as the web history for the device,
That's so much better.
for items 1 through 12, what did you notice about the URLs?
They contained the casinos.bally's.com URL.
And after .com, there's a backslash. What's the next word?
Oh, sorry, Lincoln.
Now, going down to item 13 through 17. So, sir, what did you notice as far as the URLs for items 13 through 17 on page 4?
The URL was mgmspringfield.mgmresorts.com.
And what is the date and timestamp for 13?
December 31st, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
Now, if we could then scroll to item 25.
Okay.
On item 25, sir, what did you notice as far as the URLs on items 25, say through items 30 to item 34?
Again, they contain the mgmspringfield.mgmresorts.com.
And what is the timestamp for item 25?
December 31st, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
And could we then go down to items 38 and 39?
They're going through all of them, it sounds like. Chad,
on
I'm
items
with you.
38 and 39, did you notice about the URLs?
Again, it was the mgmspringfield.mgmresorts.com.
And what is the date and timestamp for item 38?
December 31st, 2022, 9:31 a.m.
Now, sir, in addition to having access to native location data and web history and search history, you can close out of that, Ms. Gilman. Thank you very much. Did you have the opportunity to, through Celebrite, look at text messaging or messaging in the phone?
Yes.
And then when I say the phone, I'm talking
Text messages, you say. Back to normal speed for you for a moment.
about the iPhone 13 mini.
Correct.
Okay. Now, with the iPhone 13 mini, can you break out the text to individual chats with certain numbers?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
Okay.
So, and with that, did you create certain reports that correspond to these chats?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Immediate regret. Immediate regret.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm waiting for the judge to say if
Do
you
you recognize
must.
this first report?
Yes, I do.
And did you create this report?
I did.
And it's in this report.
Curious about the text on the like plane crash.
It is a text
day.
message report.
And what are the numbers that correspond to the text message?
And are they correct?
The last four is 8646.
Okay. And that's the iPhone 13 mini's phone?
Correct.
And then the next phone number, last four digits?
2005.
And does it have a designation or an ID or some kind of identifier next to it?
Yes.
What?
Contact associated as paint.
And what is the time frame of that?
This is January 5th, 2023.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this text thread as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Okay.
Any objection to that?
No objection.
Next thread labeled paint?
No.
I would go by the numbers, but.
Sure. Why don't you read it into the record?
Well, they keep getting fucked up, counsel. I would go by the numbers. Well, can we? Sorry. I'm
It would be
also tired.
between 8646 and 2005.
Okay, sounds good. That's now in evidence as Exhibit 162.
Ms. Gilman, can we have that text thread up?
I hope we get to see this one. Yay! As we move over to the text between the iPhone mini and an
You
ID.
said contact information when you referred to paint.
This is a Celebrate report.
Did you create that or is that from the phone?
That was pulled during the extraction process of the phone.
So, but you don't do anything.
Is this the text where he sends the ceiling photos saying this is Brian Walsh? And then they're going to tie it back to the fact that he was using this phone because he was asking for the painter to come and fix the ceiling, saying that he's the one that's using this phone and texting it because in that text he says this is Brian Walsh. So then it ties him back to using this phone to all the location data. Lovely. Wonderful. He was the one using this phone. Great.
To put that number
Perfect.
as paint.
No, I do.
The phone,
the phone did.
Celebrate through examining the data.
Very
gives
nicely
you that
done.
contact information.
Correct.
Okay. So looking at this first.
The first text message says, hello, Brian Walsh. See, order of witnesses has just been great. Hello, Brian Walsh. Address. Phone number. New address from last time. Thank you. Same text. Wonderful. A number of you have asked, including Shakia, if this is a burner. No. It seemed to be the phones the kids were using. So no. That it seemed to be what the kids were using.
Entry. What is the significance of this bubble being in green?
Green
It's
means it
from
was
Celebrate.
sent by the owner, the number ending in 8646.
And then underneath, so the from and to, who is this from?
That is from Brian Walsh.
And who is it to?
The number ending in 2005.
And we already saw that
with the
witness.
contact paint associated.
What is the body of the text?
Hello, Brian Walsh, 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway, 617-939-8646. New address from last time. Thank you.
And can you tell whether or not this text was actually sent?
Yes.
How so?
The status.
I mean, we also saw the other side of this text from the other person's phone. It's very thorough.
In the bottom left. Says,
And so then there's a time and date at the bottom. What is that indicative of? What is that telling you?
the date and time the text message was sent.
Okay.
Can we scroll down to the next message? Sir, looking at this
Photos of the
message,
ceiling.
who is the sender of it?
Brian Walsh,
To who?
the contact of paint.
And in the body of the text, is it fair to say it's just images?
It appears to be 2 images, yes.
And was it sent?
Yes.
We saw the other one.
And can we scroll down to the final one? The final text, who is sending it?
Brian Walsh.
And what does the body of it say?
Good morning. Let me know about the ceiling. Best, Brian.
All right.
What was the date and time of that text?
January 6th, 2023, 7:49 a.m.
Close out of that, Ms. Gilman. Thank you very much.
All right, we're going back to 1.25 because it is just too slow. It's way too slow.
Can I approach you, Ron?
Yes?
Thank you. I'm showing you another report and asking if you recognize that.
Yes, I do.
And is that a report you created from Celebrite from the iPhone 13 mini text messages?
Yes, sir.
And what is the last 4 digits, or actually, what is the number the text message is being sent to, last 4 digits?
The number ends in 5605.
5605.
Yes, sir.
And this is printed on both sides, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so it's 2 pages, but on 1 piece of paper.
Yes,
All right. And you created this using the Celebrite.
I did.
Commonwealth would seek to have this marked as next exhibit.
Any objection? The Celebrate report between 8646 and 5605 is now in evidence as Exhibit 163.
All right, these are some new text.
Gilman, can we have that text thread between 8646 and number ending in 5605? Thank you.
All right. This is a
Sir,
new
who's sending
exchange.
the first text in this thread?
Brian Walsh.
And can you tell
Notice-
us the body of this text?
Notice how now that Brian Walsh has said this is Brian Walsh on this phone, they have switched instead of saying user to saying Brian Walsh. Mm-hmm.
Hello, I called MGH South Shore Hospital, Brigham and Women's. They don't have Anna. Thank you for your support, Brian. Please let us know if you have any updates.
What was now under this, it says, there's a section that says delivered.
Yes.
What does that mean?
When the text message was
This would be incredibly sad if he hadn't already admitted that all of this was lies.
delivered to the receiving party.
Knowing that.
How is that different than
It's a
the
bit more
other
chilling.
timestamp in the bottom?
Because it could be sent, it was sent approximately 4 seconds before it was delivered to the device itself. The
And
other
this,
end.
and I'm sorry, I talked over you. This status, it indicates that it was sent as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
Could we scroll down, Ms. Gilman, to the next text in the thread? Sir, who's sending this text?
The number ending in 5605.
And so what's the significance of blue?
It is an incoming text message.
And incoming to the 8646 number.
That is correct.
And what is the body of this text?
I wish we could see it.
Hugh Dunleavy, 1-347-913-2053.
And this text, this has a red line on it. What does that mean?
That's when the message was read on the device.
And in addition, there's a status. Does that also indicate it's red?
Yes, sir.
And then the last timestamp, what is that telling you?
That's
what
when it was
time?
delivered.
Can we scroll down to the next text? Sir, who's sending this text?
The number ending in 5605.
And can you read the body of this text?
Hi, Brian. I believe Hugh has been in touch with you and understand the police are taking over. I adore Anna, thinking of you and the boys. Please let me know if you need anything. Teresa.
And can you tell if this text was read?
Yes.
At what time?
It was January 4th, 2023 at 8:10 p.m.
And can we continue to scroll down, Ms. Gilman?
That also tags him
Who's
to
sending
using
this
the
next
phone
text, sir?
This is Brian
at
Walsh.
these times.
Or the phone associated with Brian Walsh.
Yes, the phone associated with Brian Walsh.
Just to be clear, you don't know who's sending the actual text. You just know the phone is sending.
Counsel, there's no objection. Brian Walsh said this is Brian Walsh. Counsel, what are we doing? Why are you correcting something that's not an issue? Stop it. Stop it. It says this is Brian Walsh. And they're texting back and forth. Hi, Brian. No, I would, counsel, I'd leave that alone.
Correct.
Sure would.
Okay. And so can you read the body of the text?
There wasn't even an objection.
Good evening, Teresa. Thank you for your support during these difficult days. The private investigators wanted to know if Anna had any.
The 6-year-old isn't texting that. The jury can decide, but fair. The private investigators, tell me more about the private investigators.
Can you read the body of the text?
Good evening, Teresa. Thank you for your support during these difficult days. The private investigators wanted to know if Anna had any vacation days this week. Thank you again. Best, Brian. P.S. We adore Anna too. Looking forward to her coming home soon. And she spoke very highly of you always.
This is the coworker.
And when was this text delivered?
January 5th, 2023 at 4:12 p.m.
Can we scroll down to the final text? And who's sending this? Which phone number is sending this?
The number ending in 8646.
And sir, what's the body of this text?
Last question. Are there Tishman Spire personnel at the Mazda building? Thanks.
And when was this text delivered?
January 5th, 2023 at 4:17 p.m.
Okay. She spoke highly of you. He speaks about things in the past tense. A lot.
May I approach?
There's more texts.
Do you recognize this report?
Yes,
so I
sir.
guess we're going to get into all of the texts.
Report of text messages you created from the iPhone 13 mini?
Yes.
Brains are fascinating. I don't think Brian Walsh in the moment clocked that he had switched to past tense. I think his attorneys will try to explain that away if they even talk about it, that she passed in her sleep. So he knew at this point, he's doing all this knowing she's dead, and he's telling the jury, or in opening, they told the jury they would tell them that at this point he knew that she was dead.
And
so
this corresponds to a contact. What's the contact name?
Alyssa.
And the other phone number associated with this text thread is
I did want the text
8646?
messages.
Yes.
I did.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to have this marked as the next exhibit.
So it's between 8646 and another number, or just Alyssa?
Another number ending in 2189.
2189 it is. The text message thread between the iPhone mini 8646 and 2189 is now in evidence as exhibit 164.
Thanks, Yana. Appreciate it.
Ms. Gilman, could we scroll down?
And yes, it's fair. Nursey Dog Mom said up till 2 weeks ago he wasn't even admitting she was dead. That's fair. He had not acquiesced the fact that she was dead immediately prior to trial starting.
Sure. This is blue, this top text. Who's sending it?
Blue.
The number ending in 2189.
And what is the body of this text?
Thank you so much, Brian. Happy New Year. Hope you're well. 4.
And when was this read?
January 2nd, 2023, 3:05 p.m.
And scrolling down to the next one in green, which phone's sending this?
The number ending in 8646.
And sir, on this text, what is
It's
the
a
body
lot to
saying?
go through.
Hello, I know we did this a week ago, but have you heard from Anna?
And when was this delivered?
January 3rd, 2023 at 10:34 a.m.
And scrolling down to the next text, Who's sending, which phone is sending this? Which phone number?
The number ending in 2189.
And what is the body of this text?
Hey, Brian, sorry for the delay. Was sleeping. I have the flu. Super sick. I texted with Anna on New Year's Day, but no, haven't heard from her. Is she working today? She's usually running around super busy with work.
And what was the date and time that this was read?
January 3rd, 2023, 12:51 p.m.
Can we scroll down to the next one?
And they're going with read not sent because
Which number is sending this?
it
Number
is
ending in
his phone.
8646.
And what is the body of this?
You're right. I'll let you know when she calls. Feel better soon.
And what is the date and time it was delivered?
January 3rd, 2023, 12:51 p.m.
And can we scroll down past that? One more. Thank you. To the top of page 4. Thank you. Looking at the top of page 4, which number is sending this?
The number ending in 2189.
And what is the body of this text?
Did you ever hear back? Question mark.
What is the date and time that it was read?
January 4th, 2023, 10:10 a.m.
The next text in the thread, which
And I
number is
think
sending this?
This
Number ending in 8646.
counterpart to the text is on the
And
witness list.
what is the body of this?
No, they are looking for her at work now.
When was this delivered?
January 4th, 2023, 10:19 a.m.
I saw some of you asking about my note taking. I am still using the Supernote. I switched
You may.
from the Remarkable a few trials back. I always take notes in trial of
Do you
both
recognize that report?
things that
Yes,
come
sir.
into evidence for my memory
Another report you were able to create from
and my
messaging in the
impressions
phone?
as we
Yes.
go in real time.
And this has a contact associated with it.
I don't know
What
how to
is the
trial without
contact's name?
note taking.
Alexandra,
And what are the last 4 digits of Alexandra's contact?
5332.
And the other phone number associated with this thread is 8646.
Yes, sir.
And does this contain the messages of that thread?
Yes.
I find the
Commonwealth,
Supernote
you can have this marked.
easy to organize, which I
Objection.
very much like. I also
The Celebrate report between the iPhone Mini
I love the nibs.
8646 and 5332, that text thread is now in evidence
it writes really smooth.
as 165.
The nibs are ceramic. I love the writing feel of it.
What
And I
is
love the
Viber?
organization.
Viber is another messaging app.
And this text thread, did this utilize Viber?
Yes, sir.
And so Celebrate reads Viber text messages just like it reads the regular text messages.
Yes,
I
it has the
had to
ability to extract it. Yes.
And so I'm going to ask you some questions about this Viber text thread with the Alexandra contact. Ms. Gilman, if we could have that up, please.
Maybe we'll be able to see these. I saw the question about what size Supernote. I've used both sizes.
Could you scroll down to the next text?
I like them both. That's really use case determinative. If you need it more portable, the smaller one. If you write really large and are going to be using it mostly on a desk and you want more real estate, the bigger one. They're both gorgeous. T uses the littler one more.
Thank you. If you could stop right there.
I use the
Sir,
Monta
this green bubble,
more.
which number is sending this one?
The number ending in
Because I'm using it on a desk.
8646.
And what is the body of this?
I like the smaller one to
Happy
travel.
New Year. Have you heard from Anna? She has been out of contact longer than normal. Speak soon.
What is the date and time associated with this text?
January 3rd, 2023, 10:35 a.m.
And below that, is there a response?
Yes,
And these, because they're Viber, they also show up in green and blue, correct?
correct.
All right. Well, I shouldn't say because they're Viber, but they, like the other text messages, they show up in green and blue.
Yes.
Okay. So which number is sending this text?
The number ending in 5, excuse me, the number ending in 5332.
And what is the response?
Hello. No, I haven't. Last time was on 3112.
And what was the time of this text?
January 3rd, 2023 at 11:24 a.m.
I'd now like to scroll down to the first message on page 3.
Excuse me, that was 11:21 a.m.
11:21 a.m.
Yes.
So if we look at the first text message, the first message on page 3, which number is sending this message?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of this message?
That's Walshe.
She had to leave early due to an emergency at one of the buildings. She left early on Sunday morning. I didn't have my phone till last night because William hid it in his bed. Thomas found it. I wasn't worried at first, but she has never been this long out of communication. I will call her work tomorrow morning.
And what is the date and time with this message?
January 3rd, 2023 at 9:10 p.m.
And if we could scroll further down the page of page 3. Looking at the green bubble, which phone number is sending that?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body?
I know. Let me if you get in touch with her. I will let you know when I speak to her.
This
What
is
is the
to
date and time
sister
associated with that
from
message?
Walshe.
January 3rd, 2023, 9:12 p.m.
And then the next message beneath that, which number is sending that?
The number ending in 5332.
That is the sister.
And what is the body of that message?
Anna's sister.
That means no communication for almost days.
Now, if we could go to page 11.
The rage for her of her sister. I can only imagine.
And if looking at the blue bubble,
I can't even imagine.
which number is sending that?
The number
Knowing
ending in 5332.
that he's just fucking lying to you.
And what is the body of that?
If she's not at work tomorrow or if they haven't heard from her, what are you going to do? Question mark.
And what is the date and time of that message?
January 3rd, 2023, 9:25 p.m.
Could you scroll down, Ms. Gilman? Looking at the green bubble, which one sends that?
The number ending in 8646.
That's Walshe.
And what is the body?
Call everybody she knows in DC and then file missing persons. Let's hope there is an explanation.
Could you, Ms. Gilman, could you go to page 12?
And that's what he did. It seems.
Scrolling down,
cold work.
the second message on page 12. Which number is sending that?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of that?
They can't find her at work.
And what is the date and time of that?
January 4th, 2023, 10:33 a.m.
And if, Ms. Gilman, could we go to page 14? And could you scroll down, Ms. Gilman? Ms. Gilman, could you stop? Looking at the last message on
Collaborate
page
and
14.
listen. ICE is back with a brand new. Sorry, we needed to get to another
Who is the
stop.
sender of that? What number?
The number ending in 5332.
And what is the
That's
body
sister?
of that text?
I think that you need to report this ASAP.
And what is the date and time of that message?
January 4th, 2023, 10:59 a.m.
Same, trooper. We're going to 1.25. It's just, I can't. I want to hear the text, but okay. We gotta zoom. We gotta zoom. We gotta zoom. The jury.
Is this another one of the reports you created via Celebrate of a text
The
thread?
jury doesn't
sir.
get
And does
to,
this involve 3 numbers?
but we
Yes.
do.
So besides 8646, what is the first contact that's associated with this text thread?
A number ending in 7966.
And what is the name of that contact?
Anna, do, and then a number sign.
And then what is the other phone
Counsel.
number associated with this thread?
The number ending in 6708.
And what is the contact name?
Gem.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
So this is a group text.
8646, 7966, 6708, and
You-
6708.
Thank you. Any objection to that? Now in evidence says 166.
So group conversation between Brian Walsh, Anna Walsh, new number, and Jem, the friend that was over on New Year's and introduced Anna to William and was Anna's boss.
May we have this published?
I really
Looking
wish
at the first message, sir,
we could just go look.
It's blue. What number is sending this?
Oh, boy.
The number ending in 6708.
And what is the body of this?
It is a picture.
And then above the picture, is there any words?
I love my necklace, exclamation.
And then under recipient, what does it say? Participant, sorry, misread it.
The number ending in 8646.
And does it acknowledge what time it was read?
Yes.
What time was it read?
January 2nd, 2023, 2:26 p.m.
Going down, please, Ms. Gilman. Who's sending this text? What number?
The number ending in 6708.
Jem?
Yes.
And what is the body of this?
Last night was so good, exclamation, thank you.
What is the date and time of this text that it was read?
It was read January 2nd, 2023, 2:26 p.m.
Going down to the next text. Which number is sending this?
The number ending in 6708.
And what is the body of it?
The chef, world class, and company equally so.
And when was this read according to the phone?
January 2nd, 2023, 2:26 p.m.
Can we scroll down to the top text on page 3? On the top text of page 3, which number is sending this?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of it?
Looking
Walsh?
good, buddy. Thomas just found my phone. It was in William's bed. Another amazing New Year Eve together as a triumvirate. Looking good in your new necklace.
And scrolling down to the final text. Which sender is this?
The number ending in 6708.
And what is the body of it?
That's Jem.
My new necklace made a big splash yesterday as I wore it everywhere. I got double takes in the streets and at Whole Foods in Swampscott.
And what was the time that text was read?
January 2nd, 2023 at 4:13 p.m.
You may.
Showing you another text thread. Is this another one that was created another report you were able to create from the phone?
Yes, sir.
And does this only have 2 numbers associated with it?
Yes.
What are the 2 numbers associated with it?
Triumvirate.
The number
might
ending in
have to be our word of the
8646.
day.
Yes, sir.
And the number ending in 6708.
And that also has a contact designation of Jem.
Yes, sir.
The Commonwealth will seek to enter this as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
All right, more text with Jem.
646 and 6708.
Any objection? The text a thread between.
Jem is still yet to testify, but the text back and forth are between Brian and Jem. Brian's texting from his number. He's not pretending to be Anna. He's texting from his number. So Brian is texting with Jem in that group text. And it sounds like they as a couple gave him a gift. That's what it sounds like. Jem will testify, and I imagine that that's what it is.
Between 8646 and 6708 is in evidence as 167. $167?
So it sounds like Jem got the necklace. And the pictures, there were pictures
Directing
sent
your attention to the
William
top
earlier in the day as well.
Page 2 of this thread.
Could you have a publisher?
Oh, yes, I apologize.
What's the number on the top of this one? I don't know. I can't see it.
I neglected to ask that. Your Honor, may I publish this?
Oh, my goodness.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate it.
It's late in
Ms.
the
Gilman,
day.
if we could go to the top of page 2. And
For
I
everyone.
imagine, Trooper, it's a whole lot easier to see it now.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now, who is the sender of this?
The number ending in 6708.
And what is the body of this first message?
Merry Xmas to you, buddy. I miss you. Merry Xmas to all of you.
Date and time?
December
That it was read.
December 25th, 2022, 9:45 a.m.
Going down to the next text, who's the sender of that next one?
The number ending in 6708.
And what does the body of that say?
Her phone is going directly to voicemail.
And what was the date and time that this message was read?
January 4th, 2023, 10:54 a.m.
And the next text in that thread? Which number sends that?
6708.
And what is the body of that?
Any news? Question mark. Have you alerted everybody at her work and the DC police? Question mark.
Now,
these are Jem texting Brian, and we went from a Merry Christmas text, not in the group text, separate text chain, not in a group text. And we've got Jem, who's Anna's former boss, texting back and forth with Brian, Merry Christmas, buddy, referencing Brian and everybody. And then on January 4th, 2023, her phone is going right to voicemail. And then after that, have you alerted everyone?
I'd like to scroll down to page 4. In the middle of that, which is the sender of this blue text?
The number ending in 6708.
And what does the body of it say?
Hey, buddy, can you send me the photos we took on New Year's Eve? NYE question mark.
What was the date and time it was read?
January 5th, 2023, 11:17 a.m.
And the next thread, the next text down, sir? What number is sending that?
The number ending in 8646.
And what?
We can't see the exhibit, but it sounds like Brian is not texting back to any of these texts.
Is the body of that text?
All the photos were taken on Anna's phone. I don't have any.
There's Brian texting back.
When was that text delivered?
January 5th, 2023 at 11:30 a.m.
You can close out of that, Ms. Gilman. Thank you.
Where is her phone? No, I don't think they ever found her phone.
Yeah, of course.
Would you like to?
I'm sorry.
What a gentleman.
What are we doing? Approaching. We're approaching. All right. It's late in the day. You can feel it. A whole day. A lot of evidence. Some really heavy evidence and a lot of getting through this text evidence and the digital evidence. A lot of you are asking in the chat, why are they showing this if he already pled to it? Consciousness of guilt. Showing the full breadth of what he was doing does not logically follow with, I found my wife non-responsive in bed. I nudged her. She fell onto the floor and then I freaked out. So to show all of what he was doing to cover up what happened. And also because up until jury selection, he had not pled guilty to those counts and was still contesting that she was deceased. He was still seemingly arguing she might just be missing. And B. Josie in the chat said, are these the texts with Jem Mutlu? Yes. Those are the texts with Jem Mutlu. Or some of them. I imagine not all of them.
Your Honor, this next collection of text, I would actually ask the NARC for ID. I will show us the witness, but I would not seek to enter as an exhibit at this point in time.
All right. And I think consistent with this morning, this is the first one. Is this, what do we say?
So now we're getting into some of the texts with William that they're going to mark for ID, but not publish because they're not putting them in evidence yet. Talking about things from this morning that we still haven't seen.
I for ID.
I hate being out of the loop.
So we'll mark this exhibit as I for ID.
It's not my last season Ugg boot.
And George, I just remind you that
Right.
to get a designation as a letter
5 seasons ago.
for identification isn't evidence unless and until the parties move it in and I move it in. A number of exhibits. So that
Okay.
you have evidence with you in the back.
I'm on the
Yes.
outside.
So I'm showing you what's been marked I for ID. Can you tell us what this is?
Yes, it is a text message report created by me on Celebrate.
Okay. And can you tell us the two numbers that are associated with this?
Yes, the first number is ending in 8646.
Okay.
All right. Back to 1.25. I'm curious about what they're marking for ID, but back to 1.25.
And
And the second number?
the second number is the number ending in 7966.
And who are the contacts designated for this?
The 8646 is Brian Walsh, and the 7966 is Anna New.
Okay, so these are between Brian and Anna. Okay. Between Brian and Anna. 100%. Lyndon, I did learn the
You
hard
want
way
me to have a moment?
that Ugg boots
Yes.
are not in
Thank
fact
you.
winter boots. In ice and snow, they are not winter boots in that way.
Understand that this has been marked for ID, Your Honor. Is it
Okay, yeah.
appropriate to publish it and ask questions about it?
The lesson was
If not, I
mostly
can move
learned
on.
by my lower lumbar spine,
I'll move on.
unfortunately.
It's not a problem.
All
I've got something else to do. I can keep busy.
Are we addressing this now or later? Connor Keefe is going to be on the stand going well into tomorrow. I'm
The final report I want to ask you.
learning. That was marked for ID.
I'm going to show it to you, but I want to show it to counsel first.
Yes.
I don't think they have finished discerning what
That's
texts
what I
between
wanna
Anna and
ask.
Brian are coming
Yes,
in. I think that's part of the
What is
thing.
this, sir?
This is the call log report from
Please, I interrupt you. Sorry.
that I exported from Cellbrite from the iPhone 13 mini.
Okay. Now, the call log report, is that every call on the iPhone 13 mini?
No, this was only a certain date range.
Okay. And certain numbers as well?
Yes.
Okay. And so.
So this was
call log
limited
report for the iPhone 13 mini.
by
you
date
created
and
this.
number.
I did.
Okay. And what was the date range you were looking to create this for?
This was, December 25th, 2022 through January 3rd, 2023.
Okay. And I would seek to move this to the next agenda.
All right, so this is the call record log.
Okay. Any objection?
It's
It's
big,
now
it's
in
heavy,
evidence
it's
as
wood.
168. That's the call log report between the dates of 12/25/22, 1/3/23 for the iPhone 13 mini.
Okay. With the iPhone
168.
13 mini. 168. Emily's going to sit back down. It's time. It's time to sit back down. Maybe have a snack. All right. Means I got to move my.
Now, Your Honor, may I publish 168?
You may.
Thank
I'll
you.
be right back. I'm still here, but I'm going off camera and moving my desk.
On 168, sir, I'd like to direct your attention to the columns. Under parties, what does that designate?
Who the call took place between the two calling parties.
And timestamp, I take it, is the same as it's been last. What's duration?
The length of the call.
And when you see source info and it's biome and knowledge C, what is the significance of biome?
Again, it was another in the iOS 16 when that came out. Biome was a newer database from Apple. So this data is going to be in two different places.
So at this point in time, I'd like to direct your attention to the bottom of page 12, item 143. What phone number is being called, sir?
This is an outgoing call to number ending in 7966.
And what is the date and time of the phone call?
December 25th, 2022 at 11:52 a.m.
And what is the duration of the call?
33 seconds.
And if we could scroll up, Ms. Gilman? Thank you. And can we
Call
go up
logs.
a little bit further to the next page, please? Continuing. All right. So, Ms. Gilman, can you please continue up to further up, please? There we are. On item number 129, what is the timestamp of that at 129?
December 25th, 2022 at 1:40 p.m.
And what number is being called?
It's an outgoing call to number ending in 7966.
And what is the duration of that call?
Anna's call.
1
Anna's
hour,
phone.
22 minutes, and 33 seconds.
And could you continue up, Ms. Gilman? Thank you. Directing your attention to item 123 on page 10. What number is making the phone call?
This is an incoming call from 7966.
And what is the duration of this call?
1 hour, 27 minutes, and 7 seconds.
And what is the timestamp on this call?
December 25th, 2022 at 4:11 p.m.
Now, if we could go to
That would be when
item
Anna was
number
driving
13, I believe it's the top of page 2.
to Massachusetts for Christmas.
Bless you. Sir, what number is being called?
It is an outgoing call to number ending in 7966.
And what is the date and time of the call?
December 31st, 2022 at 9:52 a.m.
And what is the duration of the call?
4 minutes, 5 seconds.
And if we could continue up from there, Ms. Gilman?
It would just be nice to have the
Going to item
visual,
number,
wouldn't it?
pause if I may. Could we go to item number 9? What is the number what number is making that phone call?
Number 9, you said, sir?
Number 9?
Number 9. The incoming call from number ending in 7966.
And what is the date and time of that call?
December 31st, 2022, 7:27 p.m.
And what is the duration of that call?
0 seconds.
Looking at the item above it, item number 8, what number is being called?
It is an outgoing call to number ending in 7966.
And what is the date and time of that call?
January 3rd, 2023, 8:28 a.m.
And how long is that call?
15 seconds.
Does that mean that the phone's connected if it's 15 seconds?
No.
What can happen? What is an alternative explanation then?
Voicemail.
And do you see can we go up to 7 through 1?
That is after the prosecution believes that Anna is deceased. That is a call from Brian Walsh to Anna's phone on January 3rd at 8. Oh, my notes, I can't read. 8:08 a.m. for 15 seconds.
Do you see any incoming calls from the 7966 from entries 8 through 1?
No, I do not.
And do you see any calls longer than 17 seconds in entries 8 through 1?
No, I do not.
And Your Honor, may I have a moment?
Yes.
And Your Honor, may I approach sidebar?
Yes.
Thank you.
And to the sidebar, which gives us time to zoom. Zoom, zoom. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Because all we want to do, zoom, a zoom.
Before the 4 o'clock hour. I know it's been a long day for you. I appreciate your attentiveness.
Oh.
You may catch me frequently. I know.
End of the day. Okay, then.
Appreciate your attentiveness. You may catch me frequently. I know a number of you have, looking over and making sure everybody's still able to do their jobs. And I think I've said this to you a number of times.
It is so hard to hear the court. I'm going to just gain this up because the court is saying you'll see me frequently looking over, making sure everyone is paying attention. Yes, if the jury starts looking bleary-eyed, it is definitely the job of the court to bring them back to life and or send them out for a lunch or other break. It is her job to make sure the jury is also paying attention because it is the defendant's right to have their jury trial, and an attentive jury is part of that. Jurors sleeping is not a good thing. You gotta get them up and stretch, especially after lunch, especially with digital evidence. It can get
You may catch
sloggy.
me frequently. I know a number of you have, looking over and making sure everybody's still able to do their jobs. And I think I've said this to you a number of times. Sitting is very
Still doesn't sound.
difficult all day.
Yes, it is.
You're doing a marvelous job at it. You're all of
Sitting all day is hard.
appreciate, and I know the parties appreciate your continued attentiveness to the case. And I appreciate your obedience to the rules. And I'm going to remind you again before we leave today.
Those reminders.
Approach any social media or any news media. Don't do any research about the case. Talk to anyone about the case and continue to have open minds as you listen to the evidence in this case. And remind you tomorrow, 9 to 1. Have a good night, jurors.
All right, for the court, please. Jurors, close your notebooks. Follow me.
Half day tomorrow on Friday, which is fantastic. We'll see if they are going to put anything on the record. And we will stay through that and then do a summary. It's my intention, it depends on what's going on with car pickup. It is my intention to stream a bit earlier tomorrow and go straight through until they are done. I have football things that require my attention tomorrow.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So we'll see if they put anything on the record. Yes, it sounds like they will be. If they're all going to be seated, they're going to do some work. I am sat.
Just going through the click, click, click in my brain to see if there's anything that I need to
Girl, same.
raise with you right now. And I think I'm going to hold off on the few things that are in my mind because I think they're a little bit premature. So, but I will start working on my main task in the next 24 hours. And so
Jury
we'll talk a
instructions?
little bit more about that tomorrow. Anything that the Commonwealth needs to discuss before I get off the bench,
No, Your Honor.
and anything that the defense needs to discuss before I get off the bench.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks for your work today, and we'll see you back here tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All rise.
I really appreciate how this courtroom is running. I don't think I can say it enough. This courtroom, they have taken sidebars on the occasion that they need them. They have done so much work to get this trial running smoothly. It is, even though there are, well, that PowerPoint having the number inverted is frustrating, but there have been relatively few hiccups, and it is long days, and trying to pay attention for the detail of tech evidence can be incredibly draining. But I think the defense and the prosecution have shown that they've been really tremendously well organized. And so when I get frustrated with a inverted number, it's because, well, numbers are the thing that I really shockingly liked to do quite a lot in fraud cases, and because it's really frustrating. But overall, they have done a great job. Okay, that was a dramatic fade to blur. Extreme bokeh. What are we? The cinematic fan. It's exactly what we need at the end of the day. There we go. It's just run. It's run incredibly smoothly, and I know how much work that takes for the parties and the court to run a trial as smoothly as they're running it, and for everyone to work together to accomplish that goal. It is really nice to see. So at the end of the day, I promised everyone who's going to be tuning into the quick bits. No, that's not what we're calling them anymore, Emily. The case briefs. That one. To everyone who's going to be turning into the case briefs, that I would try to summarize the tech information. And my brain is also a little numb at the end of going through the tech information. I think the most useful tech information was seeing that Brian Walshe was in fact using the iPhone SE. That was his phone. I think at one point I was like, is this one of the kids' phones? No. The iPhone. Oh, now I'm going to invert them between the iPhone mini and the iPhone SE. There was an iPhone mini and an iPhone SE. I think that the SE was Brian Walsh's phone. At one point he was using, it seemed, the iPhone mini. And then he said to numerous individuals that he just found his phone. It was in one of the children's beds, and then one of the other children found his phone, so he just got his phone back. And then he was using that phone quite consistently. And the phone that he was using was the one with the location data that lined up with the video that we saw. Quite stark and sad video. And the order of the witnesses today from the prosecution was really good. They brought in just a wonderful witness from the apartment complex who had such crystal clear video. Excuse me. Crystal clear security video of a Volvo SUV coming in, going back by where the dumpsters are, a taller individual in black going to where the dumpsters are, going back towards where the Volvo is, carrying a bag, going back to the dumpsters, being there for a minute, getting back to the Volvo, and immediately leaving. When we saw that video, and then we saw Brian Walsh's phone in the same area of that dumpster, it really connects the two things together well. But then you also saw the phone at other apartment complexes on the same day. You also saw the phone at Lowe's multiple times, at Home Goods multiple times, at his mother's apartment complex near the dumpster and compactor that were ultimately seized by law enforcement and searched, where Anna's boots, jacket, watch, and other items including a lot of those blood-soaked items were found. We have not had the testimony yet that those were blood-soaked. That will be coming in later. We will get into all the scientific evidence, which will also be long days of trial. So the jury's going to hear that it was tested and determined to be blood, that it was whose DNA it was, because they will have DNA tested it. And we're going to hear those too. But we saw him going to the CVS and the other things that we've heard about, including Home Depot. So showing that camera and connecting it in the jury's mind really connects well what he was doing. And this answers a lot of questions for what was happening after the early morning hours of January 1st. We will see when we get into more evidence to answer what could have been going on between when their friend Jem Mutlu left the home with Brian and Anna Walshe on December 31st. What happened between Jeff or Jem? Everyone's just going to be Jeff in this case, apparently. Jem leaving the home with them after midnight and around 3 o'clock in the morning when we start seeing things being Googled. That's the question that this trial is trying to answer and that this jury is ultimately going to have to answer. We also saw text messages back and forth, lots of texts where Brian Walshe is saying, I don't know where she is. I haven't seen her. No, we haven't heard. Yes, we're going to start calling around. But notably, there were some very interesting searches. Emily, you saved the interesting part for last. Yes, I'm not well organized today. Notably, on Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, Brian Walshe was Googling how to find a JetBlue flight or track a JetBlue flight. Remember, Anna Walsh's flight from December 25th from Christmas morning, that flight got canceled. But he was also searching for William Fastow. And William Fastow spelled different ways, and then William Fastow in his profession. No, the spelled different ways was later. On Christmas, it was William Fastow, realtor or real estate, DC. So before Anna is missing, he was searching up Jeff's name and searching flights, and then started to search for Anna Walshe, and then searched about a plane crash, and then searched about Anna Walshe found dead, which was a alarming search to hear, but it seemed like he was searching quite a lot on the 25th. I wonder if they had heard from each other, and we haven't seen in the phone records yet if he was calling Anna quite a lot on the 25th. We haven't seen when she communicated with him that her flight got canceled. We haven't seen any of that. I don't know if we will, but interesting searches on Christmas Day. And we heard testimony earlier in the day from William that was quite a point of contention. And Brian Walshe did talk about that in his interviews with law enforcement, that her not being home on Christmas Eve until like after 8 p.m. Christmas Day was incredibly frustrating for him. So with all of that, we are at the end of day 4. Tomorrow will be December 5th. It will be jury day 5, and then the numbers will get all screwed up. But we will have a half day in court tomorrow. I will be here. I will let you know in the Law Nerd app what time, because it's going to depend on when I pick up my car, honestly, because I need it and I need to go pick it up. So if I can do that tonight, optimistically, then I will stream earlier. And if I can't, well, then I will let you know. But either way, we will let you know in the Law Nerd app, and you'll see the stream populated here on YouTube. Remember, the Law Nerd app is free, iOS and Android, and I send you messages keeping you in the loop with what's going on. And if you need to nope out a certain witnesses going, catch me back when there is a civilian witness on the stand, when the friend Jem testifies, I will send you messages when those key witnesses come up. And we know that Trooper Proctor's on the defense witness list. So if that comes up at all, I'll let you know. I'll keep you posted. So that's what the Law Nerd app is for, because you still have shit to do. December's really busy. And if they're just going through evidence, look, you're not gonna color me surprised when the scientific evidence takes a day of yeah, that was blood, and yeah, that was her DNA and his DNA. I'm not going to be shocked. It's going to just take a long time to get through. So if you need to miss some of that evidence, it's fine. And we drop the case briefs on the Emily Show YouTube channel. You can go subscribe over there, but we also let you know when those drop in the app. If you ever need to just catch up on a day of court that you missed part of, or that your brain just said, yeah, no, I listened, but what I don't is remember anything that happened. Fair enough. So with all of that, let's get to some of your questions. You've got questions, I've got questions. We're going to do a quick Q&A and then we're going to roll. It's been busy. So we told you about the app. I reminded you of the app. Go get the app. It's great. And did I call him Jeff again? I'm sure that I did. Kate P in the chat said, Emily, don't call me out. Oh no, I'm not calling you out. I am acknowledging you. I was just thinking that. Listened, have no idea what the last 2 hours of testimony was. No, I'm just acknowledging you. You're not called out. It's completely fair. We accommodate for, I listened, but what? No, that's an accommodation. That's not a call out. You guys are great. Also, sometimes like life gets in the way, work gets in the way, and your brain is just like off and away. And then we were just listening and we were like, wait, what? It's also why I occasionally remind you guys to come back and look at the screen if something significant happens, because so many of you listen in the background and we're here for you. We are here to make it easy for you. Debbie, I'm so sorry. Debbie and a number of you in the chat shared that you had recently lost paw nerds. I am so sorry for your loss. The loss of a pet is a uniquely difficult grief experience. It is just a different grief experience. And I'm sorry for that. It's really hard. And pet grief is not acknowledged nearly enough. It is so hard. All right. Deb asked earlier in the day, did she rule on whether or not the guilty pleas can come in? No, she hasn't. She is allowing the defense to file their objection, and I think she is leaning towards it's not coming in. So I think it's probably not going to be before the jury because it doesn't answer a question that the jury is asked to decide. So the jury has to decide if this was a murder, if this was a first-degree murder. They may likely be given lesser degrees to consider, and in the jury instructions, those don't have to be charged, but they are not going to be asked whether he disposed of her body, and they are not going to be asked, got to put this down a little bit more, they are not going to be asked whether he lied to police, so it doesn't really answer a question for them. It just, it would just bolster him. So he is going to, I think, admit that she is deceased with this. Priya, he is, I think, going to testify about that and say that she was in fact deceased. I think that that's not going to be a point of contention once we get to the end of this case, but we'll see. The defense promised a lot in opening. Opening's not evidence. We'll see what the defendant actually does. Stevens, 2 times pause up, says, is it a good move in your opinion, Emily, on whether the judge is allowing the guilty pleas to be entered? I don't think they answer a question for the jury. I think the defense strategy is solid. I do not think knowing that he pled answers a question that the jury needs to answer. So if that's true, if it doesn't help the jury, the finder of fact, determine a fact that's before them, it's not relevant. So I don't disagree with the court. He can talk about pleading in the other case, and he can say to the jury, I'm taking accountability. I'm telling you I did these things. He can just tell them he did those things, but the jury's not being asked to convict him on those things. That question's not before them. So he can tell them, I'm telling you I did these things, but I didn't do that other thing. They just won't know that the reason they're not asked to decide that he's guilty on them is because he already pled to those. They just won't know that part. Emily, have we heard any evidence that Brian was calling or texting Anna? We're just at the tip of the iceberg on that. They were just at the last message getting to messages from January 3rd. So yes, we were just getting to that point, but we're not there yet. Lawnerd24 said, I'm behind. I wonder if Jem, the mutual friend, said something about Fastow on New Year's Eve. I think we're going to hear from Jem in testimony. So I don't know. Maybe it's, I mean, chaos pussy. Like, I don't know. Anything is possible at this point. And I don't know what the prosecutors still have. I know we've got a lot of scientific evidence to go. And I think the defense will try to explain all that away as part of the disposing of her. So, yeah. So we're there with that. Ms. Vicky, I know it says facts. It does. We picked the font very conscientiously, but we also know that at time it can be difficult. I love this font, but I understand. Excuse me. Needed water, but yes. The back says not fuckery. But again, it's a if you know, you know. Debbie, I'm with you. And I'm so frustrated about this, Debbie. I'm with you. Debbie said, I'm wondering where her car was. They said she drove to Massachusetts. Wouldn't she have driven back to DC? It depends on the timing. Because we saw her flight records and it seems that she flew back to DC after Christmas. So her car might still be in Mass, but we've heard nothing about it. And it might be because everyone agrees it's not a big deal, but we didn't see any talk about searching her car or looking for her car. They found the keys for her car. No idea where her car is. I'm also bothered. It is a loop that if I was on the jury, I'd be like, but where do you guys think this is? Who knows? And they didn't say it was at the house. They didn't say they saw her car at the house. Her car wasn't parked in her garage in DC. It doesn't seem that the car was at the house in Massachusetts. There's been no reference of it other than what model it is, what make it is, and that the car keys were recovered. But is it in Massachusetts? Did she drive it back to Boston, Logan, when she flew back? And then when she flew back in, would it still be there? Did she drive back to DC after she drove down in Christmas? Or did she drive back to Boston Logan and leave the car at Boston Logan thinking the next time she flew home, she would grab it? I have no idea. I don't know. I don't know. But the car's not in DC and we haven't heard if the car's in Mass and we haven't heard where. So we will see. Let's see. I've got as many as we're trying to answer. Nicole said, if he pled guilty to disposing of a body, why didn't he give the locations of the remains? I think the cell phone data today gave us that. But he didn't have to, and he pled open to the court. And in the open plea to the court, the prosecutors said, to the best of my memory, that she was disposed in numerous dumpster locations. So she was disposed of in numerous dumpsters, and I believe that was the language of the plea from the prosecutor. But I covered that plea in other content, but they read that in, and we'll link that down below if you want to go back and watch that. But with the tech evidence and what the prosecution knows, they know what dumpsters were used. But those dumpsters, unfortunately, it seems were all emptied prior to law enforcement knowing their location. And he didn't plea to the court to that disposal until right before trial. So it's long gone. A few of you are saying in the chat, numerous dumpster locations. Yes. And we saw some of those locations today. 4 locations today. So at least 4 locations. Yeah. Yeah. So, Julia said, on off topic, question mark. watching that MSP did a decent job here. Would that help Karen Reed's case, that her case was suspicious? That's weird. Or, that bounced too quickly and was not just ignorance from the troopers. I wonder if the fact that this investigation started as a missing person and was headed by Cohasset changes things, because Cohasset was lead on this. They brought in MSP for help, and MSP offered help. They were not in charge. And I wonder if that is the biggest difference. So the Cozy Treehouse said, I'm still so unclear as to the benefit of him pleading guilty. Unfortunately, we can't get into his mind. I can give you a little bit of my speculation. I've covered this in the episode where I covered that plea. And if I change my mind throughout trial, I'll tell you if I change my mind. But for me, it seems that the defense strategy is to take away the charges that have overwhelming amounts of evidence from the jury consideration. The disposal of the body and the lying to police are overwhelming, I think, even at this point. What is not overwhelming is how she was killed. I guess if she was killed, the defense will argue, if she was killed, and if that was premeditated, accidental, etc. A lot of that's going to hinge on how he testifies and if he testifies and what he says. And I think taking away the most overwhelming cases forces the jury to very much focus on and talk about only whether he committed this murder. If the jurors are sitting there and they have to decide the murder and the lying to police and the disposing of the body, they're going to look at the disposing of the body and be like, obviously, yes, and yes, and yes. And it might overwhelm the conversation talking about the weight of the evidence with the disposal. You've now narrowed the jury deliberation to really the defense being able to just argue in closing argument, where is the premeditation? Where is the murder here? Yes, he disposed of her. Yes, he has these Google searches. Yes, that is awful. But he was distressed. He freaked out. It was an accident. And it will force them to narrow the scope of what they discuss in the jury room. And I think the defense has thought that that is the best way to discuss whether or not there is evidence of a murder, evidence of premeditation, and whether his actions afterwards and his Google searches and whatever else comes in indicates that he killed her and that it was beyond an accident. And I think it's going to depend on how he testifies, truly. So we will see. Murder does not require premeditation, but they have charged this as a first-degree premeditated murder. They can get to lower degrees of murder in different ways if those are given as lesser included, but the prosecution wants this jury to come back with a first-degree premeditated murder verdict. That is what they are looking for. They are looking for life, period, go to prison, never get the fuck out. Done. Slam the door, put you under the jail. That is what the prosecutors are looking for. The defense are looking for a window of hope that this will not be a put you in jail and throw away the key. Massachusetts does not have the death penalty, so this is a life period case. The defense would like to get an acquittal on the murder, of course. But if they can get the jury away from premeditation, it will knock the murder down, or could knock the murder down to lesser degrees or manslaughter. He killed her, but he didn't mean to. Or he killed her, but he didn't premeditate it. And I would need to pull the jury instructions in Massachusetts on the lower degrees of murder. I'm not a Massachusetts attorney. And so if it lowers it down, then you have the possibility of parole. So these are strategic plays. And if he has the possibility of parole, he has the option potentially to get out of custody at some point in the future. If he is convicted of that first degree premeditated capital murder, it's just period. Prison for life, no parole, be gone. Different than the opportunity of parole from 15 years to 20 years, So it becomes a really nuanced legal argument, and it lets the defense, him pleading, lets the defense focus on the nuanced legal argument without necessarily having to argue the stuff in this case that is truly horrific. And if the defense has to focus on dismembering and disposing of his spouse into multiple different dumpsters all across, you know, the South Bay or the Back Bay or whatever bay we're in Massachusetts, that is a much different conversation than having to focus in on the legal argument of, do we really know what happened in that house? We know after about 3 a.m. what was happening. We know what was Googling, but do we know what happened? Do we know what happened between midnight and 3 a.m.? Do we really? To a moral certainty, do you know what happened? Sure, it's sus, but do you know what happened? And that's South Shore. Thank you, Chad. That's where they are going to focus. And so they've given themselves the room to make a more nuanced legal argument without having to then discount the horrific nature of the lying and the disposal, for lack of anything other than the words that are used in the law, which is improper disposal. So the lying and the hiding, I suppose we could call it. So the premeditation is hard, but the jury instructions are going to be, and I'll pull the jury instructions for premeditation. Premeditation can happen in a moment. So we'll see. But I'm not surprised. If many of you are like, no, I think he did a lot of really depraved fucking shit, but I'm not quite sure how this all went down, that's perfectly fair. We're still early on in the case. Can the judge still sentence him to life on a second degree? He can get a range of years to life, but not life without parole. No. I don't know if it could be 10, 15, 20, 25, and it goes up to life, but there is that option for parole. So LWOP, no, I don't think LWOP is an option. She could give him, if it's 15, she could give him 15. And then if he gets 20 on the lying, it would add to that. So 35. And then if it's, I don't know how much it is on the disposing of the body, and then that would get added too. So you could get into the maybe the 50 to life range on a second, but I would need to pull the law more specifically to give you numbers. And then he didn't get a ton of time on the federal case to the best of my memory. So Kick at Show said, it just makes my stomach hurt knowing he's just getting rid of her. It's horrific. It's the facts of this case are being presented non-dramatically by the prosecution, non-emotionally, but they are really horrific facts. So, is he in prison on the federal case now? No, he's in custody on this case, but he might also be getting time on the federal case. I would need to look at when he was sentenced. Lucy, this is also tagged yesterday because I went into it a bunch. So look at it there, but I will talk about that one more time. There is a difference between, and I used the Taylorship business case as an example yesterday. We can use the Darrell Brooks case or other murder cases that we've seen. There is a difference between deciding to punch somebody in the face at a bar. I use bar fights as an example a lot, or push somebody and them falling and hitting their head and dying. There is a difference between that, which can be a manslaughter or a second degree, because you are intending to do the thing, punch, push, whatever. You're intending to do that action, but you're not intending for them to die. You're intending for them to get punched in the face. That punch in the face could cause them to die, but you're not meaning to kill them. You're not trying to punch them in the face so that they'll die. And that can change, of course. There's an asterisk to all of this because there's times like if you're a black belt in certain cases where hitting someone could be seen as premeditation because you could be considered more of a weapon. However, no, we're not going into the rabbit hole of all of that. But intending to push someone, intending to punch someone, different. But if someone is blocking your car and you pull back your car and go, no, fuck this, and just ram into them with your car, that's enough to be premeditation. You know that a car can kill them. It may or may not, but you know that a car can kill them, and you've done that. There are cases where choosing to drink and drive can count as premeditation in a murder. There are cases where there are that moment. In the Shabusiness case, she admitted it in her police interview that she was choking the victim, and then she went, no, we're going to keep going with this. This is what we're going to choose to do. And said in her interview that she wanted to. Yeah, let's choose to do it. We're going to keep doing it. We're choking him. Let's keep doing it. The interesting conversation, if we want to talk about legally nuanced, is the conversation about maybe Sarah Boone. When he's telling Sarah Boone that he can't breathe, and Sarah Boone is saying, for everything you did to me, and leaves him zipped in the suitcase. I think there's an argument that could be premeditation, but intoxication plays a big part of that. And so then you have the question, and now we're getting into just law school hypotheticals. Could in a jury's mind, intoxication negate that type of premeditation or not? But in the Sarah Boone case, Florida is like, oh no, you get life on a second. So the prosecutors are like, we don't want to fuck with it. The prosecutors didn't even ask. They went for a second. You get life on a second in Florida without parole. That is not the case everywhere. But in the Shabusiness case, I think there was a question there of whether or not when she said, he's telling her he can't breathe and telling her he's in distress, and she goes, for everything you did to me, and leaves him in the suitcase. I think there's a solid argument that that's premeditation. But then you would also have to prove that she appreciated the risk that he could die. But he was telling her. So this is the kind of situation where you look at the different facts of different cases, and then you look at the law in a given jurisdiction and start to balance where that premeditation can happen in a moment. Like in the Shabusiness case, she and the victim were roughhousing in a more intimate way, to be a little more YouTube friendly about it. And then she decided that was going to change while she was in the middle of the thing. That is enough for premeditation. It's the decision. Different than a decision to push someone where you don't expect that will cause them to die. When you know that it could cause them to die and you're like, send it, that's enough. So it can happen in a moment, like in the Shabusiness case. Hopefully that makes sense. As we will talk about premeditation a lot. I'll grab the jury instructions so we can walk through the language in Massachusetts a little bit more of what the jury's going to have to decide. Each jurisdiction has really specific language. The language in Massachusetts is weightier than what I've seen in some other jurisdictions. The to a moral certainty language of the reasonable doubt instruction in Massachusetts is it's a burden you can feel like tangibly. That to a moral certainty language is different than other jurisdictions, and it has a weight to it. And so Massachusetts really has heavy language. But we'll take a look. I hope this helps. But yes, it can be a quick decision. It does not have to be planned for hours, weeks, months, minutes. There's no increment of time. Now, the defense, if you're the defense attorney, what do you argue? If you're the defense attorney, you argue, well, of course this wasn't premeditated. He's panicking. Look at the Googles. If this is premeditated, you go to Lowe's beforehand. Now the prosecution will say you can decide in a moment. He could see a text message and be like, and then we get into maybe the heat of the passion, or heat of the moment, which they are not arguing. But the defense is going to try to push out the time frame to embiggen it, if you will, to say, no, if you were planning this, premeditation and planning aren't the same, but you can see how they can get conflated. If you were planning this, you would do it better, obviously. You wouldn't be running around to Lowe's trying to deal with the aftermath. They're going to try to focus on this is an aftermath, not a homicide. And we'll see. what the jury does. I'm interested to see what the rest of the evidence from the prosecution is. It's a lot of evidence of the aftermath. But he could have seen something on her phone. They could have had a conversation. Something could have happened. And it can happen very quickly. Lucy said, who decides if there's lesser included? At the end of the day, the court makes the decision. However, the court makes the decision. If the charge has lesser includeds, the court can add them, generally not sua sponte. The parties can argue over whether they come in or not. If the defense asks for them, they will generally come in. And the court can give, on a murder, you're going to have, I mean, I don't think they'll give an assault instruction. It wouldn't even make sense in this fact pattern, but first degree murder, second degree murder would naturally be a lesser included, so would manslaughter. So hopefully that helps and answers a lot of questions. Premeditation doesn't include the cleanup, correct? It's the murder itself, correct? It's the murder itself. But the jury's allowed to use inference, and him Googling crime scene clothes and can you be charged for murder without a body, seems to me that the prosecution's going to argue that his state of mind was that he had committed a murder. So his state of mind is telling based on the things that he's Googling. He thought he committed a murder and wanted to know if he could get popped for it if there was no body. And then was Googling, can someone be identified with broken teeth or dismembered? So the prosecution's going to argue that you don't need to know what happened, I imagine. You don't need to know what happened in that house, because Brian Walsh told you what happened in that house in his Google searches. He told you there was a murder. He told you there was a crime scene. He told you he didn't want to get caught. And so he tried to figure out how to get rid of Anna Walsh's body so that it couldn't be identified, going as far as to ask if a body could be identified with broken teeth or in pieces. And look at what he bought, and look at what he did, and look at the video, carrying a bag into a dumpster, and then look at everything that was found. So you don't have to know because he told you. That's what the prosecution's going to argue. And what's the defense going to argue? Brian Walsh made some really bad decisions because he panicked. And he panicked because, well, why did he panic? He panicked because he knew he was going to prison on a federal case. And what would happen to his kids if they knew that his mother had passed away? That one's harder for me. What's a better one? He saw what they had done to Karen Reed, and he thought no one would believe him because he's a man with a beautiful wife, and he thought no one would believe him that this healthy, vibrant, stunning woman who is charming and just a delight of the community, he thought no one would believe him that she died of natural causes. And he was worried they would know that she was having an affair and just assume that he had gotten mad and had harmed her. He couldn't live with that. He said in opening, he couldn't live with that. He couldn't live with his children thinking he had done something bad to their mother. That was the words that Tipton used in opening. And so he freaked out and didn't know what to do and made really bad decisions. But you know what he didn't do? He didn't Google how to kill your spouse undetected. He didn't Google how to kill someone in their sleep. He didn't Google fentanyl in a Moscow Mule. He didn't Google anything nefarious before January 1st because he didn't murder his wife. And no one's proved to you how she died, and no one's proved to you that it wasn't a spontaneous death. That's what they're going to argue. But if he testifies, well, it's going to hinge on what he has to say. Because if the jury is like, I don't believe you for a fucking second, it's not going to come down to closing arguments. It's going to come down to what he says on the stand. The defense arguments are a little bit harder for me because the spontaneous death and then not calling 911 is really difficult for me to wrap my brain around. Truly, it's the harder argument for me to make in this case, because you know how it's clear that you didn't do anything bad? With an autopsy that shows a natural cause of death. That's how you prove you didn't do anything bad. So the Googling the Paramore, when we know he's super fucking pissed about Christmas Eve, the Googling the Paramore is hard for me. So, Law Nerds, we answered lots of questions. We have been streaming. How long have we been streaming today? Oh, 7.5 hours. Oh, Lord. It's been a long day. I have to go pick up my car. I hope my car is done. I got to go find out if my car is done and go pick up my car. Law Nerds, you are great. Thank you for always letting me give a spontaneous closing argument. I will pull the case law so we can talk about it a little bit more next week. We will be covering, I think, his mom's lawsuit and maybe a little bit of this individualized pricing lawsuits in the podcast on Monday. So I'll see you tomorrow. We're a half day tomorrow. I know I didn't get to as many questions as I had hoped. To everyone who super chatted and gifted memberships, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. You guys are amazing. Thank you for letting me give the spontaneous closing argument. We'll improve it as this case goes on, but some of the arguments are easier for me to see than others, and it's going to be really hard to stand up in court after what we've seen and say, well, he was adding murder to the Google searches because he just wasn't getting specific enough results on how to dismember a body. It's a real hard argument to make for an attorney, especially with that chilling picture of all those tools laid out and with all the tools laid out and the freaking Dexter suit. It's real hard to argue that the reason he was putting murder in the searches is to get better advice on how to dismember a body. It's an argument you don't want to be the attorney making. I think Tipton's doing a great job, but it's a tough one. It's a tough one. So, all right, Law Nerds, it's been a good night. I appreciate you. Thank you, mods, Team Baker. Thank you. You guys are amazing. And you guys, truly, the case briefs are a labor of love. They are amazingly put together by our team. So if you want to go give them some love, go over to the case briefs, drop a heart, drop a like on those, because the team works on those while I'm streaming and after I'm streaming. So you have them before tomorrow's stream. And I appreciate you, Team Baker and Incogni, for, making sure that everyone gets paid. While we are not always monetized when there are photos of crime scene dumpsters on the screen, because sometimes those aren't super advertiser friendly, but I wouldn't want to do anything different than stream trial with y'all, and sponsors like Incogni allow me to do it, and I appreciate it. So Law Nerds, we will see you tomorrow for court. I'll let you know in the app what time. Cheers. Thanks for joining me on this stream. If you don't want to miss a moment in court, you need the Law Nerd app at lawnerdapp.com. It's a free download on iOS and Android where I can keep you in the loop with everything happening in court and, of course, when the jury has a verdict. So if you don't want to miss a moment of this trial coverage, make sure you get the Law Nerd app. Thank you for being here, and thank you for being a Law Nerd.